Hello dear audience, today's story is a perfect piece to heal the shattered hearts out there. It revolves around the sweet love story of a couple in the entertainment industry. Our protagonist, Sura, who is in the romantic phase of her relationship when suddenly, to her dismay, a wedding invitation is clearly placed on the table while her beloved is joyfully announcing his impending marriage. Suddenly, she receives good news from her manager, informing her that she has been invited to participate in a movie featuring many famous celebrities. However, her happiness is short-lived as Sura endures the director's insults during filming, especially when she has to work with someone who has betrayed her and endure his disdainful remarks. It is in this pitiable state that Sura coincidentally meets Seun Hian, and their relationship officially blossoms. From then on, they gradually become a golden couple in the entertainment industry. This is a complete story, so you don't have to wait for part 2. Let's follow along with the saying that many girls dream of: I want to shine like a star, even if I am far away, I will prove that I am here. At a luxurious hotel, the echoes of the program host's introduction lingered as the wedding reception preparations concluded. Soon, we will warmly welcome today's main characters, the groom, Kim Young-gu, and the bride, Manwha. Let's give them a round of applause as we invite the groom to enter the ceremony hall like any other guest in the wedding procession. Among the guests, there was a girl who was particularly focused, her gaze fixed on the groom. What was peculiar was that she was dressed discreetly, her hands clutching her glasses constantly as if afraid of being detected by someone. The girl appeared tense and kept wondering how she could let that traitor be at peace, especially after what happened last week. The wedding invitation was coldly placed on the table, and the girl looked at it with curiosity, while the man, the groom, casually sipped his coffee, oblivious. When she questioned him about it, the response she received couldn't have been more dismissive: he was getting married. The future father-in-law of the man is a presidential candidate, Jeong-gu, emphasizing that this is the reason our positions are gradually diverging. We don't know if you are naive or foolish anymore. The tender gestures of happiness between the two suddenly shattered in the mind of the young girl, lingering on the deceitful man's words. He continued to use his words to attack, and she couldn't help but wonder why she didn't suspect anything when he constantly avoided answering her calls, only agreeing to meet for a photo shoot once a month. So the romantic dates between them were just lies. He even pretended to be grateful. Well, if you've never done it before, how would you know about overseas photo shoots? And hundreds of thousands of beautiful memories between them shattered along with the enthusiastic applause of the guests at the wedding. After hastily finishing her soup, the girl began to incessantly remind herself to be patient because she had to endure. He had invited her here to eat, so she should eat first. Let's see this as the final gift for him. She was still contemplating enjoying the piece of bread in her hand when she suddenly heard a hesitant apology from the hotel staff, indicating that this seat was already reserved, and they would lead her to another seat. If only they knew her name? The girl was momentarily stunned as she observed the confusion and hesitation of the waitress, which made her feel embarrassed. She sank into thoughts about why she was here. Was it because she wanted to pretend not to care, or because she wanted him to worry when he met her again? Or perhaps it was because of the gratitude she felt for Young-gu's words when he saw her in despair: so your parents died in an accident? Living alone must be difficult for you. From now on, I will always be by your side. Then a gentle touch on her tear-stained cheek filled with affection. Those words kept replaying in her mind, making her constantly blame herself for not wanting to admit them, but no one was as foolish as her. Seeing the tears of the special guest made the waitress, though uncomfortable, have to speak up and apologize. I'm sorry, ma'am, but this is this guest's seat. The girl immediately stood up, then unexpectedly spoke out loudly, I'm Sura Huang. My name is Sura Huang. The hotel staff continued to guide her. Yes, Miss Sura Huang, please follow me. After returning to her correct seat, she realized with annoyance, so I've been seated in the corner. And why is my face so flushed? I must put on my glasses. Sura rummaged through her bag while muttering to herself, where are my glasses? I must have left them on that table. Then, noticing only a few bits left in the soup bowl, the handsome guest suddenly looked puzzled as he assumed he had already eaten, but his friend sitting beside him exclaimed in amazement, Seun Hian, huh? They served the soup as soon as you sat down, didn't they? Seun Hian immediately denied, no, I didn't eat this. He was still curious about the glasses when he suddenly felt a cool breeze. Sura had just bowed apologetically and said, "I sincerely apologize." At this moment, Seun Hian finally realized with suspicion that she was the one who ate after him and couldn't take his eyes off her. It seemed like he had met her somewhere before, but where? I wonder where I've seen her before, he thought. I'm impressed by Seun Hyun's skill in taking advantage of the opportunity with his tablemate not paying attention. He quietly moved another bowl of soup closer and started eating in a measured manner while contemplating, oh well, even if I remember, what difference does it make? Sura is still confused, putting her glasses back on and feeling puzzled as to why she felt so flustered. The loud call, mixed with Sura's excitement, continued as the enthusiastic manager exclaimed, "You passed, you passed. They want you over there. Look!" Sura, also jubilant, exclaimed, "Can you believe it? Why did they choose me of all people?" Then followed their tight, joyous embrace. While Sura was still reeling from the truth, she asked her sister, "Am I dreaming, sis?" The other girl hastily confirmed it was real, saying, "You fool, you're crying again." Explaining further about the timing, it was for a new movie by director Dong Han-yu, a prominent figure in the Korean film industry. The film was highly anticipated because it featured two box office actors, Seun Hyun and Chang Hyun. At the moment, Chang Hyun was still ecstatic. In the past 2 months, she had spent time auditioning for the lead role, but eventually gave up as no one contacted her. Finally, she had broken free from 3 years of obscurity. Let's take a look at Sura's artistic achievements. First, when she appeared in a beverage advertisement, she graced the screen for a full 2 seconds. Moving on to the drama film for young adults, Sura reluctantly took on the role of a friend of the main actor. Her most recent appearance was in a sports drink commercial, although it's not as glamorous as becoming the background actor for the female lead. Facing Sura's countless questions, wait. Didn't have time to celebrate. They didn't say we should go there to read the script, did they? Could they have changed the lead actress? Maybe the filming schedule got pushed back? Her manager hastily clarified, "No, they said the production process is still on schedule. They said you have to attend the filming in Busan after 3 days." Upon hearing this, Sura immediately became anxious. Is it filming? Not a script reading, she asked her manager, who nodded in confirmation once again. Despite feeling disappointed that she wouldn't have any lines, Sura still tried to clarify, "Is it really the role of Hey Jim?" Her manager looked puzzled and asked again, "Hey Jim? But they said it's the role of Suji, right?" This response felt like the sky falling down before Sura's eyes. She forced a bitter smile and slowly sat down on the ground, her voice filled with bitterness, "That's right." Concerned about Sura's distress, her manager urgently asked, "Sura, what's wrong?" To understand more about why she was so distraught, it's important to know that the role of Suji is the protagonist's ex-lover, a face that appeared frequently in his memories. She is a character who eventually becomes desperate and ends her own life, despite knowing that she has already delivered all her lines. But Sura couldn't shake off the despair at the thought of portraying someone who lost hope in life. However, she quickly regained her composure a second later, saying, "All right, what if I perform well and gain public attention? When will I get another chance to act?" Hearing this, Sura's sister quickly interjected, "That's right. Plus, you can return the handkerchief now." Sura then focused on her thoughts for a moment and suddenly remembered, "That's right, it's been a year, but the incident from a year ago," after the director was furious and scolded, glaring at Sura with disdain, "Red Ribbon, how many times have you messed up? You're just a supporting role, but you keep making mistakes. Even the lead actor doesn't make such errors." At that moment, Sura could only bow her head in apology. Seeing her genuinely worried, Sura's manager said, "Sura, are you okay? The director will scold us if he's not happy." "I'm sorry, Sura, for suddenly being reprimanded like that." Hearing this, she quickly replied, "There's nothing to apologize for, sis. I feel guilty enough." Then she awkwardly left, saying, "Sis, I need to use the restroom for a bit." As Sura walked away, the voice echoed in her head, the red ribbon. It felt like a dagger piercing her heart, causing her to stop abruptly, questioning herself incessantly, "Even though it's been 5 years since I started acting, nobody remembers my name," and then wiping away her tears hastily, why am I crying? The shooting isn't even over yet. Suddenly, someone approached Sura with a handkerchief, and she realized it was Seun Hian, looking embarrassed. Why are you here at this time? Sura tried to regain her composure and greeted him before he could finish. I'm sorry, the filming had to pause because... But he interrupted her with a hand gesture. This dress is sponsored, so don't mess it up. Use this to wipe your tears. She took the handkerchief and mumbled, thank you. Seeing Seun Hian hurriedly leaving, Sura quickly reminded him, wait, the handkerchief. He immediately replied, you don't need to return it, just use it. Despite this, she still felt uneasy because it seemed expensive. Then he suddenly stopped and asked, by the way, what's your name? Seun Hyun's question caught her off guard, and after hesitating, she replied, my name is Sura Hwang. Recalling the moment when she held the handkerchief in her hand, she felt uneasy and thought, at that time, I couldn't say thank you because my mood wasn't good. He may have forgotten me, but I still feel honored to act alongside him. Sura quickly surveyed the scene because she couldn't wait any longer. Upon arriving in Busan, the atmosphere on the film crew was lively and bustling. Sura was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Kim Jeonggu. He also recognized her immediately, Sura Hwang. Both were suddenly furious. Dong Hanyu shouted, what are you doing here? Sura confidently replied, of course, I'm here for filming. Why are you here? Jeonggu blushed with embarrassment, but then his expression changed to delight upon hearing the director calling him. I'll be right there, he replied, then turned to her, saying, it seems you only got a small role, right? Be careful with your words. I don't want your reputation to be linked to mine, understand? He then put on a fake smile and said to the crew member, well then, I'm going. Just as Sura exclaimed, it's over. I just heard from the film crew that Kim Jeonggu is also participating. You must have met him, right? They were all puzzled, asking why he was here. Sura's expression turned sour, questioning how he became the lead actor. The assistant calmly replied, a natural investor withdrew, so the production budget was insufficient. As far as I know, his wife is. Suddenly, Sura remembered Jeonggu's words from the wedding invitation, the future father-in-law of my wife is a presidential candidate. Her eyes dropped with thoughts, even though I've been trying to forget him, why does he get to be the lead while I'm just a supporting role? The manager seemed to understand everything and kindly asked Sura, should I tell them you couldn't shoot today? After bowing her head in sadness, Sura boldly declared, no, why should I avoid him? Having a small role is more fulfilling and honorable than obtaining the lead role through dirty means. The assistant, who had been tense until then, suddenly brightened up, praising, that's right, my outstanding actress. You can read the script I received in the car earlier. After serving drinks to the crew members, I'll come into you, Sura, who was eager to lend a hand to the assistant, only to receive a refusal, no, focus on your acting. You hurriedly grabbed her sleeve, causing her to stop in surprise, asking with concern, what's wrong? Feeling bitter, Sura whispered, I'm sorry for not being good enough to attract attention like others, making you always. Before she could finish, the manager hastily interrupted, nonsense. Who said that? In my eyes, no one is more beautiful than you. If you keep repeating those words, you'll drive me crazy. Today, you're shooting underwater scenes, so give it your all. Hearing these words filled her with gratitude. Thank you, Jin Kung. Then he saw Seung Hyun rushing past, quickly calling out, hey, senior, what about the handkerchief? Sura received the same response as before, you don't need to return it, just use it. Later, Sura sat down to read the script and pondered her role, although it's a small part, she has a big influence. I should seize this opportunity. At that moment, the sounds on the other end of the line continued, Seung Hyun Kong, so you're not bothering to come to set today and choose to resist by confining yourself in your room? Am I the one who needs to resist? How come it's you? Seung Hyun also anxiously replied, yeah, aren't you upset? But why are you silent? The other end suddenly fell silent for a moment before curiously asking again, what's the use of being upset? Have you figured out a way? Have you found a solution? It turns out the person calling Seung Hyun is actor Chang Hoon, continuing to say, even if I do anything, Director Dong Han won't be surprised. Maybe he'll just ignore it and focus on filming. Seeing Seun Hian remaining silent, he continued to inquire further, is Director Dong Han-gu still hesitant? So don't resist anymore, he's not unaware of the tricks they're using, but we can't do anything else, so we have to be patient. It's just a movie, there will be other opportunities to act. Don't worry about solving your part first. When Chang-hoon cut the call, he didn't forget to remind, check how the actor Kim Seong-gu, who replaced me, is doing. With a smile, whenever Seung Hyun agrees to help pay attention to Kim Seong-gu. Before the call ended, he suddenly remembered the first time he met him at a wedding party last month, never expecting to meet him like this again. This morning he came to greet him, but only bowed. The whole crew was confused because his wife had absolute authority. After thinking for a while, Seung Hyun sighed in frustration, it's all a mess. He was suddenly interrupted by a loud knocking on the door, catching his attention. The man who entered looked startled and announced, Seung Hyun, bad news. Seung Hyun was also curious and asked, what's the matter with Wang-soo? He panically replied, how can you still sleep? Help us stop Director Gu. If this continues, he'll kill someone. At the film set, the director's shouts echoed, cut. It's terrible, terrible, along with frustrated sighs. Why are you hesitating and being afraid like this? You should act out the suicide scene by drowning yourself. Why do you look like someone in need of help? Sura's voice continued to tremble, I am sorry, truly sorry, director. The assistant standing nearby hurriedly advised, boss, take a break. If you continue like this, you'll only cause more trouble. The director, looking helpless, reluctantly announced, all right, take a 20-minute break. Sura, looking distraught, approached to express her appreciation. Unexpectedly, the assistant director bluntly replied, you don't need to thank me. You're already the third person to play Suji's role. The film crew doesn't want to find someone new. That cutting remark seemed to crush her spirits. Fortunately, Ms. Kyung arrived in time to comfort Sura, come on, warm up your body again. Seung Hyun also stood from afar observing everything, her eyes showing a hint of distant pity. After escorting Sura to her manager's car, she continued to worry, Sura, should I turn on the heater in the car to warm it up? I also have a hot pack in my bag for you. Sura tried to appear fine until Kyung turned away and left. Only when she was alone could Sura let out a sigh, how could I mess up 15 times in one scene? Sura Huang, pull yourself together. Just as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of the car door opening and Zeong-gu stepping in, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Conversely, he appeared extremely excited and teased, quite impressive. After quickly locking the door upon entering, Wang-soo expressed his curiosity, hey, Seung Hyun, where are you going? He hurriedly replied, I'm going to stop Director Gu. They said the actor playing Suji is about to collapse. I'm also concerned. It's so cold today, and that director knows no limits. At this point, Zeong-gu began to tease Sura in the car. Sura Huang, I know you're not a famous actress, but I didn't think you'd volunteer to play a dead character in the first scene. Do you want me to get you a different role? His satisfied expression continued, let me make up for lost time. Sura firmly and resolutely expressed her disdain, no need to talk nonsense. Despite her strong determination, he seemed unwilling to back down, come on, don't see me as a villain. I just want to help because we used to date, and now I pity you. Have you not been tired after working so hard for 7 years? His gentle concern was unlike anything she had experienced before, making her involuntarily shudder. Sura's expression suddenly turned serious, Kim Seong-gu, I have a question for you, since when have we been dating? Has there ever been any feelings from you towards me? Even just a little? He was trying to restrain himself from laughing at this moment, then suddenly burst into laughter with a sense of amusement. What a ridiculous question. Sura Huang, I'll ask you the same thing, why did you date me? Our 8 months of dating felt like kids playing house. I was the only one patient with you. If you treated others the same way, they would have broken up with you in less than a month. You're so arrogant when you have neither wealth nor outstanding achievements. What makes you so sure that I will always be by your side? You should be grateful that I've been with you for so long. Hopefully, you realize that you're not worth much. At this time, the sky was already turning dusk, and Seun Hian was walking steadily, pondering, I can go to the filming location by the beach. He suddenly jerked when he heard a loud shout, hey, stop! Seeing the girl in front of him looking distraught made Seun Hian constantly wonder, how did she get like this? Sura's trembling voice, filled with anger, echoed loudly. He then felt helpless, unable to say anything more, and sat down on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Seun Hian was about to turn around and leave when he realized, wait, long hair, wearing a white dress in winter, could it be? Thinking up to here, he was almost certain and called out, Suji, then tried again, Suji, which made the distraught girl suddenly turn her gaze towards him, and he hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching her, intending to say something. Sura was also momentarily confused, then quickly realized that it was Seun Hyung Kong, right? As he gradually recognized the girl he had met at Myung's wedding party, Sura also awkwardly greeted, oh, nice to meet you, senior. Seun Hyung's eyes immediately felt compassion for the weak girl in front of him. Why would he treat her like this in such cold weather? Her face has turned pale. While Sura was making an effort to greet, I'm Sura Huang, playing Suji, sorry for the late greeting to the senior. Seun Hyun was still focused on thinking about that director with dissatisfaction. His silence made her truly puzzled. Why isn't he saying anything? Or did he already hear about it? Just like a year ago. Why do I keep letting him catch me in this situation? While she was feeling extremely embarrassed, she heard someone calling, Sura Wang, and she quickly responded, yes. Surprised, Seun Hyun carefully picked up the coat and gently draped it over Sura's shoulders, then whispered, your coat fell. She hesitated for a moment before trying to speak louder, thank you, senior. He felt even more sympathetic seeing her struggling to speak, perhaps because her mouth was frozen, and if she continued like this, she might run into trouble during filming. Hearing Seun Hyun call out again, Sura Huang, she tried to open her mouth to respond, yes, sir. He kindly directed her once again, the director is over there, so if you want to take a bath, just go over there. Thanks to that remark, she felt even more embarrassed, yes, he heard about it. Feeling ashamed, Sura tried to clarify, I'm fine, thank you. I didn't mean it with the director. Seun Hyun bowed near her, comforting, don't worry, I understand how you feel. However, she couldn't stop the confusion, thinking, no, that's not it. Ignoring all her attempts to deny her own discomfort, he turned away and said, we can't leave it like this. I'll go talk to the director directly. This made Sura even more panicked, trying to stop him, senior. Please don't. Seun Hyun felt relieved when he noticed that her throat seemed better. His eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered something when he saw Sura hesitating. No, it's not like that. Seun Hyun suddenly remembered the girl in the red scarf he had met before. He responded seriously, wait, if Koan looked at you like this. She was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, then heard someone calling, Sura. It was Kyung, running over excitedly, great, you're here. Seeing the handsome Seun Hyun greeting her warmly made the manager couldn't help but be amazed, oh my god. It's Kong Seun Hyun. Then she tried to regain her composure, politely greeting, oh, hello, Kong Seun Hyun, I'm Sura's manager. Seun Hyun's warm reception and conversation with Kyung left her genuinely feeling regretful as they parted ways, although I'd like to chat more, but it's Sura's scene now, so. Sura's surprised expression caught Kyung's attention. Is everything all right? She wondered. Before turning away, Sura made sure to bid farewell, senior, excuse me, I'll go ahead then. Seun Hyung's gaze followed them, and he couldn't help but continue thinking about the name Sura Wang. Why did she seem so sad at Myung's wedding? Seun Hyun remembered her awkward gestures and soft voice, my name is Sura Wang. And just now, when she eagerly called out, senior. Even the sight of her confusion when she saw his handkerchief and her shy acceptance of it left a deep impression on him. Those things truly made an impact on him, and he couldn't help but remain skeptical. What's with that girl? This is the third time we've met, and each time she's been crying. Despite Sura's sincere apologies for making the director and everyone else wait, the director still responded curtly, what's the matter? You couldn't even be on time for a minute? Why not just wait until then and show up together? Despite facing such coldness, she replied with respect and honesty, I'm truly sorry. In her heart, Sura couldn't stop blaming herself. I made the director wait, a mistake that a newcomer shouldn't make. Suddenly, his tone became accusatory. I heard you've been in the industry for 7 years now? Despite feeling embarrassed, she admitted honestly, yes, sir. But she didn't expect to receive another harsh admonishment. So you think that being in the industry for 7 years is enough? It's like, yeah, I've been in the business for 7 years, so people like the director and staff can wait for me. I'm tired, so I want to take a break. Even though Sura tried to explain herself, the director remained relentless, continuing to criticize her. If that's the case, it's understandable when you're just scraping the bottom of the barrel after 7 years in the business. His words seemed to inflict a great deal of damage on her. Sura felt truly frustrated. Actually, this is the first time I've made this mistake. It's very rare for me to act incorrectly. Today is an exception, and I wanted to say that. But if I can't play the Suji role, then it's just an excuse. The director hastily lit a cigarette and continued with disdain. I've met many people like you before, thinking they're special just because they've been in the industry for a long time. People like that. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed the unfinished cigarette from the director's mouth. As the director turned angrily, he shouted loudly, "What the heck?" He then saw Seun Hian calmly replying, "Why so angry, sir? Didn't I tell you I'm the type of Kim Jeonggu and Chang Hoon's replacement?" While he was still trying to confront, the director stuttered, "I'm sorry, Kang Seung-hyung, you're the one who refused the role. Why are you causing trouble now?" Sura looked at him in surprise. Seun Hyun remained cool and replied, "I'm just asking a question, shouldn't we have shot several scenes by now?" The director snatched back his cigarette and yelled, "Is this what someone who refused a role should say?" Then he reminded the film crew, "Everyone, get ready to go." Seeing Seung Hyun closely observing Sura's every move, the director muttered again, "Is he trying to change the atmosphere? Humiliating the director to elevate himself?" But Seun Hyun's demeanor remained composed. "No, if that were my intention, I wouldn't go easy on you." He then smirked as the director continued to scold him, "Heartless jerk." Seung Hyun curiously asked, "Has the girl playing Suji ever studied acting?" The director replied, "I don't know, maybe she auditioned for Haejim's role or something." Hearing this, Seun Hyun felt genuinely puzzled. What does auditioning mean? What is it? The director shook his head gently and continued, "It's not just her. How could I remember everything? I already have a headache with Chang Hoon, so my assistant handled that and chose her. Even though it's been 7 years since her debut, I still worry when she's in front of the camera. That's why." This revelation left Seung Hyun thoroughly surprised as he asked, 7 years? That long? But why haven't I seen her in any films? The director was tired of answering his questions and summed it up, "I heard she's played many supporting roles, but I still can't believe it. As for why, you can find out yourself. Explaining it to you would only give me a jaw ache." Meanwhile, Sura was still trying to regain her confidence for her role. Her manager, concerned, asked, "Are you okay?" Sura hurriedly explained, "I'm getting into character really well, it's just that I feel like dying." Hearing this, Kyung was truly alarmed and quickly took Sura's hand to comfort her. "It's just a matter of time. You just need to channel your emotions for the performance, okay? Understand?" Sura calmly responded, "I understand, so don't worry." Despite the storm of melancholic thoughts swirling in her mind, Sura felt a strong desire to excel. She realized she had made things complicated by thinking she shouldn't make mistakes in front of Kim Jeonggu. Wanting to do everything right would make her look determined to live. She reminded herself to hold on to those moments when she wanted to give up. Kyung and the others present were holding their breath, awaiting the director's command, "Action." Seung Hyun was equally nervous, eagerly anticipating the cue. As Sura portrayed the anguish of plunging into the sea, she couldn't shake off the director's harsh words. "If that's the case, it's understandable that you're just a lowly extra after 7 years in the industry." As she dipped her feet into the water, Jeonggu's hurtful question echoed in her mind, "Aren't you tired of playing supporting roles for 7 years?" Unconsciously, she recalled the offer, "Wang Sura, didn't I say that if you dine with everyone on the list, we'll turn you into a superstar? How could you give up such a golden opportunity?" At this point, the water level had risen to Sura's knees, and the haunting words continued to echo in her mind, I told you to listen to me. You won't be able to do it on your own. At least people like you still have a chance. As the water approached halfway up Sura's body, she remembered the fateful call, Sura, your parents, your mother. Those memories gradually strengthened her, eradicating her fear of the vast ocean. With each powerful wave crashing against her, Sura's gaze and demeanor captivated and excited everyone around, waiting eagerly. Seun Hian finally expressed his curiosity. Isn't this the gaze of someone who's made 10 mistakes in their acting? The director, still tense but adamant, replied, just wait and see. Seun Hian almost burst out laughing, look at you being stubborn. Yet, he couldn't stop wondering, was Sura's demeanor and tears just acting? Finally, the director's command rang out, cut. That's it. Amidst the cheers of the crew, Kyung remained silent, surprised and speechless. Her worried tone broke the silence, Sura. The director let out a sigh of relief. Why did she have to drive me crazy when she could do so well from the start? Before he could even turn off the camera, Seun Hian's loud voice was heard, wait. Hold on. He rushed like a gust of wind, while Kyung futilely shouted, no. Don't do it, Sura. Seun Hian dove into the water at full speed, leaving everyone present in shock. What's happening? I think Suji is drowning herself, isn't she? After diving to the seabed, Seun Hian quickly located the sinking point of the duo and reached out to grab Sura's hand. He swiftly clasped her wrist and pulled her out of the water, amidst Kyung's terrified screams, Sura! Wake up, Sura! You can't leave like this! Open your eyes, Sura! Seun Hian continued his rescue efforts. Seeing her weak breath, he decided to perform artificial respiration immediately. Fortunately, his strong breath helped her breathe, and after a moment of worry, Sura began to expel seawater from her body, then coughed and regained consciousness amidst Kyung's frantic questions. Sura, are you awake? Can you see me? Oh my god, Sura, you're alive. Kong Seun Hyung saved you, you're okay now. This wonderful senior sister showed absolute love and care for Sura. In response to their concern, Sura quickly tried to raise her weak arm and weakly thanked them, oh, senior. Thank you so much. Without hesitation, Seun Hyung reached out and gently comforted her hand, thank me later. They sat there, watching over her until she fully regained consciousness. Sura still had the strength to complain, it's so salty. Seun Hyung's eyes remained worried, and he gently reassured her, it's okay now. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang-su's eyes lit up with excitement when he learned that it was indeed Seun Hyung. He immediately bombarded him with questions about Director Gu, but before he could finish his sentence, he was startled to see Seun Hyung appear with a disheveled appearance. Wang-su quickly inquired, what happened? Seun Hyung swiftly replied, nothing, sorry, but could you help me with my clothes? Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Wang-su seemed extremely worried, asking if Seun Hyung had a conflict with Director Gu or if he was pushed into the sea. He expressed concern about a top star catching a cold in the middle of winter. Seun Hyung was lost in his thoughts, still recalling Sura's image. After her miraculous recovery and her comment about the saltiness of the water, he burst into laughter, much to Wang-su's curiosity. Wang-su asked if he had won against Director Gu, but Seun Hyung was still lost in his thoughts, thinking about how adorable Sura was. Perhaps the sensation of lifting her and touching her lips still stirred strong emotions within him. As he stepped out of the bathroom, he sighed tiredly, and Wang-su showed concern, asking if he had finished showering. Taking Seun Hyung's script caught his manager off guard, who quickly questioned him, why did you take the script? Wang-su, overhearing, cautiously interjected, Director Gu said if you stop resisting, you can shower and accept the role. As the manager finished speaking, he found himself assigned an important task by Seun Hyung. Why should I stay up late? Have you ever heard him speak so illogically? It's because of you that our schedule got messed up today, so that's why you have to stay up late. Wang-su sighed again, lamenting, I was planning to play poker on the 15th floor with some managers, but I guess that's off the table now. He then gave his manager two options, go or stay and shoot with me? Excitedly, Wang-su replied, I'll stay. Then, as if realizing something, he curiously asked, but what you said was a bit confusing. Seun Hyung quickly closed the script and continued, so, do you want to stay up with me tonight? Upon hearing this, the manager made a suggestion, let me escort you to the set. It was already quite late, and as they leisurely walked to the filming location, the night sky had settled in. Wang-soo suddenly realized, that's Sura's manager. Seun Hian nodded in confirmation, yes, that's right. At this moment, the assistant director suggested to Kyung, just go to room 205. Kang Seon-hurong has to shoot all night, and some staff members won't be there, so you won't feel inconvenienced. Their sudden appearance startled the two, who exclaimed, what? No rooms left in the dormitory? The assistant director was taken aback and snapped, hey, you scared the life out of me. How did you come in without making any noise? Wang Sura had finished filming, so she planned to return to her room. Her schedule was extended because she refused to complete her role. Seon-hurong expressed surprise, really? I'm sorry. Is Sura's schedule because of me? Kyung quickly intervened, it's okay. I would have been in trouble if Kang Seon-hyun didn't help me. Thank you so much. He continued apologetically, please don't say that. But, if she doesn't go to the doctor, will she be okay? Concerned, Sura's manager hastily replied, I said I would take her, but she insisted she's fine, so it should be okay. She still looks. Suddenly, Sura called out, big sister. As she peeked out and asked about the room, she caught sight of Seon Hyun and exclaimed, senior. While her manager explained they were talking about her, Seon-hurong found himself stunned, murmuring, why is she so beautiful? Then, he hurriedly asked, Wang Sura, are you okay? She shyly replied with gratitude, yes, thank you, senior, for saving me. Seeing Sura's discomfort, he consoled her, it's nothing. It's my fault you have to work another day. I'm sorry. Sura immediately brushed it off, it's really okay. The longer I stay at the film set, the happier I feel. Her naive response only impressed Seon-hurong more, thinking she was overly enthusiastic. Before leaving, he kindly reminded her that if she caught a cold, she would feel very tired the next day and should rest indoors. He received a bow from her, which couldn't have been more adorable, yes, sir. Thank you very much today. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly called out, senior. Wait a moment. There's something I want to give you, it's in the car, I'll be right back. Seon-hurong felt excited as he waited, and she quickly returned with a towel. Seeing him puzzled, Sura promptly explained, do you remember, a year ago, during the commercial shoot, you lent this to me? Surprised, he asked, I said you didn't need to return it, but you still insisted? She added, but it looked expensive. With no other option, he reluctantly accepted it, well, thank you anyway. Then came a flurry of gratitude from the girl that left him speechless, you're welcome, I'm the one who should be thankful. I didn't think you'd remember it, but thank you for noticing. This towel gave me a lot of encouragement back then. I really appreciate you. Today, I thank you again for your good performance, for all these endless things you do. Thank you for everything. Unable to bear it any longer, Seon-hurong decided to interrupt to prevent her from going on forever. That's enough, you go and rest indoors. Luckily, at that moment, Seon-hurong's manager was urging him, Seon-hurong, let's go, the director is calling. Finally, the two bid each other farewell, well then, I'm off. Alright, good luck to you. After they left, Wang-soo suddenly asked, hey, Seon-hurong, Jin Kyung seems nice. Who is she? His manager explained, she's Sura's manager, you just met her earlier. I think she's younger than me, but she's already 34 years old. Isn't she young? It's not easy for a woman to become a manager. It must be difficult for Jin Kyung. Seeing Seon-hurong brushing off the matter, Wang-soo got frustrated and questioned, why are you like this? Didn't you hear what I said? Suddenly flustered, he stammered, brother, well, actually. Then, he stopped abruptly, leaving his sentence unfinished. Before the manager could feel disappointed, he received an urgent message, you told the director that I'll be there immediately, I have to go here, then I'll be there right away. Wang-soo stood helplessly, shouting in vain, hey kid. Where are you going? I just said I'd see you off and then go play poker? In room 205, Sura was surprised by his presence. Yes? Sir, what did you say? He responded firmly, handing her the key and saying, I said sleep in my room. Sura still looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Seun Hian emphasized, Wang Sura, did you intend to wait until tomorrow to get the key? Sura replied hesitantly, oh, I didn't know. Did I mishear? Seun Hian asked mockingly, what did you hear? Before Sura could say anything, he interrupted, sleep in my room, you heard that right, not taking it? Sura looked at him suspiciously, and he also didn't understand why she was so angry. Sura yelled loudly, I'm not that type of person. Sura quickly grabbed the script despite Seun Hian's attempts to stop her. Look at me, Sura. He tried to explain, but she still refused. Seun Hian realized he had misunderstood and tried to explain again. Wang Sura, I think you misunderstood. The room is empty today, come and rest there with your manager. Sura still refused, but Seun Hian patiently explained. I filmed all night tonight, the shooting schedule extends to tomorrow, and I think you will have difficulty with the situation today. Sura understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I get it now. Before leaving, Seun Hian reminded, I left the key at the door, rest. I have to go shoot, I'm leaving now. We'll meet again tomorrow. Realizing he must have left, Sura began to reveal her embarrassment. Kyung, still unaware, cheerfully exclaimed, what a relief. We're alive again. Curious, she turned to Sura and asked, but I thought I just heard someone talking. Who came? Sitting on the ground, Sura softly replied, Sister, it's Kang Seun Hyung, the senior. How does he know I stayed up all night? The manager calmly responded, Yes, I mentioned it. Some staff have to go shoot. Hearing this, Sura shouted in embarrassment, Sister, you didn't say Kang Seun Hyung went to shoot. As they walked down the hotel corridor, they whispered, Room 1701, right? Yes, 1701. Sura nervously asked, Sister, is it really okay? Is there anyone in that room? Kyung quickly reassured her, what did he do? He said he was worried about you staying out because of him. It would be impolite not to accept. Seeing her continued concern, the manager suggested, if you don't like it, you can return it, okay? But all she received was hesitant nods from Sura. After Kyung bid farewell, okay, you go in, I'll play poker on the floor. Sura responded, yes, sister. In fact, she was quite sensitive to sleep when living with Jin Kyung, losing sleep in the first week. So, Sura had decided to stay up all night. After stepping into the room, she was drawn to its comfortable amenities. Collapsing onto the soft bed, she began to lament, so tired. The lingering scent on the pillow made her feel overwhelmed. It was the scent left by her senior. Too many things happened today. In the past few days, she had been fine, but suddenly today she felt so exhausted. She silently felt grateful, thank you. If you hadn't taken care of me, I think my mood would have been very bad, and I would have been troubled during tomorrow's shoot. And most importantly, Senior Kang Seun Hyung would be pleased that I didn't disappoint him, and I didn't want to let others down. Outside the room, Xianggu was silently observing. At the next shooting session, while Seun Hian was reading the script, a sweet voice echoed, Hello, Senior. You worked hard today. He warmly responded, Ah, Wang Sura, did you sleep well last night? How's your body? She cheerfully replied, Yes, I slept well. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Seun Hian was very pleased. All right then, I still have some free time until shooting. Would you like some coffee? Does Jin Kyung also want some? The manager was extremely surprised. How do you know my name? I heard Wang Su mention it, he honestly replied. Kyung politely responded upon hearing this, you have a good memory. Sura suddenly felt curious, Senior, where do you plan to sleep after filming? Here, he was surprised, well, it's quite cold. My back hurts, and I was planning to go back to my room, but I heard that I had some good scenes. His casual remark made her excessively tense. What about you? Aren't you catching a cold? But Seun Hian reassured her immediately, Nonsense, I sleep in my manager's room, I also sincerely apologize. Sura's eyes suddenly became embarrassed with her thoughts. Yesterday, I also thought about it, but the senior is indeed bad-tempered. Suddenly, someone's greeting surprised them. Hello, Seun Hian. Her face darkened when she realized it was Kim Chong-gu. He innocently asked, the actress next to you plays Suji, right? What's her name? Wang Sura felt a bit uncomfortable. She tried to keep calm, regretting she couldn't cover his mouth, feeling curious inside. What is he saying? Chong-gu continued unperturbed. Thanks to your scenes today. I saw it yesterday. You two must have worked all night? While Sura was about to angrily shout, Seun Hian. This information left Sura somewhat bewildered. Why? Senior, did he attend a wedding? Seun Hian's unexpected question was raised. Where did you go sightseeing yesterday? Which made him hesitate to ask again. Why? Seun Hian said, it seems like you're the only one who doesn't know I filmed until morning? Chong-gu, angered, remained silent for a moment, quickly regaining composure. He smiled slyly. After filming, I returned early to rest so I didn't hear any news. I apologize. Seun Hian replied challengingly, apology? Is that all? The tension between them began to rise. Right on time, Wang Su unexpectedly appeared, calling out, Seun Hian, why aren't you two getting ready for the shoot? Then, he greeted Kim Chong-gu warmly. Today you've had a tough time filming, huh? Then whispered to him, what are you doing? Today's a public shoot, with many journalists present. Do you want to make headlines again? Upon hearing this, he quickly suppressed his emotions with a sigh, then grabbed some food while mocking, Kim Chong-gu, marrying a member of parliament's daughter just to gain power? Wiping the sweat off. The anger of the traitor reached its peak, compounded by Kyung's mocking attitude. Oh, scared now? Some kind of expression? Go on, Sura, just leave. His rage was such that he couldn't contain it any longer and bluntly asked Sura, hey? So why did you go to Seun Hian's room? Did you stay up all night? Why? If you're involved with Seun Hian, you're in trouble. Want to see? His absurdity infuriated Kyung, who replied angrily, exactly. No need to see anything. Because I don't want things to become a mess. Sura made a strong effort to intervene. Sister, let's just go. This Kim Chong-gu's mind is so simple that it irritates me. Can't he think of something more sensible? He was still about to retort when she interrupted him. Did you forget what the senior said about wiping the sweat? Pretending to be tough? I don't know how that brain of yours remembers the script. Initially, he seemed excited, even taunting, impressive indeed. But very quickly, his body tensed up with anger, growling, Wang Sura. You're quite something. If you're good at something, just stay put. On the beach later, everyone was busy preparing for the next scene. The director was reminding a few small notes to the actors. The story has changed slightly, so I'll explain. All the dialogues for the beach walk scene will be removed, and a different voiceover will be used. It doesn't matter what you say while walking since the sound will be muted, but I'll focus on the emotions, especially Suji. The character still doesn't know anything, so she just needs to smile happily. That's the scene where Suji will recall memories, ultimately deciding to commit suicide, so you shouldn't show any sadness or happiness. Wang Sura widened her eyes and quickly responded, yes. The two of them will talk face to face, capturing emotions, and then move on to the scene where they hug each other. They will hug each other as a couple. I'll add details later. The director added instructions. The two of them replied in unison, yes. The director still seemed somewhat worried about something. He said, Miss Wang Sura. Upon hearing her name, she replied, yes. Suddenly, he noticed Seun Hian's gaze at him, so he quickly changed the subject. Oh, no need, just learn the lines and start shooting. Sura politely replied, yes. While Seun Hian stood silently, puzzled, why looking at me if you want to ask her? Quickly, Seun Hian and Sura stood in position to prepare for the shoot. The assistant came to touch up Seun Hian's makeup, while Sura was also attended to, enhancing her beauty. The director announced through the walkie-talkie, "Ready. Yo-jin, Suji, get into position." At this moment, Suji was extremely nervous. "Oh my, I'm so worried." Seun Hian took the initiative to pull her closer. She looked at him with a surprised expression. "Senior looks so relaxed." "That's right, the partner actor isn't Kang Seun Hian, but Suji's lover Yo-jin. It feels like we're really in love." She reminded herself not to make the same mistakes as yesterday. The director shouted, "Action!" Camera starts rolling. Both of them strolled along the beach happily like a real couple in love. To create genuine emotions and reduce Sura's anxiety, she initiated a conversation with Seun Hian. "This is our first time, so I'm worried. I don't know what the director will say about our scene where we talk to each other." He smiled and instructed her not to talk too much, just to be herself. "You didn't have breakfast this morning. If you had this in the evening, then have that for dinner." "That's it," he said, smiling. "Oh, I didn't mean to say that," Sura replied with a smile. She immediately followed his advice, leaned on his shoulder, and said, "Yeah, that's right. What are you having for dinner tonight?" Seun Hian was extremely surprised but followed along with the random dialogue. "Yeah, I want to have pork with tteokbokki sauce, like how it's served in those fast food restaurants." Sura, curious, exclaimed loudly, "Really? What's that dish?" He asked her back if she had never tried it before, saying it's delicious. Finally, the camera captured the moment of affection and happiness between them. The director, observing, couldn't help but praise them for their excellent performance. The conversation between the two is not over yet. Seun Hian told that he has a question. "It seems like you and Kim Young-won have met before, so did Mi Young also come as a guest after that wedding?" The question struck her like lightning, leaving her stunned as she asked, "Why?" In her heart, there arose a sense of unease. Did he see it? Sura hesitated. Did you see it?" Seun Hian looked at her and replied, "I think I did." Glancing over, she noticed that her emotions had flown away. Gathering all her confidence, she said, I was just a little curious. How do you two know each other?" "You and Mi Young," he replied. However, deep down, she felt differently. "I'm sorry. Actually, it's the first time in my life that I've seen that scene in a restaurant. But I didn't know you and her were acquainted before. I didn't see." At that time, at the restaurant, Seun Hian introduced our fathers as friends. Sura silently thought that if the conversation continued, she might be in danger, so she cleverly shifted to another topic. I should be upset now, but the problem is I can't control my emotions." Seun Hian was very comforting, saying, "You did well controlling your emotions and expressions yesterday." She was astonished by his reassuring words. Seun Hian continued, "May I ask what you were thinking at that time?" Sura trembled as she uttered, She had to struggle with herself. She couldn't tell the truth, but those vague thoughts. She decided to be honest. "It's just that I've been introduced for a few years now, but why am I like this? Why am I so foolish?" Those thoughts. Seun Hian stood there, contemplating, and gently recounted. To explain it would take too long. "One day, I went to shoot a commercial to earn some extra money. And that day was the worst. The director went crazy. Have you heard of Lee In-sung?" Sura was surprised to hear him mention it. That director is famous. He continued to confide, "At that time, I thought I was going to hit him. The lead actor in the commercial asked for my name, but I didn't have any reputation at that time. The person who asked for my name, I didn't want people to know my name, so I decided." She stood still for a few seconds, suddenly realizing, "And me also?" Seun Hian didn't say a word, just looked at her intensely with poignant eyes. She felt shy and thought to herself, "What's this? How is this possible? Tomorrow I have to return to that miserable life." I know those loving eyes looking at me are just acting. But I want time to stop. I don't want to let go of this hand. If only I were Haejim, not Suji the female lead, how wonderful it would be. Her eyes were on the verge of tears, she was about to let go and turn away, but Seun Hian quickly pulled her back and hugged her tightly. Everything felt so real, and Sura's cheeks flushed red. He whispered in her ear, "Look, you did it." Her voice blended with the sound of the waves. "Thank you so much, Senior, for asking my name, for paying attention throughout the shoot. I will always remember." Seun Hian looked into her innocent eyes and said, "If you cherish it, you will succeed. If we could meet again as co-stars, it would be wonderful," she said with a happy smile. Watching Seun Hian hesitating as if he wanted to say something, she waited expectantly. "Perhaps," he said, lightly touching her cheek. Sura widened her eyes in astonishment and asked, "Why?" He boldly inquired, "Have you ever kissed anyone before?" She was extremely surprised, hesitant, and replied, "Kiss? I've never kissed anyone before, but maybe now I think I could." Seun Hian smiled at her words, leaning closer to her. Sura closed her eyes to begin to feel, her mind becoming chaotic. Finally, Seun Hian lightly kissed her forehead, leaving her pleasantly surprised by his unexpected gesture. Seun Hian gently said, "I really can't wait, Sura. Please don't cry too much." As Sura returned home, she was still lost in the dream from earlier. Jin Kyung, noticing her standing still like a lost soul, hurriedly asked, "Sura, have you finished packing?" She suddenly woke up from her reverie and replied, "Oh, yes. It's just a one-day trip, so I didn't bring much." Kyung noticed a program and told Sura, "Look, they must be here to interview the lead actor for that entertainment news." There was a chair set up in the middle of the stage, and Sura instinctively asked, "Sister, when will I get to sit there?" Jin Kyung chuckled and asked, "Why? Are you jealous?" She confessed sincerely, "No, not at all. I'm just a little frustrated. Why can't I get tired even after running so much?" Jin Kyung hugged her and kept encouraging her, "Then just work harder. Don't you want to experience the feeling of exhaustion?" Sura innocently asked, "Exhaustion? Aren't you the one who's so tired that you can't stand?" Jin Kyung empathized with her experiences, just like drinking a glass of cold water and continuing to run. "I've been training for endurance for 7 years now. So let's start with the first place banana, shall we?" Sura leaned her head on Kyung's shoulder, finding a solid support. Suddenly, her sister's face changed to one of shock. "What? Wait a minute." On stage now was a handsome young man, Kim Chong-gu. Jin Kyung, with a grim expression, said, "You see what I didn't want to see before leaving. He's such a cheapskate, extremely cheap. Let's go, Sura. If I look at him any longer, my eyes will rot." Sura hurriedly responded, "Yes," but she still lingered to have a look. To her surprise, Kang Seun Hian also appeared on stage, and he and everyone else happily chatted. Seun Hian's smile was even brighter than the stage lights. A sudden stream of thoughts emerged in Sura's mind. Strange, the man who stood near me just a moment ago now seems so distant. No, I forgot momentarily because he was only polite to me. In reality, he's in a very different position. That's why. He's famous for his tall stature and handsome face. He's a talented actor who can portray perfection, perhaps sensing beauty without needing his permission, touching a Hallyu star adored by fans across Asia. Maybe our lives and paths will never intersect again. Yes, until yesterday, that was reality. Why? Sura blushed as she remembered the intimate moment with him and quickly fanned herself to dispel the embarrassment. I must be crazy. What was I thinking? Jin Kyung, confused, asked, "What are you doing, Wang Sura?" Sura quickly turned back, replying, "Oh, nothing, just coming." But in her heart, she still harbored many thoughts. Strange, the feeling of regret is because I still have emotions for Suji's role? If not, then. The filming session also concluded thereafter, with the adorable host smiling gratefully and expressing heartfelt thanks to the guests, all 3 of them. Despite being very busy, you still participated in this interview. I'm truly grateful. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. The crew members immediately began packing up the equipment. Great job, everyone! I'll take care of the machinery. Meanwhile, Seun Hian hurriedly looked around to find someone, feeling worried as he wondered, has Wang Sura come back to Seoul yet? He returned to his apartment late at night. The building manager, Wang Su, informed him from the hallway, I'll wake you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You've had a hard day today. Seun Hian politely replied, yes, thank you. Please rest. Stepping into his room, his tiredness was evident on his face. Shooting from morning till night, and continuing until 11 p.m. the next day. Was Director Gu some sort of supernatural being? He glanced at his beloved bed, surprised to find everything neat and tidy. He usually made his bed before shooting to ensure a good rest, but this was too clean. His room was tidier than ever. Entering the bathroom, he gently turned on the shower, water splashing everywhere. Indeed, even in the act of showering, a handsome man exuded a captivating charm. Images of Sura kept appearing in his mind, every expression, every little detail on her face, he remembered vividly. Even the innocent, naive smile of a girl. He quickly turned off the shower, droplets continuing to drip down from his head. He stood still like a statue for a long while, lost in that vague longing. The next morning at the filming location, a desperate cry echoed through the set, and everyone rushed back, asking, Kong Seun Hian. Seun Hian. Wang Su hurriedly ran back, asking, are you okay? Another supporting actor appeared, holding a wooden stick, continuously explaining, are you okay? It seems like I hit you. I'm sorry. They said to do it like this during rehearsals. Seun Hian politely interjected, no, it's my fault for not paying attention. I'm sorry for scaring you. Wang Su kept pressing, are you sure you're okay? He returned, yes, I'm fine. His hand was stained with blood, causing the manager to panic, blurting out, Director, we need to take Seun Hian to the hospital immediately. The director agreed, all right, take him to the hospital first, then see if he wants to continue shooting. Wang Su quickly assured, we'll be back soon. The one who caused the accident was trembling, apologizing repeatedly. Wang Su exerted all his strength to rush Seun Hian to the hospital as quickly as possible. Wang Su intended to ask something more, but Seun Hian quickly diverted, we're almost at the hospital. Upon arrival, he confidently strode away, leaving the manager lamenting in despair, hey! I'm talking to you. What's going on? Are you afraid I'll find out what you're thinking? Seun Hian whined, come on, I'm in pain. Let's talk later. Wang Su, infuriated, shouted, do you think I don't know you're pretending to be hurt to avoid me? Is that fake blood? He challenged calmly, do you want to find out? Real or fake? The manager, resembling Conan, deduced sharply, according to my keen reasoning, your life has been turned upside down since leaving Busan. More precisely, since Wang Sura who traveled with Jin Kyung left Busan. Seun Hian chose to remain silent, offering no explanation. Wang Su confidently asserted, you think I'm right, don't you? Seun Hian stared at Wang Su, making him feel a bit intimidated. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Seun Hian smirked, don't you know you just revealed a weakness? Wang Su was utterly confused, what? What did I do? Seun Hian coyly replied, I don't know, you're the one who knows. The manager, annoyed, asked sharply, what do you mean? Seun Hian teased, why do you keep mentioning Jin Kyung? Is her name always on your mind? Wang Su blushed furiously, frantically explaining, no, it's just that Jin Kyung is like a manager, you know? We play poker together in the group because she always goes with Wang Sura, so I remembered her. Seeing Seun Hian's lack of response, he awkwardly asked, hey, Kong Seun Hian, are you listening? In Seun Hian's mind, the name of a girl always appeared Wang Sura. It couldn't be denied. Meanwhile, at the general hospital, the doctor was updating Seun Hian's condition. The wound isn't too deep, it won't leave a scar. However, you should still be careful and avoid overexerting yourself in the next couple of days. Wang Su breathed a sigh of relief, that's lucky. Seun Hian sat there, worried about the next 2 or 3 days. He didn't know if Director Gu would sympathize with his situation. However, upon learning that the director had instructed Seun Hian, you should rest for 3 days to focus on healing, Seun Hian felt a sense of relief. The two of them stood staring at the director, causing him to be startled. What's wrong with you two? Wang Su, surprised, thought to himself, I thought he would ask me to shoot a few scenes without any action, but I didn't expect him to give me 3 days off. Not long ago, Wang Sura was also injured. I wonder if he cared about her too. As darkness fell, he and the manager returned to their familiar apartment. In the room, Wang Su was deeply engrossed in jotting down something. Seun Hian curiously asked what he was grumbling about. Wang Su replied, Seun Hian, if you're shooting the men program on Wednesday, you should change it to the day after tomorrow instead. The director asked, can I change the schedule to next Wednesday? Since the topic of men is quite relaxed, it won't affect your injury. After hearing this, Seun Hian could only remain silent in exhaustion. You're not even giving me time to rest. I might have to find a new manager. Wang Su felt happy hearing this. Thanks if you do that. Then I'll change the schedule. Take a rest. I'll make some drinks. Seun Hian was about to intervene. Hold on, let me. A while later, Wang Su came back with a bunch of barley drinks, enjoying them while watching TV with delight. Seun Hian felt uncomfortable and asked why he was sitting here drinking. Don't you need a quiet space to rest? Wang Su pointed at himself and said, you may be able to deceive everyone else, but you can't fool me. Upon hearing this, Seun Hian stood in stunned silence, then blurted out, oh my god, I can't deceive him no matter what. What were you going to say, Wang Su? He was drinking beer, glancing at him, then suddenly slammed the beer can onto the table as if asserting something. They sat in silence for a while before Wang Su gathered the courage to confess, I really admire Jin Kyung. I know her quite well enough to give reasons for liking her. I think someone who is fascinated by her job is really attractive, an ideal type, isn't it? Sung offered some suggestions for Wang Su to convey to her, then suggested exchanging phone numbers. Wang Su, feeling discouraged, said, how can I convey it over the phone? If I want to say something, I have to meet her in person. Oh, actually, even if we meet, I wouldn't know what to say. Let's stop this conversation here. Sung continued, what about you and Wang Sura? How far have you and Kong Seun Hian progressed to the point where he's so distracted during filming? He quickly sought an excuse to evade, what's the matter? Why are two grown men playing this game? It's ridiculous. Seun Hian angrily retorted, don't change the subject. You know you're not like that, except when you have work issues, right? It seemed like Wang Su hit the nail on the head with Seun Hian, so he didn't protest but just shrugged as if hinting at something, maybe you've encountered it too. Wang Su gleefully remarked, see? I knew it. Seun Hian, puzzled, asked why he was so excited. Wang Su switched to his managerial mode and advised him sternly, you're not a 90s idol anymore, you're grown up now. I don't want to prevent you from dating, but don't make it too obvious. If the public finds out, it will affect your work, and that won't be good for either of you. Seun Hian, feeling uncomfortable, asked, but why do you keep nagging me like this? He listed a series of reasons why the advice given could support him in his work but reminded him to be careful. I'm afraid you'll spiral out of control and cause a lot of trouble at work if you continue to act like you have been recently. He sat there, pondering over the words of his manager. After the conversation, both of them resolved the issues they had. Wang Su became happier as well. One morning in the bustling city, with traffic hustling on the streets, Sura lay sprawled in the car like someone lacking vitality. Jin Kyung looked at her and said, have a productive workday. Half asleep, Sura replied, you too, sis. She spoke to her in a state of sleep deprivation. Jin Kyung worriedly asked, are you okay? Since filming the scene in Busan, maybe you've been in the water too long, and it has affected your health. Let's go to the hospital together to get checked. Sura smiled brightly and said, I'm fine, sis. We've been filming that movie for 3 weeks now, and I've been following his activities on almost all social media platforms. Jin Kyung cheerfully suggested, Sura, do you remember that wonderful cafe we used to go to? Do you want to drop by and have some coffee to wake us up? She answered, do you mean at the Eden Cafe? Sura and Kyung were moving upstairs. When they got there, she was very surprised because it was the weekend, so it wasn't very crowded. Sura gently replied, I rented it out. Kyung proactively said, I'll go get the drinks. Sura was glued to her phone screen, engrossed in the game, which was very challenging. The game app kept playing failure notifications, and she was so frustrated that she pressed her face close to the screen. I won't stop until I solve it. Kyung returned with the drinks, and Sura irritably said, Sis, you came at the wrong time. Can you play this round for me? I really can't. Suddenly, she froze for 5 seconds. The person sitting in front of her wasn't Kyung but Seun Hian. He gently took her phone and asked, What's wrong? Is this an optical illusion? Or a maze? Sura was so shocked she went blank, confused. What's going on? Am I dreaming? I thought Senior Kang Seun Hian was supposed to be filming in Busan. She shrank back, watching him play the game. Just hearing him speak was enough to make her flustered. Seun Hian hesitantly asked, Can I play another round? She replied, Sure, but what are you doing here? He said, I have some work to do here. Then he focused back on the game. The two of them sat in silence, not saying a word to each other. To break the awkward atmosphere, Seun Hian started to open up, the thing I like. He hesitated for a moment and then continued, that thing is. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, seemingly very eager for his answer. Sura was extremely surprised when he mentioned her. He sat still like a statue, gazing at her, then smiled mysteriously, I. Suddenly, he stood up, slammed his hand on the table, handed her phone back to her, and turned to leave. Sura picked up her phone to see what was happening. He had entered his phone number into her phone. Kyung smiled admiringly, that was perfect. What just happened? Kang Seun Hian, what the heck does he eat to talk so coolly? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Did you see that? I've got goosebumps. Seeing Sura sitting with her head down on the table, Kyung waved her hand and asked, Hey Wang Sura, are you listening to me? At this point, she snapped back to reality and asked, What, you saw it? Kyung smiled and said, Was my acting good? Should I quit being a manager and switch to being an actress? Sura stammered, What just happened? Kyung gently asked, You know Kang Seun Hian's manager, Wang Su, right? Sura answered, bewildered, yes. She began her story, when I was in Busan, I exchanged phone numbers with him. He contacted me a few times after I returned to Seoul, but yesterday he suddenly called me and said that Kang Seun Hian got injured while filming. Sura was extremely worried upon hearing this. What? Why? Kyung decisively pointed at her and said, It's because of you. Sura, shocked, asked, Why me? Because of me? Kyung had to reveal the truth. Why? It's probably because he kept thinking about you and got distracted during filming. Wang Su said that it has reached the level of an accident, so he made a reservation for the two of you today. She blushed and asked, What do you mean he lost focus because of me? Kyung keenly noticed, You're smiling, haven't you heard? He asked if you remember or think about him. Anyway, sorry for not telling you beforehand, but he came back to shoot a magazine photo shoot. I didn't know his schedule, so I'm not sure about this meeting. Sura quickly interrupted, Wait a minute, so you're saying that Senior Kang Seun Hian got injured because he was thinking about me and lost focus? And he also asked if I remember him? What? Kyung confirmed, yes, that's what he said. Sura began to realize the situation, so that means Senior Kang Seun Hian. Kyung smiled admiringly, that was perfect. You still can't believe it, can you? She helplessly had to confirm once again, yes, it's true. Sura's face turned bright red. She looked very shocked about this. Oh, what should I do? Taking the opportunity, Kyung said to her, What should you do? Pick up the phone and call him. I'm sure Kang Seun Hian will answer right away. Then tell him that you miss him a lot too. Honestly, if you didn't have those thoughts, I wouldn't have arranged this meeting. After filming, you secretly talked with Kang Seun Hian too, right? At this point, Sura had to admit, well. Her thoughts ran through her mind, this is an unexpectedly interesting experience. Seun Hian, the person I met on set, is wonderful and perfect. But in this matter, he's similar to Kim Chong-gu. There's no one in the world as caring, kind, and attractive as he is. I can't imagine he's like that. Of course, Senior Seun Hian might be different, but I still don't have the courage to face or confirm it. The conversation between the two fell into silence. When they got home, Kyung happily announced, "Sura, look, since it's the beginning of the year, there are lots of casting announcements. The upcoming movie looks pretty good, what do you think? And director Lim Jo's work at the end of the year is also very promising." Contrary to her manager's excitement, Sura just stared at her phone. Her face showed determination, but within 3 seconds, she reverted to being a shy girl. Sura sadly put her phone down. Seeing this, Kyung took her phone and said, "Give it to me," then casually typed a message for her, "Contact me." Sura pleaded, "Please, don't." As soon as she finished, she quickly took her phone back. Kyung seriously shared, "Come on, didn't he tell you to contact him? If not, then forget him. Why make yourself suffer?" Sura sat in a corner, slowly expressing her feelings. "I'm so worried, I don't know what to do." Kyung looked at her sadly, finally deciding to sit down and hug her, saying, "Sura, I understand, but don't you think Seun Hian is a good person? He cares, has feelings, and is kind too." Suddenly, old memories flooded her mind. At first, Kim Chong-gu was like that too. He pretended to be kind and perfect in every way, as if there was no one else like him in the world, and you didn't even realize it. Kyung defended, "Hey, that's not true. If that garbage Kim Chong-gu could act in front of a camera, he would have won a K-Net award by now." She softened her tone and said, "Anyway, the conclusion is, if you're attracted to Seun Hian but don't trust him yet, you don't have to date him right away. Just keep in touch and get to know each other slowly." Sura said something that made her choke up, "But if it's not that case, then what should I do?" Immediately, the other changed her approach. "Hey, don't say that. Let's have a drink. Who knows, maybe alcohol will give you the courage to call him." She hesitantly agreed and made the call while drinking, even more impolite, and she didn't know what to say. Kyung kept encouraging her, "Why not? Just say you miss him. How about drinking to gather some courage?" She consistently refused, "I won't drink, sis." However, her sister continued to persuade her, "Don't worry. If you call him and say something silly, I'll stop you." Jia teased her to the point where she couldn't hold back her laughter. The problem lay there. After a while of persuasion, she stubbornly insisted that she didn't want to. Somehow, in the end, her older sister also got tipsy. "What are you doing? Drink more." Surprisingly, Sura's alcohol tolerance was even higher than Kyung's. She kept babbling and calling. Kyung encouraged her, "Come on, I'll drink, you drink too. Don't pretend to be drunk and then fall asleep like that." Her sister, almost intoxicated, advised Sura not to push her anymore. Sura felt helpless, sitting still for a few seconds before lying down on the bed, complaining about feeling dizzy. Eventually, she realized that she still hadn't called her senior all day. "Anyway, I have to do it to avoid keeping him waiting too long to call, right? Okay, who answers the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning? Or should I text?" She rolled back and forth, contemplating until nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Her expression was adorable. At exactly 3 a.m., Sura made a decision. "Okay, I'll text." Gathering her courage, she picked up her phone. If she sent it, he would see it in the morning, making it difficult for him to avoid, as he would just be waking up. In any case, the message would last until she was sober again. She meticulously composed each word. "Senior, it's Sura." After finishing the message, she still seemed hesitant, contemplating. Then the moment arrived, the message had been sent. Just after sending it, she felt so embarrassed that she buried her face in the pillow and exclaimed, "I sent it." Then, she took a deep breath to calm herself down. "Time to sleep. I've done what I needed to do. I'll deal with everything in the morning. Time to sleep." Just as she closed her eyes for a moment, the phone rang, startling Sura awake. She quickly reached for her phone, her face filled with surprise as her eyes fixed on the screen without blinking, an incoming call from Senior Seun Hian. She became flustered, wondering what to do. If she didn't answer, would it be okay? After some hesitation, she decided to press the answer button. A soft voice greeted her with a hello from the other end of the line, but there was no response. Seung gathered her courage to speak, but before she could say anything, Seun Hian asked if she was drunk. His voice seemed to transport her soul into a dreamy space. It sounded so nice. She calmly asked, "How did you know?" Seun Hian replied, "You messaged me." I didn't understand anything. Seung was astonished. "Oh, really? I was so careful when I sent it." "How did you wake up?" He answered, "I haven't slept yet." "Are you outside?" She gently responded, "No, I'm at home." He curiously asked what her plans were for tomorrow. Seung replied that she didn't have any plans. He spontaneously made an appointment. "Let's meet tomorrow to clarify what you messaged me." After hearing that they were going to meet tomorrow, Seung was utterly surprised. Why did Seun Hian keep teasing her like this? Did she swear in her messages? Seung quickly denied it, insisting she wouldn't dare. Seun Hian reassured her that he would send the address and time for their meeting tomorrow. Hearing this, Seung shouted out loud, "Wait a minute." A prolonged silence followed, leaving her stunned. What just happened? She trembled, pondering how she would manage tomorrow. Surely, she would have trouble sleeping tonight. Early the next morning, the weather forecast announced, "Next is the weather forecast for today. It is predicted to snow heavily in the Gyeonggi and Seoul areas, but due to high temperatures, the weather will be slightly cold for those going out." Back at the familiar cafe, Seung arrived very early to wait. Thankfully, she woke up before the appointed time. She rushed because she feared being late, arriving half an hour early, but suddenly, her sister Jin Kyung called. She quickly answered, "Yes, sister?" Kyung asked anxiously if she was outside. Seung replied, "I just arrived." Kyung couldn't believe how quickly things were unfolding and asked where she was. Seung, a bit suspicious, wondered if Kyung was meeting a colleague. She noticed Kyung was dressed nicely today and found it suspicious. "Do you have a boyfriend?" she asked. Caught off guard, Kyung immediately denied it, saying, "What? Why would you think that? Do you think I have time for men? I'm always by your side." Seung seemed to sense something. "Now you're panicking, aren't you?" she said. "So, you do have a boyfriend." Kyung continued to deny it, saying she wasn't. But a waving hand made her feel awkward. Hey, hang up," she said. "Meet me at Seung's house." Seung looked at the phone, feeling suspicious. Analyzing Jin Kyung's recent behavior, she might have given her number to Wang-soo in Busan, and they might still be in touch when she returned to Seoul, but there were no signs. So maybe not. Now she should worry about what's going to happen to her. As she pondered, she reapplied some lipstick to freshen up, adjusted her hair in front of the camera, and tried to style it. "There, I still have plenty of time. Let's take a picture." Suddenly, her eyes widened. Seun Hian was standing behind her. When did he get there? "Hi," he greeted gently, leaning in close, his eyes sparkling sweetly. "Why did you arrive so early?" Seung was so embarrassed she couldn't even look up. She always acted strangely in front of him. You're here," she managed to say. He sat down politely and said, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." She quickly replied, "No, not at all. It's not time yet, and besides, you don't look like a celebrity at all." She chose a topic to talk about. "It's snowing heavily. Did you have any trouble on the way here?" But he turned the question around on her. "Seung, have you ever taken a speeding taxi during the day?" She was surprised. "No, I haven't." "Why do you ask?" She thought she might get a sweet response, but he just suggested she try it next time. "It's convenient for getting to appointments," he said. "Ben does the same." She chuckled, "You're right, but you only got a bland response." And with that, the conversation hit a dead end. She thought to herself, this is so awkward. She glanced up at him discreetly and noticed his eyes always seemed to be on her. She quickly looked away, thinking, why is he staring at me like that? Suddenly, he called out, startling her. "Hey," he said, causing her to jump. Yes, she replied nervously. Seun Hian reminded her about last night and asked her to explain the message from yesterday if she was awake now. Sura was stunned, recalling last night. He handed her his phone, saying, "I don't understand what you were trying to say." She took the phone, her face full of confusion. Weird, I checked it carefully before sending it to him, she thought. Her expression changed drastically, and her hands started trembling. Is this the message I sent? She could only gasp, oh my gosh, did I send this? The message read, Senior, I'm sorry for bothering you at this hour. I am Wang Sura. I am very happy and grateful that you took care of me, but at the same time, I feel a bit awkward. In fact, I just went through something very hurtful not long ago, so I might need some time to feel better and to see who is truly sincere with me. Can you just be a senior who takes care of a junior? If so, that would be wonderful. Thank you for reading this message. She was mortified, whispering, oh my god, I sent this? Sura couldn't believe it. How could I write something so long after getting drunk? Is this real? Even if I drink a lot, I thought I wouldn't get drunk. Obviously, I was wrong. She lowered her head and handed the phone back to him. I'm really sorry. I didn't think I'd do something so stupid. Seun Hian looked at her, still searching for answers. You wrote it yourself, so you should be able to explain it, right? Sura hesitated. Well, you were sitting right across from me, waiting for an answer, she thought, fearfully deliberating her words. She couldn't help but imagine Seun Hian's handsome face, which kept appearing in her mind. It might have been a polite way to say no, but when I met you, I felt something, she confessed, her voice trembling slightly. Sura couldn't bring herself to speak. Seun Hian observed her actions and then sat back, reflecting. I don't know what you're trying to say, but you don't need to give me a long answer, he said gently. I just have one question for you. I often think about you and miss you. What about you? Sura was stunned by the straightforward question, thinking to herself, it's a question that shouldn't be worrisome. I think about him every day after filming, to the point where I mistakenly believe the person in front of me is just a breeze growing stronger in my heart. But how will he react if I say that? I'm both scared and curious. What should I do in the end? She continued to remain silent, unable to confess her feelings. Both of them fell back into an awkward silence. Seun Hian recalled the conversation with Wang Su earlier that morning. Wang Su had been genuinely surprised when he found out. What? She said that and then hung up? So, you're meeting Sura today? Seun Hian replied, I sent her the address and time this morning, so I'll go to the studio directly at noon. Wang Su had shared his honest thoughts. Seun Hian, it's still too early for you to say those things. Do you think Sura will accept? Seun Hian confidently replied, I don't think so. Wang Su, filled with questions, asked, aren't you afraid that Wang Sura will reject you? Hian remained steadfast, no, I'm not. Frustrated, Wang Su exclaimed, look at you. That's why I said it. I also think that when you confess, there's no way she won't respond positively. Wang Su had given some advice earlier, saying, everyone has a different approach. Maybe you don't need to worry, but Wang Sura might not be the same. These words made Seun Hian reflect and feel a bit anxious. After a period of silence between them, Sura finally spoke up, Senior, hi. Just then, the phone rang, interrupting her. Seun Hian quickly apologized, I'm sorry. She forced a smile, it's okay. He decided, I should answer this, otherwise it won't be good. He started the conversation, hello, no, I haven't asked yet. Of course not. She sat there, listening to the entire phone call. Who is it? She wondered. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, saying, I'm here. I didn't even know the name of the cafe, so I was wandering around. Seun Hian was taken aback. Why did you suddenly come? How am I supposed to handle this? Sura, surprised, thought to herself, he looks so old-fashioned. The friend replied, I've been waiting for a long time. You didn't call, so I didn't know if your phone died or something. Seun Hian, feeling a bit frustrated, asked, I did call, what are you talking about? His friend casually sat down, laughing. Come on, let's go over here. Sura felt a vague familiarity with the person in front of her, but no matter how much she thought, she couldn't remember. The stranger noticed her confusion and took the initiative to introduce himself. Oh my, it seems like you know me? Anyway, it's our first meeting, so should I introduce myself a bit? Nice to meet you, I'm Jang Min-sung, director of some of the most famous music videos. Seun Hian interjected, is that really necessary? Sura quickly stood up, smiling brightly, oh, yes, nice to meet you. I'm Wang Sura. The two shook hands, getting acquainted. Min-sung responded warmly, yes, nice to meet you too. Sura silently noted to herself, he's more friendly than I thought. Jang Min-sung used to be a model, and now he's the director of numerous impressive music videos. That's really impressive. She marveled aloud, wow, you're really talented. Curious, she asked, why did you come here? Min-sung, seeming somewhat oblivious, replied, right, it's an honor, isn't it? I'm very honored. He shook her hand repeatedly as he spoke. Seun Hian, noticing Sura's discomfort, asked, are you okay? Sura, looking downcast, questioned, Senior, how did things turn out this way? He quickly tried to explain, I'm sorry. Actually, I wanted to ask your opinion first before, well, you see, the truth is. Min Seon interrupted their conversation, don't talk about that anymore, Wang Sura. She startled and replied, yes. He extended his hand and asked her, Wang Sura, do you want to be famous? Hearing about fame, her eyes lit up like car headlights. The thing is, Director Jang had a big problem last night. No, it's not like that. He angrily slammed the table. Immediately, Seun Hian gently asked, what is it? Min Seon shouted in despair, that character. He seemed to be too familiar with this, muttering, not again. Director Jang clutched his head as if he was about to go mad. Impossible. When we met, everything was fine, but why did they only do well then? They didn't do anything during the filming, though. I think I only got 100 views. He asked curiously, whose film is it? Min Seon replied, Seun Hian, do you know that movie too? Idol Min Seon continued to complain, the comeback is coming soon, I'm going crazy. I thought the audition would go smoothly, but who knew there would be a problem? He asked with concern, what's wrong with the role? Min Seon, furious, replied, it's not the role but the uprising. A woman with a deep emotional wound finds new love, but because of her deep wound, she's afraid to love again. She's attracted to the new love but too scared to accept it. She's about to give up but keeps thinking about that person. But no actor can express that emotion. Of course, I'll find another actor. Even if I can find the old one, there are plenty of new faces out there. After hearing Director Jang's script, he sat deep in thought. A woman with a deep emotional wound? The role of Suji is somewhat similar to this character. Even under harsh conditions, Director Gu was very strict about acting skills. I think she could do well in this role. He then suggested to his friend, I know someone, but... Min Seon perked up and asked, really? Who? Seun Hian confidently replied, Wang Sura. This left Min Seon momentarily stunned. He quickly went online to look up information about this girl. Wang Sura? Just a moment. Meanwhile, Seun Hian read a message on his phone that made him ponder. Min Seon suddenly exclaimed, making him very curious, do you know her? What's up? Min Seon hesitated for a few seconds before responding, she's attractive, but she seems a bit too old for this role. Seun Hian was shocked, what? If you think she's too old, how old do you want her to be? Give it a rest. Even if your work involves societal standards, the search results show Wang Sura, a culinary expert born in 1956, a female Korean actress from E! Company. He silently questioned if Min Seon was really this incompetent or just didn't think things through. Finally, Min Seon found the correct person, there's an actress with the same name. Is this her? Actress Wang Sura. Her profile picture looks fine, but she doesn't have any standout works. How do you know her to recommend her to me? Seun Hian replied, we filmed together before. Min Seon pondered, really? If Seun Hian thinks it's okay, then it probably is. He then turned to Seun Hian and asked, have I met her before? Seun Hian explained, at Mi-young's wedding, the one who was eating soup and wearing glasses. Min Seon was surprised, what? That was her? Oh my, that's an unusual connection. It seems like there's something between you two. You have feelings for her, don't you? Seun Hian quickly denied it, no, but I kind of wish I did. Min Seon felt embarrassed for him, oh my, Seun Hian, really? Come on, say something, do something. Seun Hian, feeling panicked, responded, all right, stop it. Just then, a notification sound from a phone rang out, waking Director Jang from his daze. He looked over and saw Seun Hian sleeping soundly, mumbling to himself, when did he fall asleep? I was listening to the love story of a Hallyu star. Director Jang noticed the message wasn't his, Seun Hian, you have a message. Half awake, Seun Hian responded, yeah. Min Seon stood there, unsure of what to do, don't you want to read it? What if it's from someone you want to hear from? Hearing that, Seun Hian immediately sprang up as if there were a spring behind him. Min Seon teased him, no private notification or anything. Seun Hian sat reading the message from Sura, sorry for texting you so late, I'm Wang Sura. It's an honor to have your guidance. He stared at the phone in surprise as he continued reading, actually, I recently went through something very hurtful, so I might need some time to feel better and figure out if someone is genuinely sincere with me. Can you be just a senior who looks after a junior? If you could, that would be great. Reading this part, he felt puzzled. What is this, he thought. Director Jang's curiosity was as clear as day, what are you talking about? Seun Hian decided to call Sura, did she fall asleep while sending the message? On the other end, a voice said, hello. That sweet, melodious voice made his heart flutter. She quickly said, senior. He worriedly asked, why? Sura was surprised, huh? How do you know? He explained, you sent me a message. I don't understand any of it. Min Seon still couldn't believe it. Really? It's her? Sura nervously said, that's strange. I was careful when I pressed send. Did I wake you up? He replied, no, I haven't slept yet. Are you outside? His friend standing beside him kept laughing. You haven't slept, huh? Seun Hian, trying to handle the annoying friend while talking on the phone, said, so, what are you doing tomorrow? Let's meet to clear up what you sent me. I'll send you the time and place tomorrow. Min Seon couldn't stop teasing, you're such a man. Seun Hian, you're so cool. Embarrassed, he turned and asked, there wouldn't be any problem if you just went to sleep, right? He asked again, but anyway, you're meeting her tomorrow, right? It's better to meet the person introduced from outside, isn't it? Seun Hian declined, no, not tomorrow, another time. Ignoring Seun Hian's words, he continued, what should I wear tomorrow? I should leave a good impression on our first meeting, right? Did I show you the jacket I bought from Mark? Seun Hian exclaimed in desperation, hey. Jang Min Seon, no. Don't go tomorrow. He laughed and said, right. Wearing that jacket is the best choice. Can't wait. Seun Hian, feeling helpless, said, I told you not to come tomorrow, did you hear me? Returning to reality, when thinking about the reason for this three-way meeting, Min Seon chuckled nervously and said, that's right, that's why I came here. Sura laughed in bewilderment, yes. Min Seon conversed with her as if they were close friends, I'm also curious about you. Honestly, does Seun Hian only introduce talented people? Upon hearing his name, Seun Hian immediately interjected, what? It's just something I should do. Those words made Sura's heart race. That, she asked hesitantly, do you think my acting in that movie was good? He extended an invitation, why don't you audition then? I really like you, Sura. She was surprised, of course, it's an honor for me. Excitedly, Min Seon asked, really? When can you audition? I'm in a bit of a hurry, as I mentioned. Seun Hian suggested, since I don't have any plans today, let's go right now. From one surprise to another, Sura was taken aback again, why? Right now? As soon as they finished speaking, both of them stood up, urging her, "Let's go to my studio right away." She was flustered. "It's not that simple, you too." Seun Hian turned to ask if she couldn't go now. She hesitantly looked at him and thought to herself, suddenly auditioning like this is a bit, but why would I miss this valuable opportunity? After some hesitation, she confidently made her decision, "No, I'll go." Min Seon and Seun Hyun smiled, their eyes focused on her. Seun Hyun said, "All right, Sura, Seun Hyun will send you the address and you can come after I leave. I really want to go together, but if we're caught, it will be complicated." Standing behind them, she watched the two of them. Upon reflection, she realized that as a public figure, they had to be concerned about such matters. It had been 7 years since she had felt this way. She needed to tell Jin Kyung about the audition, but if she mentioned it, Jin Kyung would definitely rush over. It would be better not to bother her for now. She would wait until she got home to tell her. A loud echoing shout almost blew away Sura. She hurriedly turned around to see what was happening. Below was a crowd of fans surrounding Min Seon and Seun Hian. "Amazing! Jang Min Seon. This is crazy!" Behind him was Kang Seun Hian. "He is so tall and handsome." She stood there thinking it was fortunate that they were not going together. Outside, the snow was still falling quite heavily. Inside the luxurious car, Min Seon sat talking. "Seun Hian, by the way, what important thing were you going to talk about when we went down to the second floor?" "Was I interrupting?" He replied sulkily, "You already know, why ask again?" "But why?" he wondered to himself, "does she feel the same way as I do? Is there a chance?" Answering such a question takes time. When Minon appeared, was it perhaps thanks to her? What am I worried about? The studio gradually came into view. Inside, everything was meticulously and professionally arranged. Mi Seon handed her a stack of papers and said, "Here, this is the script, Sura." She politely took it with both hands, saying, "Thank you." He also added, "The audition is a bit sudden, so I apologize for the lack of details. You only need to look at the emotional dialogues. Do you want to see script number 10? That part is very important to me." She widened her eyes in surprise, "Yes." Reading up to this point, she suddenly paused. Min Seon noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Sura, startled, chose a random response, "Nothing, I really like the script." He smiled broadly, "Really? I knew it." She also smiled politely, "Oh my, this is just a story, right? A new love appears before the wound has time to heal. She carries a sorrowful heart that cannot be explained, because she is afraid. No need to create emotions, we just need to express it." She looked up and glanced around before walking over to Seun Hian, calling, "Senior, will you watch my audition?" Seun Hian checked his watch and replied, "If it doesn't take too long, I have to go to the film set soon." She showed her determination through her words, "I will do my best not to take too much time, so." He asked curiously, "So?" Sura tightly clutched the script and hesitantly said, "So I hope you will watch it very carefully, very very carefully." He was very surprised by her action. Seun Hian gently said, "All right," giving her an encouraging smile, "Do your best, I will watch it very carefully." Sura closed her eyes and thought quietly, the main character's heart still unhealed from past love. It feels like the days when she wanted to believe in someone again. It won't happen until she meets him. At that moment, she's just a vague audience in the vast stadium. While Seun Hian Kong always shines, no matter where he is. His graceful moves are still deeply etched in her mind. The basketball he smoothly put into the basket was so satisfying to watch. Her cheers blended with those around her, that smile, that figure had already captured her heart, she didn't know since when. In those moments, Sura's face blushes whenever our eyes meet, and afterward, she feels relieved not to be shaky. Will she be hurt like in the past? She hesitates, until her heart is ready. In her heart, there was a sense of unease. Would it be too selfish if she asked him to wait a little longer? Seun Hian remained silent, his eyes fixed on her, not leaving the director Jang Min Seon, who was sitting nearby, with a smirk full of hidden meaning. Jin Kyung, startled, stood up and asked, "What about the main actor in Min Seon's MV?" Sura's face was full of anticipation. Yes, Kyung continued, what about director Jang Min-seon and Sura? You two seem so moved, embracing each other. Oh my, how did you manage to get the audition for her from heaven? Suddenly, she stood up, I need to go buy wine and cake. She was so enthusiastic that Sura suddenly felt drained of all her strength. Quick, lie down, it's okay, and comforted her. You've gone a whole 365 days without injury, and now this. Her voice trailed off weakly. Still, I feel guilty that Wang-soo went through the trouble of inviting me out. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly shouted, leaving Sura bewildered. After a while, she teased, what about Wang-soo? Are you two dating? Sura blushed. No, we've just decided to get to know each other. Sura was curious why people acted like that. Kyung's voice was slowy, you were too kind to me, but I also worried a lot about you. Suddenly, Kyung faced Sura's curious gaze and lost her composure, don't look at me with those eyes. So, what's going on between you and Seun Hian? Upon hearing his name, Sura immediately found an excuse to flee. What did you eat and drink? Go back now, Kyung couldn't keep up with this sudden change of direction. Alright, I don't want to eat anymore anyway. Moreover, you and Seun Hian. She hurriedly interrupted, I'll come back soon. Lie down. Before she could lie down, a terrifying sound echoed in her ears. What's going on? Outside, snow was falling slowly. Sura walked slowly, unable to contain herself. She took out her phone to check, feeling increasingly disappointed. Senior still hadn't contacted her. Did he even watch her audition? When the audition ended, he had already left. The cold outside mirrored her current feelings. She didn't want to accept anything. But why did she feel regretful about losing contact? It was selfish. Suddenly a beep sounded. Sura couldn't believe her eyes, it was true. Senior Seun Hian was calling her. Without hesitation, she answered the phone. Hello? Yes, Senior? He hesitated on the other end, asking if she had returned home yet. Sura, confused, replied, yes. He awkwardly apologized for not saying anything to her earlier because he was too busy with the audition. She secretly rejoiced upon knowing that he had watched it. Seun Hian continued, wait a while longer. If you don't hear anything, then. Yes, she replied, unsure if she understood correctly until she was ready. If you want me to wait, Sura worried, would that be selfish? He seemed to be answering her question, his voice warm and reassuring, I'll wait. These 3 words were like a warm fire, warming her heart. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the party, Director Min-seon spoke up, come on, let's greet each other. He raised his hand towards her, introducing our gem, Wang Sura. She bowed her head low, hello, I'm Wang Sura. I hope everyone can help me. Applause filled the room, and Sura stood there stunned for a moment before finally speaking emotionally, thank you for welcoming me. This is the first time I've been welcomed like this. Min-seon chuckled, today is the day of the lead actor. How impressive of you even before anything has started. What am I going to do with you? Curious, Kyung and Sura stood by the dressing room door, looking at the sign with sparkling eyes. Sura, didn't you dream of this? Yes, she replied, I can't believe it, but it's real. Internally, she screamed with joy, having her own dressing room. Can I take a piece of paper with your name on it as a keepsake? Kyung was equally excited. Sure, you can frame it and hang it up. Sura still couldn't regain her composure. She couldn't believe that all of this was meant for her, up until now. She felt nostalgic about the times before, eating nervously from her lunchbox, trembling from the cold, with hard rice grains, and the changes of clothes in the corner of the film set, waiting in the car. These were all daily occurrences. But today, Sura had her own dressing room, with a professional hair and makeup artist ready. These were all dreams of the famous, she silently admitted. If this is a dream, please don't wake me up. Kyung exclaimed emotionally, wow, how is this possible? You look so beautiful, Sura, from head to toe. Sura exuded a gentle charm. Do I look good, sis? It's the first time I've worn such colorful clothes, so I'm a bit shy. Kyung honestly said, "It's a bit unusual, but it's wonderful." Ultimately, professionals remain professionals. Tears streamed down Sura's face. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you for making Sura so beautiful." Sura also politely bowed her head and thanked her. Suddenly, Kyung noticed something. "Are you surprised about something?" she exclaimed, then opened the door and stepped out of the room. "Sura, I'll be right back." "Feel free for a moment," she said with a mysteriously smiling face. As she stepped outside to collect the items, "Did you happen to see Mr. Wang-soo?" Sura checked her phone for a message from Senior Kong-sung. "This is the path I take after shooting all night. Today is the first day of shooting, right? Do well and don't worry too much." Reading the encouraging message from him, she felt very happy. Immediately, she replied, "Yes, I'll work diligently. Make sure you rest, too, Senior, after working all night." Sura remembered that day when he said, "Take your time. I'll wait, and I'm sorry." She was puzzled, not understanding anything. "Why?" she asked. His voice echoed, "I've given my heart and opinions to Sura. Perhaps my thoughts and yours are different. What's easy for me might be difficult for you." "I didn't know that." 2 weeks passed, and Sura still hadn't received a reply from her senior. He didn't ask anything, just apologized in the end. Did he consider a call a burden, too? They only exchanged messages. That's all. She appreciated his kindness, but now she missed everything, his face, then his voice, followed by his warm hands, and even that strong scent. Kyung didn't know who was behind her. Since when has Seun Hian been there, right? Sura quickly tried to avoid the topic. "Yes, just finished shooting last night, so I just want him to do well." Kyung, with a dangerous look, questioned, "Not talking about Kim Chong-gu, are we?" Sura, puzzled, asked back, "Why would Senior Seun Hian mention that name?" She replied, "There's nothing, it seems like the extended filming session is because of Kim Chong-gu." Sura also knew his acting skills, but he suddenly encountered such a dramatic situation with Director Gu. What should he do? Moreover, there were quite a few scenes where the actors had to perform on their own, but they took care of themselves in that way. Nonetheless, a blunder caused other actors to suffer somehow. Sura took the filming session seriously throughout. Kyung asked in surprise, "So when are you going to date Seun Hian? It seems like you really like Seun Hian. What are you going to do if you hesitate and lose Seun Hian?" Sura pretended to remain calm but sighed, "Well, I think he'll easily change his mind if you just send him a message within 2 weeks. Do you know if he's as stubborn as a log?" This thought sparked a sense of worry in her. Thinking back, actress Song Jina once said in an interview, "The actor I want to work with the most is Seun Hian." Singer Lena also mentioned, "My ideal type has always been Seun Hian." Even model Ju Sajin smiled when Seun Hian was mentioned. "I also want to meet him." Her expression turned grim. She could only force a smile. Who will win Seun Hian? "I wish I could be indifferent." She began to sweat. What should I do? Kim Cheong-gu carefully inspected his reflection. Damn it, is that a scar? How come there are so many action scenes in this film? The assistant spoke up, "It's just a small wound. You can't see it." He snapped at his artist, "Why does your face look so strange? You got injured on your face, but why do you look so strange?" Seun Hian deliberately did this. Why does the assistant only think about Seun Hian? He only acts like he did during practice. But he dodged and got hurt. "Chong-gu, you still haven't calmed down, but you're still angry. You knew, right?" The assistant affirmed, "Your face is fine, there's nothing wrong with it." Suddenly, a call came in. He hesitated whether to answer or not, but his face lit up afterward. "Hey, Chong-gu, are you okay?" "Of course, I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me." "How's your face?" Hearing them groan, the assistant silently thought, what about his face? "Well, it's the same." Mijang set the coffee cup down in front of the camera. "We have to do it like this." "All right, that's good. Next week, we'll meet our friends. When you come to Seoul, stop by, because everyone says they miss you, Chong-gu." Hearing this, he became puzzled. "Next week?" Really? She wondered. All right then. He tightened his grip on the phone. Of course, I'll go. Mi-jung cheerfully said thank you many times. Take care of yourself and shoot well. He smiled and replied, I'll contact you later. The sound of the calling shutting off echoed. Kim Cheong-goo's face immediately changed, his voice full of anger. Damn it! Sura, at this point, was lamenting and complaining. Kyung quickly reminded the main actor, hey, your face doesn't look okay. You're slumping on the sofa, you don't have the energy to put on a friendly face anymore. What time is it, anyway? She took out her phone to check. It's 10:55, Sura pondered. Since leaving home until now, it had been 17 hours. Kyung tried to help her sit up. Actually, it's been 24 hours, not enough time for filming. There are many cases where schedules are extended. Come on, you can do it, she urged. Sura struggled to speak, of course, compared to filming at the beach in winter, this is much easier. Sura's face was blank as she realized that confidently stating it would be difficult to adjust her makeup and change it numerous times was even harder than she had thought. Until now, there were things she had envied, but it turned out that each matter had its own difficulties. Kyung announced that the next interview schedule was with director Lil and Entertainment News, which would take about 30 minutes. She suggested that Sura could take a break until then. Sura's voice lacked energy as she agreed to rest. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Kyung gave permission for the person to enter. Come in, she said. A person entered and apologized for interrupting Sura's break. Sura quickly assured them that it was okay, mentioning that everyone worked hard here until late. The person chuckled, agreeing that it was just part of the job and mentioning the odd behavior of their director, who wanted to spend some valuable time with Sura. Both Sura and the person exchanged puzzled looks before responding in unison, all right. In the young director's room, Sura's appointment went quite smoothly. It's great to see you again, Wang Sura. And then the scenes were quickly filmed. As the night fell, the sound called out loudly, urging Seun Hian to come out. Hurry up, are you still cold, huh? What's the matter? Wang Su reported, Sura's on TV. Look at his surprised face change 360 degrees. Sura looks really beautiful on TV. Oh? Okay. Wang Su commented, looking at Sura worriedly, while Sung remained focused on her without saying anything. The host continued to lead. While waiting, I looked briefly, but there were no flaws in the scenes with Sura. Even director Jang, known to be very strict, seems to be lenient with her. Why did he speak up? Well, if you look, you'll know. Sura is perfect. I already liked her when I saw her in the audition. Right, Sura? The host enjoyed the atmosphere heating up, and Sura blushed, explaining shyly, oh, he likes my acting style. Director Jang seems like he wants to cry. Sura replied, well, I'm even weirder. After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Sura's eyes met the director's unintentionally. Then she smiled sweetly. He couldn't take his eyes off her, he couldn't hide his feelings, adorable. Wang Su, looking solemn, also saw it wonderfully. What's up? He asked without bothering to look over. Wang Su said, even if you say you'll wait forever, Sura hasn't called you in 2 weeks. Seung Hian replied, you're the one waiting. Both of them, Wang Su admitted. Seung Hian remained calm, saying, she messaged me. The assistant eagerly asked, do you think texting is the same as calling? How can you resist the desire to see her face and just listen to her voice? It's not like that. At first, you wanted to meet someone stable and calm. I think it's a bit different from your ideal, Seun Hian's thoughtful expression, I don't know anymore, the male lead's face became foolishly sentimental, it's just that I've changed my ideal, thanks to Wang Sura. Wang Su froze in place after hearing it. Seun Hian's sarcastic tone was truly something. Even the magnificent Kang Seung Hian had no other way when he was in love, huh? He suddenly remembered something, by the way, did you send the tickets for this Sunday yet? He replied, oh, I got that. I received the address from Jin Kyung and sent it out on the same day. Hian smiled gratefully. Wang Su confidently responded, all right, on the premiere day, I want to tell Jin Kyung about it. What do you think? He affirmed, sure, I'm okay with that. As he watched her on the TV screen, he continued, no matter what happens between you and Sura, I'll still move forward. The car was rolling down the road, and Sura's voice came through, hey sis, I think at this event, you should work on improving your endurance. I've already signed up for the gym. Suddenly, the car accelerated, causing her to jerk sideways. Where are we going? She asked. Around our neighborhood, there's also a gym. Kyung was extremely excited. The female lead of the MV doesn't just want to go anywhere, she wants to go to Gangnam. There are many famous people there. Sura exclaimed in surprise, boasting too much, aren't you, sis? It's not boasting, it's investing. Investing seems like you still haven't realized that the movie will be shown everywhere, right? Sura, you have to be the top keyword on real-time search engines. Hearing this, Sura became even more annoyed. Forget about that for now. Who cares about being a trending topic? I'm more worried about paying the gas bill for the heater this month than about these luxury suites. Kyung stopped the car in front of Sura's favorite gym. Too noisy. Let's go. She shook her head in anguish, feeling overwhelmed. Despite her reluctance, Sura couldn't muster any resistance anymore. The gym loomed before her, everyone inside enthusiastically exercising. Sura couldn't lift her head, and Kyung kept cheering in her ear, you're amazing, truly a famous actress, Wang Sura. You shine bright even in workout clothes. You look beautiful in anything. Kyung quickly responded, no. If someone recognizes you, it's definitely because you're beautiful. When you're done exercising, call me, and we'll go to the cafe nearby. Sura immediately interjected, wait, why would you assume I'm exercising with you? Her face innocent and full of innocence. What are you talking about? How much does it cost to exercise here? And you're inviting me to exercise together? Kyung's voice echoed throughout the room, come on. Wang Sura, I just want to dig a hole and hide in it. Seriously. Sura randomly opened a workout video on YouTube. Now, this exercise will correct the misaligned pelvis. It helps improve blood circulation. Sura gritted her teeth, enduring the situation. There was nothing else she could do now. Having paid the exercise fee, she had to endure and work hard. Extend your legs in this position, press your back to create a straight line, she silently complained to herself, feeling exasperated. Suddenly, a familiar voice slipped into her ears, whatever it is, let me meet him and try to break his neck. Jinseo is in the past. You shouldn't even mention it. Even if you forget, I'm still angry. Sura silently observed the two, surprised to learn they were Jinseo and Chang-hoon. Jinseo frowned unhappily. I've prepared a lot for that role. It's a shame, he lamented. Chang-hoon remained calm, it'll be useful. Sura was shocked to the core upon hearing the rumor of their leaked dating, even though they denied it. But it seemed like they were indeed dating, unintentional as it may have been. Jinseo's voice still lingered in her mind, disappointing her deeply. Regardless of how high the production costs were, it was regrettable that he chose someone like Kim Chong-gu over him. It was a pity for Seun Hian to have to endure seeing his face to act. Sura also figured out their story, they were talking about that time. Jinseo changed the subject. Seun Hian, we haven't seen him for a while since the premiere. Chang-hoon was surprised, why? Sura remembered, yes, at the premiere, our senior also gave me a ticket. She worriedly realized she still didn't know what to wear. The other girl continued chatting, right, should we arrange for Seun Hian to sit next to Gina at the premiere? When Gina introduces her, she's just so insistent. I'm speechless. Sura listened with a bit of hesitation. Gina, she's talking about actress Gina, right? The one who openly admitted that an actor wanted to collaborate with star Kang Seun Hian? Everyone knows Jinseo and Song Gina are close friends. Yeah, Seun Hian wouldn't agree to that, she thought to herself, secretly hoped. Say no, Chang-hoon, please, she wishes. But it seems like it's been a while since we last met, so let's relax a bit, he said. Sura felt like she was falling into an abyss. Suddenly, she remembered Kyung's words, if you hesitate like this, you might lose Seun Hian. What will you do then? It actually made sense. If their dating rumors were true and if Seun Hian was indeed attracted to Song Jina, then she had no right to stop him because Jinseo felt someone approaching, seeing Sura's gloomy face. We're not anything to each other yet, and you're already scaring me. She hurried to explain, yes, that's right. We're nothing. Are you a journalist, Chang-hoon? He intervened, trying to calm Jinseo down. Hey, Jinseo, calm down. Who's this? Is there a problem? Sura wondered, blaming herself for her erratic behavior. What am I doing? Her lips trembled with every word. I think. Sura's brain struggled to function at full capacity, but finally, she managed to find an excuse. Actually, I'm a fan of both of you. I was just too shy to talk to you, Jinseo. And the autographs were actually for Sura, and she narrowly escaped a mishap. Kyung questioned, what autographs are you talking about? Sitting in a corner, Sura rambled, Yes, when he came to the gym, he was very, very friendly. Oh, please, can we change our workout spot, please? She objected immediately. Do you know how much the fine is? Kyung asked. Sura glanced at her phone after hearing a notification, finding a message from Seun Hian about today's weather. It's warm today, but mornings and evenings are still chilly, so remember to dress warmly. She couldn't believe it. Her emotions welled up inside her. Even if the senior cares about me every day, why am I still so hesitant? Can't he wait, even if he doesn't get an answer? Looking out the window, she contemplated. He approaches me with warmth and comfort, and I hesitate, but then I gather courage to make a decision. I should give him an answer now. Sura took a deep breath. All right, time to focus on the movie. This is the one I've been wanting to see. She switched her phone to vibrate mode and noticed a message from Seun Hian. Are you here yet? Where are you? She discreetly glanced around, carefully assessing her surroundings before responding, 6th row, right side. Seun Hian, seated in the front row, glanced back for a moment before turning back around. Sura's heart raced. What do I do? My heart feels like it's going to explode. Just then, she received another message from Seun Hian, which left her speechless with emotion. Let's step outside for a bit in 20 minutes. Wang-soo will be waiting outside. After waiting for what seemed like forever, the 20 minutes finally passed. Sura gently opened the door. Just then, Kyung walked up. Sura, over here, she said, and Sura immediately recognized her two seniors. Wang-soo smiled and said, It's been a while, Sura. I hope you're happy to know I still haven't had lunch. Sura, feeling embarrassed, replied, I'm sorry. Kyung lightly punched Wang-soo in the stomach, don't joke with her. You ate earlier. Sura felt uneasy. They both seemed so natural, she thought, just thinking about meeting him makes me nervous and shy. The elevator arrived. Wang-soo pointed, Sura, do you see the room at the end there? Over there, let's get out of here. She was stunned as her two seniors left. Why? She asked. Wang-soo replied enthusiastically, Hey Sura, we're not thoughtless. Kyung chimed in, Sura, hang in there. Sura quickly denied, No, that's not what I meant. Dark thoughts started creeping into her mind, and everything around her seemed gloomy. She said, if it's just the two of us, it will be really awkward. She stood in front of Seun Hian's waiting room, thinking there was no other way. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, so she couldn't interrupt them. Sura tried to steady her breath. She also needed to clarify things with him. Feeling nervous, she opened the door and peeked inside. Sunday, can I come in? She asked. Seun Hian was drinking water while waiting for her. You've arrived? He asked as Sura stood frozen in place, her heart racing wildly. She willed it to calm down. Seeing her stand still, he called out, Why are you just standing there? Come in. Yes, she replied, stepping inside and closing the door. An awkward silence enveloped them. Seun Hian broke the silence first, What's with this awkward atmosphere? His words startled her. Yes, she stammered. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. He then walked over to the corner of the room and sat down on a sofa. He patted the spot next to him and said, "Sit here." His eyes never left her. Inside, Sura felt a burst of joy as she slowly walked over and sat down, her face turning bright red. "I really wanted to watch the movie, but next time I'll have to go with Jin Kyung," she said, turning her head away. "Oh, there's a screen over there. We can watch the movie from here." Seun Hian asked straightforwardly, "Why aren't you looking me in the eye? Are you feeling shy because it's been so long since we last met?" Sura let out a small ah and lowered her head. "Actually, yes. It feels a bit awkward looking at each other like this." There was a hint of amusement in his voice as he replied, "Good, at least you're aware of it." He continued with another question, "Do I look more like a man now?" Outside, Sura struggled to contain her emotions, but inside, her inner turmoil screamed. "Of course, no one looks more like a man than you," she thought to herself. But she quickly pushed that thought aside, engaging in an internal battle. "Is this the right time?" Sura tightened her grip on her hands, then spoke out her mind. Senior, I haven't gotten to the main point yet." Before she could continue, the ringing of a phone interrupted. He turned away to answer the call, and she let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. Chang-hoon's name was suddenly mentioned, and I stepped in. "I'm here," I said, entering the room. "I'll be outside, there's a little matter to attend to." "We'll talk later," I added, trying to keep it vague. Sura thought to herself, wondering if he had received a hidden date invitation. Seun Hian politely apologized, making Sura feel flustered. "Oh, it's okay," she replied. Then he asked if she had plans after the premiere, and she hesitated in response. "I haven't made any specific plans yet," she admitted. "What about you? Are you attending any press conferences?" Sura sighed with disappointment. She hesitated. "He said the press conference will end soon. Would you want to wait for me here, or?" Her cheeks flushed as she asked what he meant by wanting to meet her after the press conference. Sehun's face looked somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Chang-hoon wants to introduce his girlfriend to me, so he suggested we go together." These words felt like a lightning strike to Sura's ears. She stared at him intently. What did he just say, she wondered. He said the call was to arrange a date with Song Jina, she thought. Isn't that enough? Why go together? Her voice couldn't hide her nervousness. What's your intention, she asked. Seun Hian replied bluntly, sit next to me to make them jealous. Upon hearing this, Sura was taken aback. What do you mean, she asked, puzzled. Why do you look so normal? He responded seriously, I'm not joking. Do you want me to go alone? Sura's mind raced to catch up with him. Why do I have no idea what my senior is planning, she wondered, clasping her hands together. Anyway, he's going on a date with Song Jina. What can I say? Being next to him looks better than being with Song Jina. Sura bowed her head in silence for a long moment. Seun Hian, growing impatient, sighed deeply and then turned away. His voice sounded somewhat melancholic as he stated plainly, I'll go on the date then. Seems like you don't want to keep me here, huh? I'll be gone for a while. See you later today. With that, he walked away. Seeing him stand up, Sura was bewildered. Wait, she uttered, trailing after Seun Hian's retreating figure. That meant he had reached the door and was about to open it. Suddenly, he hesitated. Sura grabbed hold of the hem of his shirt. If you stay, I won't go, she said, unable to face Seun Hian directly. She looked down at the ground shyly, trying to express her feelings. I hope you won't go to that date. Her face flushed red. Why do you feel somewhat happy, he asked, turning back to seek an answer from her. Sura hesitated, unable to find her words. Because, well, you have me now, her voice sounded timidly. Seun Hian couldn't believe she was saying these words. Even Sura herself couldn't believe it anymore. But his face broke into a happy smile, and his gentle hand touched her face. Then, he hugged Sura close to his chest. At a distance where even an ant couldn't pass through, she silently thought she could feel the heartbeat of her senior. His warm voice resonated, thank you for keeping me here. She discreetly glanced at Seun Hian, who appeared calm as ever, but to her, he wasn't any different from her. Sura responded to his embrace shyly. Kyung had been eagerly waiting for all the details. Sura exclaimed, "It's amazing, just like in the movies. How can Seun Hian be so dramatic in real life?" Sura looked around and then signaled for silence, feeling embarrassed. "Sorry, I got a little too excited. Thank you for spending time with me, but don't worry about Wangsu, Kyung," she chuckled. "After all, he has Seun Hian." Sura felt helpless and replied, "I understand." Curiously, Kyung asked how she managed to escape from that situation. "Compared to you, admired your ability to handle it," she said. As Sura drank water, she recalled the recent conversation and felt genuinely apologetic. He said, "Anyway, I'm going to the movies. What about you, Sura? Do you want to come along?" She had no choice but to decline him. "Seun Hian, I'll reconsider later. I'll go to the nearby cafe." "Why?" "All right, you go ahead," he said. Hearing this, she felt a bit disappointed. Seeing him still standing there, she worriedly asked why. Seun Hian leaned against the door and bluntly admitted that he didn't want to go. Sura's mood was like being on cloud 9, genuinely happy that her senior also felt the same way. "Wangsu, are you done?" Kyung's phone call interrupted her thoughts. From the gist of the conversation, the press conference must have ended. Sura held her phone eagerly, expecting a message from her senior any moment. "Okay, got it. See you later," she said, ending the call. Kyung stood up, ready to leave. Sura was puzzled. "Where are you going, Kyung?" she asked. Kyung replied, "To Incheon Park." Sura was baffled. What's happening at Incheon Park? In the blink of an eye, they arrived. Director Jang Min-seon was already waiting. "Sura, Jin Kyung, over here," he called out. Kyung excitedly replied to the director, "He's right here." And as for Sura was surprised. "What's going on, Director Jang Min-seon?" "Leave her to me. I'll take care of Sura," he said reassuringly. Watching them, Sura was speechless, as they seemed to have their own plan and were self-sufficient in executing it. "What's going on?" Sura thought to herself, feeling a bit awkward. "Where is Director Jang taking me?" She glanced at the director, waiting for an explanation. Seun Hian didn't make it clear, did he? Despite that, he must change his habit of omitting important words beforehand. "We're meeting after they're done, so I want to take Sura to Seun Hian's place. It's my car, so there's no doubt. I often come and go to his house." Sura couldn't anticipate this turn of events. "But why? Where is Director Min-seon taking me?" she asked, feeling puzzled. He calmly replied, "Don't worry. It's snowing heavily outside, and suddenly, neither of us wants to leave the house. Isn't that better?" Sura exclaimed, "No? What do you mean?" He chuckled to reassure her, "Don't worry." She gazed out the window at the cityscape, realizing that meeting outside was impossible due to the presence of many people. Somehow, it seemed normal. Sura remained silent for a while. Sensing her confusion, Min-seon asked, "Do you understand?" She nodded hesitantly. Now it was his turn to be quiet. Feeling flustered, she replied, Yes, of course." Her emotions were in turmoil. It wasn't about understanding or not, it was about being Kang Seun Hian's girlfriend. She didn't want to disclose her name to the public, so there was nothing to be sad about. It was just those ordinary little moments she wanted to share with her mentor, but she felt a bit regretful about having to miss them. The director stopped the car, and Sura replied, "Yes," then glanced out at the towering skyscraper, her astonishment evident. She was speechless. At this moment, Chang Hoon suddenly remembered, "Right, I've been thinking about Jindong and decided to move to Yukyeon. I have to work diligently." Seun Hian's expression remained as aloof as ever. Director Kim and Wangsu have also been working hard. "The decoration work is almost done, but I haven't arrived there yet," Chang Hoon worriedly asked if he was okay, as he had been waiting for this for a long time. Seun Hian calmly replied, "Yes, what kind of person it will be and how to face it are important." Min-seon's voice interrupted them. "Kang Seun Hian, the mailman is here," and Sura, feeling embarrassed, apologized to everyone. Go ahead, Chang-hoon, it's been a while since I last saw Min Seon. Sura was surprised to see Chang Hoonjo here. Seun Hian suspiciously asked, is the car locked? Min Seon scolded him further for not explaining to Sura why he brought her here. Sura felt very embarrassed. Chang Hoonjo pointed towards her, saying, oh, the gym room. Sura didn't know where to hide. Director Jang looked at her curiously, why the gym? Sung wondered if they knew each other. Chang Hoonjo then recounted the story, and soon everyone burst into laughter. Min Seon, holding his stomach, managed to suppress his laughter and said, Sura, you're amazing. Chang Hoonjo continued, because of some suspicious behavior as just a fan. Sura, feeling ashamed, bowed her head, I'm really sorry for that. Then, looking up, she jokingly scolded Min Seon, you're laughing too loudly. Seun Hian quickly changed the subject, oh, sorry. Let me cook something delicious for you. Sura couldn't believe her eyes. Did her senior know how to cook? Chang Hoonjo replied, surprised, huh? He's played the role of a chef before, so he enjoys cooking. And now, he's really good at it. Not long after, a grand feast was prepared. Wow, this is not just ordinary cooking skills. Seun Hian remained stoic despite Sura's admiration. It's just something simple, he said. But Sura immediately tasted it and exclaimed how delicious it was. Min Seon also praised Seun Hian's cooking. Thank you for the food. Sura silently thought to herself, at that moment, we were all strangers. Sitting together like this, chatting and laughing. But in the end, the power of good food and wine brings us together. Suddenly, Sura's glass of wine was snatched away. Seun Hian warned her not to drink anymore, saying she was already drunk. Sura objected, insisting she wasn't drunk, but he took her hand and led her away, saying they should rest until Jin Kyung came to pick her up. Sura affirmed that she was fine, amidst the murmurs of the other two discussing MV production. Are you sure you're okay? Seun Hian asked with concern, while Sura finally sat down on his bed, saying she would rest there. Sure, she obediently replied, her eyes fixed on him. Why do you look more tired than me? She asked, noticing his exhaustion. Yesterday I worked until morning, he explained softly, as Sura suggested they both rest, holding on to his hand. He seemed a bit embarrassed, thinking she was really drunk. But Sura insisted again, I'm not drunk, I told you before, I'm not. The two confided in each other, and Sura suddenly remarked, you came back home today without notice, so I was really surprised. Seun Hian, speaking sincerely, apologized, admitting that he often failed to communicate important things in advance, despite hearing from many people that he tended to leave out crucial details. Sura chuckled, mentioning that director Jang Min Seon had also commented on this. Seun Hian was surprised and asked what director Jang had said. Sura, internally chastising herself, found an excuse to avoid answering directly, claiming that director Jang hadn't said anything specific. She remembered her earlier claim of not being drunk and wondered why she had clung to Seun Hian like that. Seun Hian looked directly into her eyes, waiting. She didn't dare to lie and only thought about what she had said when she was sober. Suddenly, he spoke up, admitting that since it was just the two of them at home, he felt a bit awkward and had called the others to join them, asking if she felt uncomfortable. Quickly, she reassured him that she felt fine, even happy. Her voice became more relaxed, both of them found each other's company enjoyable and I laughed a lot, she said, then looking up at him for the first time, she couldn't believe he could cook. But since then, everything had changed. As she gazed at him, she felt overwhelmed by his presence, his eyes, his breath, his warmth, filling her heart until it almost burst. They shared their first kiss, and Seun Hian held her tightly. Both of them were intoxicated by each other, seeing only each other in their eyes. With her face blushing, Sura asked, are they still outside? His gentle fingers tenderly caressed her lips as he asked in a warm tone, do you like it? Apologizing and explaining that it wasn't like that. Sura's mood improved remarkably, isn't it wonderful? It's not like that. He smiled at her cuteness, the first time he saw her so natural in front of him. Why is that? Well, when I was close to you before, you always seemed tense, she wondered, asking the senior back, but he didn't seem tense at all. Why? Suddenly, she burst into laughter because Seun Hian's antics annoyed her. Hold on, please. Kyung's voice echoed throughout the place. Really, Wang-soo? This whole building is your company? He enthusiastically admitted, that's right. She looked around in disbelief. I can't believe my boyfriend is the representative of an entire company. Wang-soo replied, well, Seun Hian and I co-own it. She couldn't hide her astonishment. That's so cool. So, the company is associated with Seun Hian's name? I can't believe it. When did you set this up? He recalled and explained, a long time ago. Just like Jin Kyung said, because of Seun Hian's reputation, we couldn't be careless. It took quite a while, but thanks to it, both the staff and the system are in order. Some artists have already signed contracts and negotiations are ongoing. It's understandable that the company isn't new but has been operational for a while. So, the company isn't newly established but has already been operational, she asked. He responded, that's right. Wang-soo put his glass of water down and added, by the way, I have to mention something. We really admire Sura's talent, and I don't understand why an actress like her doesn't have a management company. Kyung's whole body trembled. Oh, you mean? He continued, yes, bringing Sura to our company is quite logical, don't you think? And Jin Kyung too. She was extremely happy, of course, but then she hesitated, but I'm a bit worried because Sura said she has bad memories about management companies. He didn't understand, what kind of bad memories? Kyung recalled, we received an offer from a pretty big company. At first, we were called to their office, and they seemed very trustworthy, so we were quite satisfied and believed them. But not long after that, only Sura was called to sign the contract, and the place was a bar. Wang-soo was furious, what? They came, and then? She continued, they tricked her into signing a contract under the guise of a partnership. Those damn scammers. Hearing this, he exploded, they're insane. What happened next? Well, she didn't sign and left without looking back. After that, we had to endure a lot because of those bastards. Wang-soo looked worried, she must have been psychologically scarred, right? Kyung replied gloomily, yes, at that time, we couldn't even mention those companies in front of Sura. Besides, it was hard for me because directors and sponsors would contact me because of her. He interrupted, but Jin Kyung. She looked up, yes? Wang-soo's tone became serious, if that's the case, then we should invite Sura to work for us, right? At Incheon International Airport, a girl called out loudly, hey, look over there. The group turned their heads in confusion. Isn't that a celebrity? Oh, right, that's the guy who recently married Ki Sung-mun's daughter, Kim Chong-gu. All eyes were on him, and hearts warmed at the sight. He looks just like a character from a movie. Such a sweet smile. He's greeting everyone, how genuine. The sound of a car door slamming shut echoed loudly. Kim Chong-gu, just entering the car, complained, my hand hurts so much. It's so hard just to get out of the airport. Miho glanced at him, tired? Chong-gu frowned, of course. Why do I have to travel from Busan to Seoul without a single day off? Miho replied, sorry, it's been a while, and she missed you a lot. You're newlyweds after all. Chong-gu asked suddenly, do you think Mi-yang is doing this just to see me? Miho, puzzled, responded with a huh, while looking out the window. Chong-gu mumbled, if that's the case, why does she call me when she has plans with someone else? And she never comes to Busan. It's frustrating that a handsome actor like me wakes up shocked by her words. She just wants to show off to those around her how she treats me. Miho thought to himself, you're the one who got married to take advantage of her family. But even knowing that, he restrained himself from saying anything. Chong-gu, deep in thought, muttered, damn it, I have to return the same day. How do I get out of this? Suddenly, he leaned forward. Hey, didn't you postpone a TV drama last time? Miho, thinking that the filming schedule would coincide with his own, looked confused. Chong-gu's face brightened, call them and tell them I'll do it. Go get the script right now. Miho, alarmed, exclaimed, what? Right now? Chong-gu reiterated, yes, right now. Miho sighed deeply, all right, this damn job. He immediately made a phone call. Oh, hello. I am Kim Chong-do's manager. Oh, yes. Is everything all right? Chong-do chuckled to himself. Good. If the film production company suggests an emergency meeting, then I don't have to go to that damn place. That would also be a reasonable excuse for me. At that time, she will say that Chong-do can't come because he has a filming schedule. Everyone will understand. Being a famous actor, indeed. You are extremely satisfied with this plan. After all, I am so smart. I will always check on you. You know what to do, right? Miho quickly replied, all right, I understand. By the way, what's the name of that movie? You explained further, because we have to say the same thing. He tried to remember, it could be. And at this moment, Sura was also holding a script for an audition. Is it a sophisticated dining table? Her phone suddenly received a notification. It was Senior Kong Seun Hian. Her face lit up with joy. She immediately answered the call, and a sweet conversation ensued between the two. Yes, Senior. What are you doing? Oh, I'm on my way. Where are you going? I'm going to the supermarket because there's nothing left in the fridge. This afternoon, I have an audition. On the audition day, if I just sit still, I'll get anxious, so I want to do something. Seun Hian laughed and remarked, that's unusual. Dujia and I have been dating for 10 days now. I'm still busy filming in Busan. It's a bit unfortunate that this feels like a long-distance relationship. Gradually, daily communication has become normal. Where is that supermarket? Hurry up. Well, there aren't many big supermarkets in my area, so I have to go a bit far. All right, goodbye. Good luck with your audition. She smiled brightly and replied, yes, Senior. You do your best too. As the two entered the supermarket, Kyung's troubles surfaced. What did you say to Kong Seun Hian? Sura recounted, well, just the things I've been doing lately. About the audition, she was surprised and asked why I talked about it. Sura wondered, yes, why did Kyung seem a bit unnatural? No. It could be her naive plan. Asked again? Kyung's plan? Changing the subject, let's plan to buy groceries, Sura. Confidently, she said, don't worry, I've written everything down. Tears welled up inside her. She promised Wang Su she would talk to Sura about the company, but there was no chance. She would be worried while preparing for the audition. She blamed herself, I was too assertive then, telling her to believe in me. Waiting for the right moment. Just then, Kwang Su called Sura. Go check around first, I'll listen to the phone, then come back immediately. She happily agreed. Yes, I know, I'll head to the electronics section first, you can hang up then. After that, Sura went upstairs. Her attention collided with something, the image of Seun Hian. She couldn't take her eyes off it, even though she had gradually become accustomed to it. Each time she saw it, she couldn't believe it was her boyfriend. A familiar voice slipped into her ears, but the real person must be much more handsome. She made a startled sound and curiously turned her head to look. Someone was covered up right behind her, slowly removing their mask. It was indeed Seun Hian. He asked, is it right? The screen idol suddenly stepped forward from the darkened area, causing Sura to freeze for a few seconds. Her brain hadn't loaded information temporarily, until he called her name and she snapped out of it, realizing it was the real person in front of her, not a hallucination. Seun Hian, dressed in all-black attire, resembled a secret agent, with a cap and glasses, all to avoid being recognized by others. When Sura saw that it was him, she was extremely shocked and quickly exclaimed, surprised, why are you here? In fact, Seun Hian was here to check the entertainment company's sign before leaving. He had been instructed that the entertainment company Jin Kyung mentioned would speak to Sura first, so he wouldn't be able to say anything to her beforehand. Faced with Sura's bewildered and stunned expression, he casually replied, I have urgent business in Seoul. Sura, blushing and flustered, said, yes, then, just like last time in the cafe. Are you also planning with Jin Kyung this time? Seun Hian used his unparalleled acting skills and replied, no, this time Jin Kyung doesn't know either. I intentionally didn't say anything because I have to return to Busan immediately. But at that time, I was quite close to H supermarket. Seeing the awkward and groundless behavior of the two in such a crowded supermarket wasn't okay, so Sura hurriedly tried to find a way to lead her boyfriend away. Alright, let's leave here first. If someone sees you, what excuse will you use? On the contrary, Seun Hian remained confident and bright, using the excuse that he had already covered his face, so no one would recognize him. But deep down, Sura thought that even if he stood still, he stood out, so he couldn't hide. She brushed off his presence and looked around, wanting to see if anyone noticed and recognized Seun Hian. At that moment, Sura was like a possessive lover, afraid of losing her partner, fearing that he might be taken away in just a second. Seun Hian immediately spoke to capture her attention. It's been a while since we last met, you don't seem very happy. As he spoke, Seun Hian bowed his head, pretending to be sad like a child who had been abandoned, and then pouted. This seemingly simple psychological trick hit Sura hard, like a hammer to a sparrow's head. She froze, stiff and awkward, not knowing what to do, feeling as if she was the one at fault. Embarrassed, Sura said, "No, of course, I want to see you too. But please don't, where are you going?" She hurriedly ran after him, thinking he was leaving in a huff and not wanting to talk anymore. It turned out that while Sura was still dazed, he had grabbed the shopping cart and her list of items to buy today. He gently reminded her, "There's a lot to buy. We need to hurry. Come on over." The image of her boyfriend being both attractive and considerate, not hesitating to go shopping with her, made Sura blush, losing control and wanting to throw all her dignity away. The two of them strolled through the supermarket like a normal couple. Walking beside him, Sura kept worrying and asking repeatedly, "Are you sure this is okay?" Meanwhile, Seun Hian, acting carefree, gently said, "If you keep worrying like that, it'll be obvious. Just be natural." Sura, feeling a bit shy, said, "I didn't know you were this enthusiastic." At that moment, Seun Hian was following the instructions on the note to find Pasak peppers, but he accidentally grabbed a bag of green bell peppers instead. Sura had to remind him that those were bell peppers, and he finally realized it. Sura didn't miss the chance to tease him. Someone who cooks for himself can't even tell the difference between bell peppers and Pasak peppers. Seun Hian, unfazed, quietly replied, "Usually, ingredients are delivered to my house. This is the first time I've gone shopping like this." His response was somewhat unexpected to Sura, and she watched his curious demeanor more closely. So this is why he's as excited as a child seeing toys for the first time. Senior must have been living a very different life from mine for a long time. Thinking about it now, I can't tell him to leave. That way, no one will recognize us. With that thought, she joined him in reaching for a bag of ingredients placed on the highest shelf. His gentle care made Sura feel incredibly warm inside, as if they were a newlywed couple shopping together. Sura thought to herself that everything was just beginning. Then, when she found a bottle of water, she happily ran out to show it to Seun Hian. "Senior, have you tried this? It's really good." But when she turned around, he had disappeared without a trace. She couldn't believe that she had to look for a lost child at his age, so she ran around the aisles searching for her boyfriend, wondering where he could have gone. When she directed her attention towards the checkout counter, she saw a figure in an all-black outfit that could only belong to Seun Hian. There was no mistaking it. At this moment, he was casually standing there sampling food at a small shop. Seeing this scene made Sura's inner self scream. Seun Hian was standing there, fully exposed without even wearing a mask. Across the way, the shop assistant was staring at him with a scrutinizing look, though it was unclear if she had recognized his familiar face. It was evident that the shop assistant had noticed something. Sura dashed over at lightning speed, wishing she could drag him straight into a hole to avoid being noticed. She hurriedly grabbed his hand, her face panicked, and asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" The clueless Seun Hian cheerfully offered her some skewered meat from the sample stand. "Sura, try this. It's really good." Sura had to scold him. The issue isn't whether it's good or not, it's... Just then, the shop assistant looked directly into Seun Hian's eyes and called out, "Young man." This made Sura's face turn pale with fear, bracing herself for the worst. The shop assistant continued, "I've been thinking for a while, aren't you an actor? I saw you on TV." At that moment, Sura froze on the spot, thinking this was a disaster. She shouldn't have brought the star to the supermarket. Contrary to Sura's rising panic, the one causing all the trouble remained completely unfazed. He gave a smile that couldn't be more fake and said, "Thank you. Many people say I look like an actor. The meat is delicious. Wish you good business." Then, Seun Hian skillfully pushed Sura away under the astonished and questioning gaze of the shop assistant. Meanwhile, the shop assistant didn't suspect a thing and even praised that both of them looked like actors. Sura and Seun Hian successfully escaped that situation. Curiously, she tugged at his sleeve and demanded, "Was that good acting or are you just a good liar?" Under her judgmental gaze, Seung nonchalantly replied, "Let's see, probably both." His half-smile, full of mystery and deadly charm, made Sura freeze on the spot again, her mind full of ellipses. It wasn't until Seun Hian called out, "What are you doing? Come here," that she snapped out of it, realizing she might stand there like a statue all day. As her senses returned, Sura felt her blood boiling with frustration, unable to do anything but think, "Can I really handle this guy?" At the same time, Kim Chong-gu quickly arrived to meet the TV drama producer to pick up the script. The director warmly welcomed him and offered drinks to both of them. "I thought only the manager would come to get the script, but you came as well," Chong-gu politely replied. "I'm sorry for the sudden visit, director." "No, you are always welcome," the director said regretfully, "but what to do now? I wanted to treat you to a nice meal, but there's an audition tonight." Chong-gu, realizing that his genius plan was at risk of falling apart, hesitated. "An audition? Then the plan is ruined." The director continued, mentioning that the role of Mark, who often works with Chong-gu, would also be auditioning. At that moment, he had an idea and said to the director, "Director, I'm sorry, but could I be a judge for the auditions? If someone who often works with me is auditioning, I think it would be better for me to personally assess them." Unexpectedly, the director was very pleased with his suggestion. "We would be very grateful, Chong-gu. If you have the time, please do." "Really? That's great. I hope I didn't say anything inappropriate." As the director was about to step outside, she added, "Not at all, we are truly grateful if an actor like you can be there. Please wait a moment." When Chong-gu politely thanked her, she had already gone outside and closed the door. The manager, noticing no movement from Chong-gu, curiously called out, "Chong-gu, you're acting cool again." He responded, "Did you hear that? Turn it into an opportunity. In the end, being a judge sounds more reasonable than attending a meeting, right?" After a day of shopping, Sura arrived at Seun Hian's car parked in the basement. Before opening the trunk to store the items, he asked her if she had bought everything she needed and if there was anything else she wanted. She quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, that's all." In reality, they had bought so many items, and Seun Hian had paid for everything, making her feel a bit guilty. Seun Hian nonchalantly held up a tiny carton of milk and said, "It's okay, you bought this for me." Sura, looking at the cheap milk carton, pouted and said, "With the amount you paid, I could buy 100 of these for you." Seun Hian, on the other hand, showed a very happy expression and said, "I prefer this over 100 other cartons." Sura shyly looked at him, her cheeks blushing without her realizing, making her look very cute. They might have continued exchanging glances for a long time if not for the appearance of the intruder, Jin Kyung. Out of nowhere, Jin Kyung cheerfully said, "Sura, I've been waiting for you." And Seun Hian, "Long time no see." Sura joyfully ran out, and the two sisters greeted each other warmly after being apart for a few minutes. Seun Hian also greeted, "Sister Jin Kyung, long time no see. Have you seen Wang-soo?" Jin Kyung quickly responded, "Yes, Wang-soo has gone straight to the parking lot." Seun Hian then said, "Well, I have to go." Despite that, he gently smiled at her and said, "Good luck with the audition, don't be nervous." Sura, feeling incredibly happy, replied to his blessing and expectation, "Yes, senior, safe travels to Busan." The two waved goodbye to each other there. Sura thought to herself that she was very surprised to see her senior suddenly appear. As a result, it seems like she has gained some energy before the audition. She had practiced enough to be satisfied. After the shopping trip in the supermarket, it was time to start auditioning for the upcoming TV series. Sura's turn had also arrived. She politely greeted before stepping into the audition room. Jin Kyung sat waiting in the adjacent seat, eagerly flashing a wink to wish Sura good luck. Sura's mood was extremely good, filled with confidence. She responded to her sister in a way that made her feel like this time would go smoothly. Standing before the judging panel, Sura remained lively as she greeted, "Hello, I'm Wang Sura, number 47. I have prepared the role of Min among the characters you've provided, and I'm very much looking forward to everyone's assistance." She smiled brightly, looking at the faces of the judges, brimming with confidence. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, until Changgu appeared in the judging seats. Sura, taken aback, froze in place, then felt a sudden heat rise to her cheeks as her smile vanished instantly. Changgu, oblivious, waved to her, probably thinking he was being friendly like a beauty queen. His unexpected presence shattered Sura's confidence and preparation in an instant. She silently thought, "Why is that man here?" The director of the film production company also took notice of the awkward glances between the two and the peculiar atmosphere. She then smiled casually and said, "Wang Sura is also a fan of Changgu, isn't she? Many contestants seem surprised to see Cheong-gu here. Perhaps he's become quite popular lately?" Sura felt no discomfort greater than this, wanting only to quickly make the other person permanently vanish from her life. However, Changgu swiftly interjected, explaining to the production director that Sura had recently co-starred with him in a film, then glanced at Sura with eyes more sunken than protruding, saying, "Yes, she's a great actress so far. I'm really looking forward to her performance today." The director also smiled brightly and remarked, "Indeed, we're all looking forward to her performance, aren't we?" Their mocking laughter directly raised Sura's blood pressure, making her want to soar even higher. Looking at his contemptuous face, Sura couldn't help but silently curse this despicable person. The resentment peaked, but because of her integrity, she couldn't just rush over and knock the guy down. Sura clenched her fists tightly, silently wondering why that person suddenly appeared here. Meeting in Busan as lead and supporting actors and now as judge and contestant? Meaning, Kim Cheong-gu would assess her acting abilities in this unfair situation? Despite not wanting to, Sura could only accept it in this unjust situation. The director held up the script and asked, "Are you ready, Sura?" Perhaps at this moment, Sura wished the audition were for an action movie so she could ask permission to throw rocks at the judges' faces. She couldn't contain the feeling of disgust at the thought of having to perform in front of this despicable person. She hated to admit that she was trembling, but there was no other choice. This was why she hated to ruin the audition she had prepared for so meticulously. Sura quickly regained her composure and smiled at the judges, signaling that she was ready to begin. At the same time, Jin Kyung, waiting outside the hall, was feeling anxious, wondering why Sura hadn't come out yet. Just as she finished her thoughts, Sura emerged from the room with a bored expression. Jin Kyung rushed over, draping her arm over Sura's shoulder, and asked eagerly about how the audition went. "Why did it take so long? How did it go?" Sura replied, "Apart from what I prepared, the judges also asked me a couple of improvisational questions." Jin Kyung's eyes lit up like headlights. Improvisational questions? Why do you think they liked them so much? Contrary to Jin Kyung's enthusiastic anticipation, Sura wore a gloomy expression as if she was about to have a breakdown. "Well, if I get the part, that would be great," she said in a tone full of dismay. Jin Kyung found her attitude strange. "But why do you look so unhappy?" "You look like you messed up the audition," Jin Kyung remarked. Sura hesitated, not wanting to bring up the issue. "There was a piece of trash sitting in there, sis," she said helplessly, scratching her head. Jin Kyung suddenly paused, not understanding what Sura meant. "Explain more clearly, who are you calling trash?" Jin Kyung stood still for a few seconds, then shouted, looking utterly shocked. Seeing her friend's reaction, Sura guessed that Jin Kyung had finally understood the situation. "Why is that person here?" Jin Kyung asked, wide-eyed. Sura, equally distressed, replied, "I don't know either. It seems like he's a judge. But of course, they wouldn't invite someone unrelated to participate. It seems like the male lead is Kim Chong-gu, sis. The worst-case scenario has hit us, and it's even more certain than winning the lottery." Sura lamented. Jin Kyung fell into a panic, shouting loudly, "What kind of terrible situation is this? This is unacceptable." At that moment, Sura heard someone calling her from behind. It turned out to be Miho, standing just a few steps away. Sura was extremely surprised to see him there. Miho greeted the two of them, "Long time no see. Back in Busan, I couldn't say hello because the situation wasn't great. How are you now?" Seeing Miho's eyes focused on Sura and hearing his affectionate words, Jin Kyung felt uncomfortable and coldly responded, thanks to someone." Miho looked confused, seemingly realizing he was making things difficult. He bowed slightly and said, "Sorry for bringing it up late, but I'm very sorry about Chonggu." Jin Kyung seized the opportunity to retort sarcastically, "Oh? Now you're making excuses? I don't want to hear it. Can we go now?" Seeing the tension rise, Miho quickly waved his hands to explain, "No, that's not it. Chonggu wants to talk to Sura for a bit. Could she spare some time for him?" This left both Jin Kyung and Sura astonished, their eyes wide with surprise. Jin Kyung was quite annoyed, ready to pounce on Miho to vent her anger. However, Sura finally spoke up, her voice full of coldness and contempt for the person waiting for her. Jin Kyung was extremely worried when she saw Sura agree to sit with that trash once again. Miho revealed that Chonggu was waiting in the underground parking lot. Despite Jin Kyung's continuous attempts to dissuade and advise, saying they didn't need to follow such an unreasonable request, Sura made her decision. She said, "Anyway, if there's nothing else, he won't bother me anymore. I don't want to see that guy's face again." Sura's determined gaze left Jin Kyung a bit astonished. She realized that no matter what she said now, she wouldn't be able to change her younger sister's mind. Even so, when following Sura down to the parking garage, Jin Kyung kept giving all sorts of instructions as if her little sister was about to go to war. "Sura, remember, if anything strange happens, I'll jump in immediately." Sura laughed to reassure her, "Okay, don't worry. I'll be done soon." Then both Miho and Jin Kyung waited while Sura went into the battlefield alone. At this moment, Miho turned to say something to Jin Kyung but was quickly interrupted by her. "Choi Miho, if you're going to make excuses, don't bother. You must know that Chonggu is a bad guy, right? Even though we dated because of knowing Chonggu, Sura was also very good to you. Why did you stay silent? Do you know how terrible you are?" In response to Jin Kyung's accusations, Miho just looked down tensely. Finally, he let out a sigh. "Maybe now, whatever I say will sound like an excuse." Jin Kyung, without any hesitation, retorted, "That's right." Miho, timidly, said, "As you said, I know Chonggu is a bad guy." Hearing this, Sura immediately snapped, "And you didn't tell me?" Miho also raised his voice to defend himself. "That's why from the beginning I didn't want to involve you. Because I thought we would break up just like the others I've been with." As he spoke, Miho suddenly became tense and decided not to continue. He remembered that when he saw Sura with Chonggu, he had thought that love had truly changed that despicable guy because Chonggu seemed genuinely devoted to Sura. Jin Kyung, with a cold expression, said, "That's because you misunderstood and fell for that bastard's acting. Now, what's the issue? Can you explain why Chonggu is doing this? I'm really angry, so don't say anything more." Miho, now regretting his past mistakes, couldn't say anything further. He thought to himself, Jin Kyung is right. I knew what kind of person Chonggu was, a scoundrel who only knows how to deceive and exploit others. But were his actions with Sura all fake too? Actually, only men can truly bring happiness to each other. Miho had been right in recognizing that Chonggu did have genuine feelings for Sura, but with a wretched man like him, love couldn't compare to money. And at that moment, Chonggu appeared before Sura with an unbearably smug look on his face. "Wang Sura, I would have been very disappointed if you hadn't shown up. Thank you for coming." Sura slowly walked over and sat next to him, trying to suppress the nauseating feeling brought on by this deceitful man. She couldn't imagine sharing the same air with this piece of trash for long, so she got straight to the point. "Why did you call me here? Say it quickly." Chonggu, true to form, didn't disappoint her with his narcissism. "I heard the role you tried out for is Mion, the girl who secretly likes the male lead, right?" Sura's face remained cold as she responded, "So what?" Changgu started to make his move. The judges seemed quite pleased with you then. It's possible we might end up acting together. Wouldn't it be better if we kept calm before that happens? Sura looked at her ex-boyfriend with the same disdain she would show an aunt. She knew very well that the lead role would ultimately go to Kim Changgu. She gave a small, contemptuous smile and said, "Thanks a lot, but so what? Maybe you're just not good enough. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be hard to get along." These simple words successfully struck at Changgu's arrogance, leaving him feeling humiliated, especially because of the evaluative and pitying look in Sura's eyes that shocked him deeply. "What? Someone else?" he exclaimed. "What did you just say?" Sura leisurely mocked him. "Everyone already knows. But what's new with you?" Changgu, who initially appeared calm, started grinding his teeth in anger. He had called her here likely hoping to see her despair, to have her plead with him. But he didn't expect Sura to no longer be the naive girl he had dated for 8 months without receiving a single kiss. Finally, he dropped his facade and revealed his true nature as a thug. "Wang Sura, it seems you don't understand the situation. One word from me can decide whether you get that role or not." Despite his threats, Sura remained utterly unperturbed. She didn't care about his bluster. To her, he was just a deluded power tripper running his mouth. Changgu hissed, "You have to satisfy me, understand?" Contrary to his hopes, his ex-girlfriend replied indifferently, "If the outcome of the audition can be overturned so easily, then I won't take the role." This was clearly a role that Sura had put in a lot of effort and preparation for, yet now she was willing to give up the opportunity so easily. The male star sitting across from her couldn't believe her response. Sura looked Changgu straight in the eyes and brought him down. "I'm different from you, someone who does dirty things to get to this position." Changgu went from stunned to bewildered, then burst into maniacal laughter. His eyes suddenly darkened, a shadow cast by Sura's provocation. "Wang Sura, stop it. If you're regretting it, don't be ashamed. Do you think you're special? You're not. Stop deluding yourself and live in reality. Your face is ordinary, your talent is unremarkable. People like you, without money, are useless, you know. Pretending to be independent gets you nowhere." He continued to insult her. 7 years wasted, don't you see? People like you, who want to survive in this industry, have no choice but to please those with money. In the stuffy underground parking lot, sitting amidst a pile of garbage made Sura nearly unable to bear the stench emanating from him. But the petty Changgu persisted in manipulating his outdated psychological tactics. He kept droning on with his dull remarks. However, contrary to his anticipation, Sura countered with a scornful expression, remarking, "What an interesting self-introduction, Kim Changgu." Caught off guard, he snapped out of his reverie, forgetting what he had been prattling on about. "What?" he blurted. Sura calmly responded, "You're right. I may not have money or connections, but I'm not so morally bankrupt as you. I've lived this way my whole life, and I'd rather die than live like you, you scum." Changgu was stunned by the sharp rebuke. Memories long suppressed suddenly resurfaced in his mind, memories of a wretched childhood he never wanted to recall. Sura declared, "Even if I die, I don't want to live like garbage." Embarrassed and enraged, he swung his hand and slapped Sura across the face, a sharp sound ringing out unexpectedly. Upon realizing his loss of control and the blow he had struck, he hesitated to apologize, but before he could, Sura retaliated. She laughed and said, "You've done what you wanted, haven't you?" Her cheek flushed from the painful slap, but her eyes showed no hint of fear. "I've had enough reasons, but thanks to you, now I'm sure." With that, as quick as lightning, Sura delivered a double-handed slap to her beloved ex-boyfriend. Then, she reached over to open the car door, exasperatedly bidding farewell, "Please, don't let me see your face again. I have my limits too." With a sense of satisfaction, she left the car to the welcoming embrace of Jin Kyung. Jin Kyung rushed over, concerned, asking if Sura was all right. Minho followed closely behind. Suddenly, Jin Kyung's expression turned pale when she saw her dear sister's swollen cheek. "What happened to your face, Sura?" she exclaimed. Sura turned away, hiding the bruise, and reassured her that she was fine. But Jin Kyung, being incredibly strong-willed, interrogated her fiercely, as if ready to engage in a brawl with that scoundrel right then and there. What happened? What did Kim Cheong-gu do to you? Her anger surged, and she prepared to roll up her sleeves, ready for a fight. That bastard, I'll break his bones. Sura hurriedly intervened, pulling her back to prevent a scene. Hold on, sis. I don't want to stay here another minute. Let's go home, she pleaded, her eyes pleading with Jin Kyung. Eventually, Jin Kyung began to hesitate, and they left together. In the car, Cheong-gu sat alone, deeply shocked by the heated argument with his ex-girlfriend. He couldn't believe her sudden, strong reaction. Cheong-gu suddenly recalled the days of his childhood living with a father who brutally abused his mother. I never thought I'd become the kind of scum who could raise a hand against a woman, no matter what she said. But now, I've become him, Kim Cheong-gu, he thought angrily as he clenched his fists. He collapsed, overwhelmed by regret and loneliness, trembling with fear. He couldn't understand what he had done to her. A furious curse echoed through Sura's room. Oh my God, how could I not be angry? How could that guy hit a woman? He's an actor, he should know how important a face is for an actor, right? Seeing Jin Kyung constantly lamenting, Sura tried to comfort her older sister. Come on, sis, I slapped him back, didn't I? But it seems like that's not enough for Kyung. Fool, just one slap is enough, isn't it? Boys and girls are not equal. You know he's scum, but I didn't expect him to be this terrible. Damn it! You should have dragged him to the police station. You must be so upset. In a miraculous way, the one who needed comforting ended up comforting the other. Hey, stop it, sis. I'm sorry. Don't cry. Because she felt unfair to her sister, why should she play ordinary roles while having such skills? It's not just an audition, if you had support, you wouldn't have to face such unfair and miserable situations. Of course, the most cursed name is Kim Cheong-gu, but she is also angry with herself for not turning her into a star and letting her endure these things. Jin Kyung's words deeply touched Sura, and she hurriedly replied, What are you saying? It's because I haven't earned much money yet. How could you be? You've motivated me. No, Sura, you wouldn't be useful if it were just talent. Sura, register with a talent management company. Surprised, Sura asked, What are you saying? Calm down. I mean it. I feel sorry for the talent of actor Wang Sura alone. Sister. Sura doesn't know how to comfort her close manager anymore. Hearing Jin Kyung's words, Sura thinks, clearly, I have never felt the need to find a management company, especially after the audition, when overwhelmed by actors belonging to big entertainment companies. When asked by reporters about the management company, I wanted to be treated fairly because I didn't want privileges. In fact, I have tried to sign contracts many times. In Sura's mind, suddenly there appear images of unpleasant memories, making her feel uneasy and tightly clench her fists. Jin Kyung reaches out and gently holds Sura's hand, saying softly, Sura, I know what you're thinking. I know having a company can feel restrictive, but right now I want to take you to a reputable place. Hearing this, Sura is slightly surprised. Why? Just go get stamped. Jin Kyung says firmly. And they set off. Wang Sura appears with a face full of anxiety, contrasting with Jin Kyung's demeanor, which resembles that of a female CEO. Worriedly, Sura asks, Sister, is my face okay? Is my cheek swollen? I feel a bit insecure asking Kyung. And the answer is, no, it's fine. Let's just go sign the contract, boss. Seeing Kyung's attire and demeanor makes Sura suspicious. What's the topic today? Can you introduce me to the audition invitation? Oh my, I wish it were true. On the way, unable to contain her curiosity, Sura asks Kyung, when, where? Why? Sura starts to smell something suspicious around here, you know everything when you go. Hearing the kind response of her good older sister makes Sura can't help but secretly feel suspicious, while she still doubts, both have arrived at the destination. Sura looks towards the entertainment company she is about to sign a contract with through the car window and is somewhat surprised, MK Entertainment? Hello. I have an appointment with the representative at 10 o'clock, Kyung says to the receptionist. Oh, Wang Sura, right? Going up to the 5th floor, there will be a representative room. While Jin Kyung is working with the receptionist, Sura also takes the opportunity to look around. Unable to wait to figure it out, Kyung calls her to move forward. Even in the elevator, this place is designed very professionally. Not knowing what this place is, everything seems fine. I have never heard of such a big company, Sura thinks to herself. Sister, is this a new company? Sura finally couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, but Kyung only gave a vague answer, you'll find out soon. But how are you sure it's trustworthy? Sura asked. The representatives here are very reputable. Hearing Jin Kyung's review made Sura even more curious. Who are they? You'll know when you meet them. Kyung gently knocked on the door in front of her, and a voice from inside called out, yes, come in. The door slowly opened, giving Sura a clearer view of the person inside the room. Upon hearing the voice from inside, she recognized someone familiar. After stepping inside, Kyung immediately greeted the man who had his back to the two of them. When the man turned around, the light from outside illuminated him, making him seem like he was radiating a divine glow. Sura gasped and exclaimed, isn't that Senior Seun Hian? Seun Hian looked at Jin Kyung and said, come on, Sister Jin Kyung is here too. Kyung smiled warmly and greeted him while Sura stood rooted to the spot, stammering, but why is Senior here? Seun Hian calmly pointed to himself and introduced, that's right, I'm the representative of MK. Sura was overwhelmed by the series of surprises, and her mind couldn't process the situation quickly enough. At that moment, Wang Su suddenly appeared, playfully exclaiming, surprise! He introduced himself, and I'm the co-director, Wang Su. Sura was so shocked she almost fainted, repeatedly asking, is it really you, Wang Su? Wang Su, feeling a bit shy, admitted, I'm still not used to this image. Initially, Wang Su's charming and adorable demeanor had changed dramatically with his new, slicked-back hairstyle, making him look much more authoritative. Sura couldn't believe her eyes and kept rubbing them to stay awake. Sura was in a state of overload, temporarily shutting down as everything happened too quickly. She thought, wait a minute, what's going on here? She suddenly realized that she wasn't the type to discuss her personal matters before her seniors asked, especially when it related to work. Seun Hian, who had recently appeared in the market as a free agent after his contract with his previous company expired, had been someone she had read about in entertainment news, knowing that many companies were eager to sign him. Sura finally snapped and questioned Jin Kyung, why did you keep this a secret? Why did you avoid the reporter's eyes? Why didn't you tell me anything? Jin Kyung clumsily tried to explain to calm Sura down. It's been a while since I've seen Seun Hian. It's not a secret, I just didn't say anything. It just happened to be at this moment. He didn't want to create a fuss while renewing his contract, so he tried to handle everything as quietly as possible. She turned and took the contract from her associate's hands, saying, renewing a contract without making a fuss with the old company isn't always easy. Seun Hian placed the contract in front of Sura and said, please read it. As she looked at the management contract with its clear terms laid out before her, feelings of unease began to rise within Sura. The hidden schemes and calculations behind the facade of management contracts haunted her. Adding to her anxiety were the words of Cheonggu, people like you can only survive in this industry by leeching off others. Sura suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking her head to dispel her worries. She reassured herself, what am I thinking? I know there's a big difference between that jerk Kim Cheonggu and a legitimate contract. Despite this, her body couldn't stop trembling. Beyond her anxious thoughts, she couldn't overcome the fear that gripped her. Under the expectant gazes of everyone around her, Sura hesitated and asked, am I being offered this because I'm the girlfriend of the director? This strange question made Jin Kyung worried. Sura, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Seun Hian spoke up, dispelling all her doubts. No, as a manager, I believe you deserve to be invested in. I'm offering you this contract because you are actress Wang Sura. Sura was incredibly touched by his words, but she still harbored some insecurities about her past and feared she wasn't worthy of his sincerity. She bowed her head slightly and responded, deserving of investment? Do you know why I've been here for 7 years? I know the entertainment industry is tough to navigate, but I don't want to depend on someone else's feelings. If you're helping me with your heart, I'm afraid it might harm you. Sura's honest but tactless words directly left Jin Kyung and Wang Su at a loss. Seun Hian thought for a moment and then sighed softly. Because we love each other, that's why I'm giving you this contract. It seems like you agree with it. Unexpectedly, the situation, which had been cheerful just moments ago, now descended into a deadlock. One side dared to ask bluntly, and the other dared to admit it. Jin Kyung and Wang Su were left pale and speechless in the face of the couple's naive honesty. Jin Kyung, tense and uncertain, didn't dare to speak further. Looking over, she saw Wang Su gesturing wildly, indicating that they should leave to let the main couple resolve their issues. Jin Kyung raised her hand in agreement, and Wang Su immediately stood up, wearing an incredibly fake smile as he made an excuse to leave and date Jin Kyung, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He said, Jin Kyung, let's go to a private room and talk for a bit. Jin Kyung, knowing how to play along, responded, sure, Sura, call me when you're done discussing. With that, the two quickly vanished like a gust of wind, leaving Sura and Seun Hian in an indescribable atmosphere. He sighed softly and, using his usual psychological tactics, he inched closer to his girlfriend and said, I understand what you're worried about, but I met you as an actress before we became a couple. I saw the qualities of a good actress in you before I started thinking of you as my girlfriend. I'm not claiming to have the best eye for talent, but I don't think I'm wrong. Do you trust me? Sura still seemed troubled by the differences between them. She lowered her head slightly and said, It's not that, I understand your sincerity. But honestly, I wouldn't have gotten such a good opportunity if it weren't for your help during the music video shoot. If I join a management company, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything without you. I'm really worried. When Sura expressed all her worries, Seun Hian sprang up as if to say something. However, the words that had reached his lips were swallowed back. I understand your concerns, but I don't want to help you just for the sake of it. You deserve much more than that, he said, causing Sura to pause. As the director of the company, I need an actress like Wang Sura. To put it plainly, I want to leverage your talent to benefit the company. It would be a great loss for the company to miss out on an actress worthy of investment. Don't rush, think it over carefully before making a final decision. That day, Sura didn't sign the contract with Seun Hian's company, despite it being an incredibly valuable opportunity. Even on the way back, Sura remained lost in thought, pondering her decision. Jin Kyung noticed that her sister wasn't ready to share what had happened, so she focused on driving without asking any questions. Suddenly, Sura spoke up, Sister, I'm sorry. Jin Kyung, surprised, glanced back and asked why. Sura explained, this involves your future too, but because of me, it might be ruined. Jin Kyung simply responded with an oh, not too surprised. Honestly, I was a bit embarrassed when you asked if being his girlfriend was the reason for the contract. Sura blushed deeply, embarrassed by Jin Kyung's teasing. Jin Kyung, in these crucial moments, there's no joking around, and I revert to my true self as an older sister to comfort my silly little sister. Sura, I'm not an irresponsible manager. I believe you will be a successful actress. You don't have to apologize because I'm always by your side. After considering my own pleasures, seeing you endure like this makes me want to cry. But if you don't like that company, you can go back to how things were before. It's up to you. The empathy and understanding of her closest sister helped Sura feel much warmer. She decided to tell Jin Kyung if she could stay in front of the parking lot for a while to think before going inside. She looked up at the tree branches bathed in the gentle golden sunlight of the afternoon. Sura sat on a bench, lost in thought with a tumult of ideas in her head. The opportunity that arose today would not come again. For her own benefit, Jin Kyung had given up her own future. A senior treated her as if proposing a contract, though it was fortunate that the senior did not act on emotions. She didn't believe she would get this contract if she weren't his lover. Sura kept gazing at the horizon as it transitioned into night, thinking that over the years, she had missed many opportunities. But during those moments of reflection, she wondered if she was truly incapable of rising above it all. Just at that moment, the phone alarm rang, catching Sura's attention. She opened it to see a message from Jin Kyung. She had just sent her a music video and said, "Even if you're worried, just watch it." At that moment, Sura didn't know how to react. She stood there frozen for a few seconds before she suddenly realized in shock. Wasn't this her new music video? She had been so distracted these past few days that she had forgotten about it. Sura quickly clicked on the link to watch it with anticipation. In the music video, there appeared a girl with long, shiny hair. When the girl turned around, her stunning beauty left Sura exclaiming in astonishment. She couldn't believe that this person was actually her. So that's how it is, director Jang Min-seon is amazing. Moreover, I thought it was great on the set, but it's so different. Usually, it would only take a moment for it to climb the charts, but this time it's going to be huge. Sura was so anxious she couldn't wait to see the reactions of netizens in the comment section below. As she had predicted, there were many comments expressing love for the choreography and music of this product. Scrolling through the comments, Sura's eyes lit up when she read people's remarks about her appearance. Some viewers even recognized her as the supporting actress in the film Summer Snow. That person also praised her acting skills, although she hadn't been noticed much. Those words moved Sura to the point where she had to cover her mouth to contain the overwhelming joy bursting from her heart. She nearly collapsed from the unexpected happiness. Deep down, she still hoped that this time there would be a change. He looked out at the night sky beyond the glass window of the high-rise building. The bright lights were like galaxies. This city was as dazzling as a meteor shower with millions of lights. Early the next morning, Sura finally returned to Seun Hian's company to sign the contract. Wang-soo cheerfully brought her the complete contract and said, "If you don't need me to explain anything, just sign below." Sura picked up the pen, still feeling a bit nervous. Finally, she signed her name on the contract. Wang-soo picked it up, checked it once more, then happily announced, "All right, this means the contract is done." This time, not only did Sura breathe a sigh of relief, but others also felt jubilant. Wang-soo said to Sura, "I wish you all the best in the next 5 years." Sura quickly thanked him, hugging the contract to her chest with great appreciation. "For the first time in 7 years since my debut, I finally have my first contract. From today, it's a fresh start with trustworthy hands." Seun Hian turned to Sura and flashed a sunny smile that could win any girl's heart. Sura told herself that even though she was living under her lover's protection, she would never rely on him. The more difficulties she faced, the more she knew she would become stronger and more confident. After that day, when Sura returned home to Jin Kyung, her sister saw her off. "Sura, I'm leaving now," Jin Kyung said. Sura cheerfully replied, "It's been a while since we've had time to rest together." Jin Kyung responded excitedly, "Yes, yes. This is the last break before you become a top star. This is your last break." Hearing this, Sura could only helplessly say, "Why is my sister so funny?" Jin Kyung, noticing Sura's attitude, asked with some concern, "Aren't you happy? Things change every day, and eventually, you'll become unbelievably famous, right?" Sura could only agree quickly and then hastily shooed her nosy sister away. Yes, all right, go on now and bring back lots of squid." Jin Kyung replied, "Okay, I'll bring so much that you'll burst from eating while cutting the squid heads." After signing her first contract, Sura quickly felt the power of the company. She just needed to stay home and search for her own name to be utterly surprised. Her personal profile, which had once been forgotten in the industry, was now at the top of search results. Articles about her were spreading widely. The joy felt like a sweet dream, leaving her somewhat bewildered and unaccustomed. Time seemed to have stopped 7 years ago but now had caught up in the blink of an eye, and she still couldn't fully grasp it. Sura sighed softly and gently closed her laptop. She stretched tiredly. "My sister won't be back from the countryside for another 2 days, she thought. My senior said there's a fan meeting today." After pondering for a moment, she quickly changed clothes, grabbed her bag, and prepared to head out with great excitement. "I need to go to the company to practice. Now I don't need to rent a room anymore." As soon as Sura arrived at the company, she was warmly welcomed. "Welcome, Sura. Are you here to practice?" She thoughtfully bought a coffee for the receptionist, who gratefully thanked her. After that, Sura eagerly ran to the elevator. I can use the room for free if I want, and if necessary, I can request real lessons from the company. People don't just sign contracts for nothing. Just then, a familiar voice sounded beside her. She quickly turned to see who it was and, to her surprise, it was Kong Lee. He looked at her in astonishment and asked, "Are you the person in Ni's MV?" Suddenly being recognized made Sura so embarrassed that she froze, unable to say anything. He was Kong Lee, an actor who had risen in the rankings 2 years after his debut and was considered romantic by many women. But why was Kong Lee here? Standing in front of Sura, he blushed and fumbled like a fan meeting their idol for the first time. Sorry, I was just surprised, but you are Senior Wang Sura, right? Sura suddenly froze on the spot. Senior? I've been debuting for 7 years, but that term still feels unfamiliar. Kong Lee, even more flustered, explained, I don't doubt it at all. I'm actor Kong Lee. It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior. Sura, still bewildered, replied, Of course, I know who you are. You're Kong Lee. Unexpectedly, this talented young man had a special fondness for his seniors. As soon as Sura responded, he beamed, You know me? I became your fan after watching Ni's MV. I read in the news that you signed with MK, but I never thought I'd meet you like this. Although she officially had a boyfriend, standing before this incredibly charming smile, Sura had to admit she was truly surprised. Everyone would go crazy over that smile, and he was a great actor too. However, just then, his manager called out because he was late, so Kong Lee hurriedly bowed to Sura and disappeared like the wind. Excuse me, Senior. Sura also warmly greeted back, feeling somewhat unfamiliar being greeted like that for the first time. Standing from a distance, she could still hear the two of them chatting animatedly. Hey, today you did really well. That person said to Kong Lee. Please don't disappear like that. Somehow, at this moment, Sura felt herself being captivated by that smile. When Wang Su heard Sura's story about meeting Kong Lee, he burst into laughter and asked, Kong Lee, is that friend of yours really friendly, isn't he? How did you meet him? So, Kong Lee also signed a contract with MK this time, Sura nodded and said. So that's it. I was really surprised to see him stepping out and treating me like a superstar. Wang Su innocently said, In the future, you'll be a superstar too, Sura. Hearing this, Sura wasn't sure whether to feel encouraged or pressured and only replied, I will try my best. Wang Su, using his reputable face, assured her, We will help you to the fullest. Actually, we should call him Mr. Mun. He gave up being a manager and started working for the seniors company because of the brand power of Seun Hian. Although MK is a new company, it seems to have many prominent faces, from superstar Chang Hoonjo to Song Jina. Mentioning this name brings a pain. When Sura first heard that Song Jina had signed with MK, she was very surprised because she was also the one secretly dating her senior. And it seems the senior didn't know that person was Song Jina. Wang Su, noticing her sudden change in expression, asked Sura, Do you have any plans for today? She immediately replied that she was free today. Seeing this, Wang Su suggested, Why don't you sneak into Seun Hian's fan meeting? After the meeting, he has to go down to Busan. Sura hadn't thought of this idea, but she quickly accepted, afraid that Wang Su might change his mind. Wang Su happily supported her, saying that Chang Hoonjo's schedule was here today, so she could use Chang Ji-hoon's car and he would call the manager. Since the manager knew about their relationship, there was no need to worry. At first, Sura was very confident, but when it came time to prepare to leave, she hesitated and asked if this plan was really okay. Wang Su smiled at her as he dialed the manager's number, saying, Of course, today is a special day, so we should give a gift to Seun Hian. Manager Lee, can you come right away? Sura felt a bit nervous thinking about the special day, as it had been a long time since he had a fan meeting in Korea, and she couldn't believe she might meet her senior. Just thinking about it made her eyes light up like headlights. Thank you so much, Boss Mun, she exclaimed. Okay, he replied. Sura was quickly driven to the television station. She hesitantly apologized to the driver, saying, I'm sorry, Manager Lee. You have work today, and because of me, you have to go far. Manager Lee chuckled and reassured her, It's all right. Anyway, I have to go to the television station for a meeting with fans today. Hearing this, Sura's heart raced with excitement. Upon arriving at the television station, she looked around eagerly, hoping to spot her boyfriend among the crowd. However, she only saw a throng of people outside the station, all presumably fans of her senior. This moment is amazing, she thought to herself as she navigated through the crowd. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a banner with Seun Hian's picture on it, along with the words "Happy Birthday." Sura froze in place, leaving Manager Lee surprised as he asked her why she looked so shaken. Trembling, she pointed outside and then turned to ask Manager Lee, "Isn't today just a banner hanging over there? I saw the words birthday." Unexpectedly, Manager Lee calmly replied, "Yes, it's Seun Hian's birthday today, isn't it? You didn't know?" Sura was even more astonished. She remembered Wang Su mentioning that today was a special day for Seun Hian and suggested they should give him a gift. Could this be what he meant? Overwhelmed by the situation, Sura was at a loss for what to do. Just then, the car came to a stop, and Manager Lee indicated that they had arrived. Sura turned to Manager Lee and said, "Wait a moment. I didn't know it was his birthday today, so I haven't prepared anything. Is there any nearby shopping center?" Manager Lee smiled brightly and replied, "Is there any gift more meaningful than your unexpected appearance? Anyway, he doesn't lack anything, does he?" He then handed Sura a bag and said, "This is from Manager Mun for you." While Sura was still rejoicing, wondering if this could be the prepared gift for her senior, she found inside the bag a coat and a disguise to look like an employee of the company. Manager Mun suggested wearing the disguise so that no one would recognize her, and as for herself, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the lobby of the television station, the staff were bustling about, and Sura, disguised as a spy, stood hiding in a corner, unsure of what to do. She exclaimed, "There are so many people gathered here." She was certain no one would recognize her in this disguise. However, Manager Lee mentioned that if she went to the employee area, another manager would guide her. Upon entering, she unexpectedly met another manager there, who greeted her, causing Sura to startle and stammer an apology. The manager, puzzled, said, "I'm sorry, did I startle you?" Sura regained her composure and replied, "No, I should be the one apologizing. You're busy." The manager reassured her, "No worries. He'll be very pleased. Over there is the waiting room. Please hurry." Sura quickly thanked him and hurried away, being careful to avoid people passing by. Just then, a female staff member walked out of the room, causing Sura to startle and flinch. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back once I'm done changing," the woman said. Luckily, the staff member walked in a different direction and didn't notice anything unusual about Sura being there. Sura's heart raced with anticipation, feeling like it might leap out of her throat as she cautiously opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. Inside, there was only an eerie silence. Bewildered, she wondered where her senior had gone. At that moment, from the direction of the changing room, came the sound of rustling. Sura silently pondered that her senior must be changing clothes. What should she do? It would be embarrassing if she appeared boring. Sura thought for a moment and decided to make a dramatic entrance. Yes, she would pretend to be a staff member until he noticed her. But first, she wondered what she could do to make an impression in the room. Unfortunately, footsteps outside the hallway echoed along with someone's voice. Seun Hian, are you ready yet? You need to use the restroom, don't you?" This sudden turn of events threw Sura's plans into disarray. The other staff member returned, and Sura still hadn't figured out how to make her entrance. She needed to act quickly. As the waiting room door opened and the staff member entered, finding it empty, she turned to the changing room. It was strangely quiet inside. "Are you finished changing yet?" the staff member called out, but there was no response. Because Seun Hian was still locked his mouth inside. Feeling desperate, Sura rushed into the changing room and covered her boyfriend's mouth with her hand to prevent him from making any sudden noises. "Who's there?" Seun Hian asked softly. Sura signaled him to stay quiet while she carefully removed her mask. "It's me, your senior," she whispered. The staff member outside, not hearing any response, asked again, "Seun Hian, is anyone there?" Still, there was no answer. This puzzled the girl. Is he in the restroom? Suddenly, laughter erupted from inside the changing room. He finally speaks. Sorry, I'll come out now. Seun Hian finally responded. What's going on? Are you joking with me? The girl asked, bewildered by the situation. Meanwhile, in the changing room, Seun Hian continued to smile brightly, while Sura still felt awkward and couldn't calm down. Seun Hian squinted and whispered, Why is that, dear? Sura shyly turned back to look at him before quickly pulling out her phone and composing a text message for him to read. I wanted to surprise you, but ended up surprising myself instead. Why didn't you mention that today is your birthday? However, instead of answering her question, Seun Hian just showed an innocent expression in response to Sura's interrogation. Sura continued to write a message, expressing her frustration. What's your reaction? I'm the only one who doesn't know it's my boyfriend's birthday today, while everyone else does. Unexpectedly, when he finished reading, Seun Hian burst into a bright smile. He took Sura's phone, revealing his well-defined muscles as he typed a message slowly. Are you mad at me? Sura stood frozen for a few seconds, processing the alluring image in front of her. Seun Hian continued his message, saying that he now felt like they were dating. This made Sura blush intensely, inwardly cursing him for being too much at the wrong time to discuss that. Seun Hian responded, asking what she was planning to do now, reminding her not to forget where they were. Sura, still flushed with embarrassment, attempted to say something but gave up, lowering her head. Inadvertently, she caught sight of his well-built muscles, which only added to her tension. Her face was as red as a tomato as she quickly turned away, apologizing and asking him to get dressed, after seeing enough. Seeing her demeanor, Seun Hian seemed delighted. He reached out, pulled her back, and embraced her tightly. Sura turned back, looking at him shyly and softly calling, Sunbae, what are you doing? We'll get caught like this. But Seun Hian didn't care about her struggle. He didn't let go, instead pulling her even closer. Seun Hian bent his head down towards Sura's face, making her inner voice scream, oh no, not here. Despite her worries, she secretly enjoyed the feeling of being loved and cherished. Just then, an employee called out, Seun Hian, there's no more time. The urgent call forced the secretly dating couple to stop. Seun Hian finally let go of Sura and put on his jacket. He told her, I'll be right back. You stay hidden here for a while. With that, he stepped out of the changing room, apologizing to the employee for the delay. The female staff member grumbled a bit, asking why he took so long to change, then helped him adjust his hair again. Sura, inside the dressing room, finally exhaled a sigh of relief and slumped to the floor. Her face was still uncontrollably red. My heart feels like it's going to explode. Calm down, Wang Sura, calm down, she whispered to herself. She couldn't believe that Seun Hian thought they were truly dating, and the realization hit her deeply. Even when dating, we hardly ever meet. But I can't expect more from someone as busy as he is. I didn't even know it was his birthday, and I still call him Sunbae. Her naive thoughts swirled in her mind. Suddenly, Sura had an idea and quickly sent a message. Seun Hian opened it to find her saying, I just remembered what I should give you. He replied cheerfully, asking what she had in mind. Sura took a deep breath, her face growing even redder as she carefully composed her message. After much consideration, she hit send. When Seun Hian received the message, he was slightly surprised, but then his lips curled into a smile. Without a word, he abruptly stood up, surprising his assistant. He walked back towards the dressing room, explaining that he had forgotten his watch inside. Pushing aside the curtain, he saw Sura curled up in the corner, looking puzzled at his sudden reappearance. Seun Hian swiftly bent down close to her and whispered, I've just gone crazy because of you. This time, not allowing any interruptions, he leaned in and placed a sweet kiss on Sura's lips. In her hand, the message she had sent him read, Happy birthday, my love. After that, Hyo-sun went on a business trip to Busan. Sura's life returned to its usual routine, filled with busy projects and work. Soon enough, it was spring, and cherry blossoms were blooming all over the city. Sura marveled at the sight, exclaiming to her friend, Look, it's so beautiful, Jin Kyung. Jin Kyung agreed, yes, we don't even need to go anywhere else to see the cherry blossoms. While shopping, Sura noticed couples happily walking arm in arm down the street. She admired them and wondered if she and her sunbae would ever be able to enjoy the blossoms together. She glanced up at a building across the street, which had a billboard featuring Seun Hian, and sighed, it's a pity that such simple activities like viewing cherry blossoms are so difficult for us. Since the fan meeting, Seun Hian had been inundated with international activities. On top of that, NK Entertainment and a film production company were gearing up for a new live-action movie, making things even more challenging. Besides the main production companies and the stars in the script, this project was the biggest endeavor that the company was putting all its efforts into, featuring top stars from MK. At first, I was also preparing for this movie, so I received the script. It's going to be a huge success because it's incredibly interesting, so much so that I never get tired of memorizing my lines. Jin Kyung was driving and remarked, now that I think about it, isn't Seun Hian in Seoul today? Sura confirmed this and added, today is the press conference for the live show. Hearing this, Jin Kyung got excited, wondering aloud, do you think this live show will surpass the 50 million mark? Sura smiled and replied, even if it doesn't, it's still amazing, isn't it? Jin Kyung shook her head and insisted, no, it has to reach 50 million. There were 30 rounds of auditions, and our Sura played a major part and will become a star. Sura, overwhelmed by her friend's confidence, reminded her, hey, I'm just a supporting actress. You know that, right? Just participating is already an honor. But Jin Kyung's words seemed prophetic, and unexpectedly, it indeed happened to Sura's surprise. What? I'm going to play the role of you? Wang Su happily confirmed, yes, because Jin, the original actor for this role, couldn't perform due to a project in Hollywood. Sura, have you read the script yet? Jin Kyung's gossiping spirit ignited, why didn't you tell me? Kong Lee is super famous these days. Sura, her cheeks slightly flushed, replied, I know. But he's bright and friendly. Besides, you is a really interesting role, and it's the one I want to play even more than the lead. This is truly an opportunity for me. That day, she went to have tea with her boyfriend and also expressed her joy and excitement about her role this time. Seun Hian, feeling curious, asked, do you like it that much? Sura smiled and replied, of course. If it's you, then I'll have the chance to work with you, senior, that's awesome. Seun Hian wasn't very pleased and said, it's not playing the lover's role. Why do you like being my younger sister? Sura didn't see any problem with it, why not? As long as we get to act together, it's fine. Her radiant smile made Seun Hian feel happy as well. Suddenly, he wanted to tease her, alright, then you have to act the kissing scene naturally. Sura pouted and asked, does you also have a boyfriend? They don't have any kissing scenes. If you read the script, you should know that. Sura turned away, feigning a sulky mood, then the scriptwriter should add it in. Seun Hian laughed without any jealousy. She winked at him, by the way, who is your co-star? Has it been decided yet? Seun Hian answered immediately, yes, it has. Sura excitedly asked who it was, but when she heard it was Song Jina, her smile disappeared instantly. The silly Seun Hian, seeing her frozen like that, thought she hadn't heard clearly and repeated it once more. Sura, feeling flustered, thought, no need to repeat it. Why Song Jina? Logically, Jina might be suitable for the main role, but considering everything. At that moment, she turned to look at Hian and noticed the back of his hand was red from a small wound. Curiously, she asked, Senior, what happened to your hand? It's hurt, isn't it? Seun Hian, not wanting her to worry, quickly hid his hand in his pocket. It happened while filming in Busan. It's nothing. Sura held out her hand and said, let me see it. But he still hid it and reassured her that it was nothing. Speaking softly didn't work, so Sura had to use a stronger approach. She quickly grabbed his hand and lifted it, then let me see. His hand showed clear scratches, making Sura worry, when did this happen? It's still swollen. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all. What kind of scenes made you get hurt? Just some action scenes. Seun Hian quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's go outside. Read the script right away, okay? You will do great, right? However, Sura couldn't help but worry. I've read the entire script already, but there weren't many action scenes. His hand like this must be from a newly added scene? Suddenly, a sense of unease began to creep into Sura's mind, feeling that something was wrong. Yes, sis, I've finished eating. I'm on my way back now. Have you eaten? It's probably late. Make sure to lock the door. Sura walked home, playfully teasing her assistant, don't worry, enjoy your date. Jin Kyung sighed, what did Kang Seung Hian do after arriving at Seoul? Hearing his name, the lead actress's eyes lit up, I don't know. It's been a long time since he last met. An old colleague suddenly remembered something. Sura eagerly asked, you're with Director Mun, right? Kyung confirmed, then asked her, what's going on? She hesitated, thinking whether to say anything. I want to ask about the injury on his hand. If I ask, he will feel guilty. After thinking it over, Sura quickly changed the subject, I was just asking. See you at home later. Kyung found it strange but didn't ask further, letting her younger sister end the call. Sura trudged up the stairs, feeling dejected. She truly cared about Seung Hian, but no matter how many times she asked, he never shared anything. This time he stayed in Seoul longer than expected. Anyway, she would persist. She finally reached her room, sighed wearily, and slowly closed the door. Suddenly, a large hand blocked the door. Sura turned around to see a tall, heavily clothed man staring at her. Terrified, Sura dropped her expensive phone on the ground. She quickly grabbed a nearby glass and backed away from him. Shaking, she held the glass defensively and stammered, who are you? Get out before I throw this. The man stood still, showing no intention of attacking. He pulled down his mask, revealing a bruised face. She immediately recognized Kim Chong-gu. He turned on the light with one hand and removed the mask with the other. Despite the scratches, he was still quite handsome. Chong-gu, in a reproachful tone, said, don't treat me like a monster. I need your help with something. Ignoring him, Sura, still frightened, said, I have nothing to say to you. I don't want to hear anything either. She was about to tell him to leave when he shook his head, exasperated, and threatened, do you want to talk outside? You're quite famous these days. Hanging out with a celebrity must be fun, right? It makes sense. She replied, all right, don't go. Wait for the police to arrive, then leave. She hurriedly searched her bag for her phone, but it was empty. She paused, remembering it was by the door. In her panic, she had thrown her fancy phone. Sura quickly rushed to pick it up under Chong-gu's astonished gaze. But as she grabbed the phone, he seized her hand. Chong-gu raised her hand, leaned in, and asked, Wang Sura, what is going on with you and Kang Seung Hian? Shocked by the unexpected question, she widened her eyes and replied, what? Sura yanked her hand away, angry, are you crazy? You barge into my house and talk nonsense? Chong-gu insisted she answer, that night in Busan, even if you were flirting. Ignoring him, Sura quickly dialed her phone, calling 112. Chong-gu immediately stopped her, fine, I get it. I'll leave if you tell me if you're dating Seun Hian. Sura looked at him suspiciously, will you stop judging and listen to me? Surprised by her offer, Chong-gu adjusted his emotions and agreed. It seemed he had gotten his answer. Disappointed, Chong-gu turned and left, slamming the door behind him. Sura hurriedly locked the door. She collapsed to the floor, fear etched on her face again, wondering, where did that bastard hear about this? Sura remembered seeing bruises on his face and the wounds on Seung Hian's hand. She connected the two incidents and realized the coincidence, unbelievable? Chong-gu stepped out of the building where Sura lived, looked back at her apartment, and smiled with a pained expression, are they really dating? Wang Sura and Kang Seung Hian. Seung's name kept repeating in Chong-gu's mind. He seemed unable to accept this truth, trying to reassure himself that it was just a rumor, and then decisively left. The phone rang in a cafe. Jin Kyung was quite surprised to receive a call from Sura and told the person across from her, I have a call coming in. Wait a moment while I answer Sura's call. Director Mun agreed. Sura, what's up? On the other end, Sura spoke seriously, sister, I'm sorry, but you're with Director Mun, right? Kyung asked again. Yes, why? Do you have something to ask him? Wang-soo was focused on looking at Kyung. But Sura insisted on her request. Can I talk to him for a moment? Wang-soo stepped towards the car to talk on the phone. Sura, I stepped outside. Do you want to ask something about Seun Hian? Sura felt apologetic for interrupting their date and apologized. Wang-soo politely said, no problem, so what's up? She hesitated, then mustered the courage to ask, Senior, what happened in Busan? Mentioning this, Wang-soo became flustered and didn't immediately answer the main question. What exactly do you want to know? Sura didn't choose to tell the truth. She made up another reason. I saw that Senior's hand was injured. I heard he got hurt from an argument while drinking, but I'm worried if he's okay. Lying made her heart race, truly making secretive matters unsettling. Wang-soo played along with her story and replied, Seun Hian said that? Was there an argument? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Wang-soo added a few more details based on her words. Sura immediately lowered her voice. Isn't that true? Wang-soo, scratching his head and glancing around shiftily, hesitantly said, well, if Seun Hian said so, then that's how it is. He replied politely with a smile. On the other end, Sura couldn't hold back anymore and snapped, Brother Wang-soo, I want you to tell the truth. It has something to do with Kim Chong-gu, right? Wang-soo fell silent, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, and confessed, this matter made Seun Hian very angry when I told him the truth. Actually, not long ago, I went to Busan to manage Seun Hian, and a few things happened. Wang-soo recounted that evening. Seun Hian said he wouldn't attend the dinner party, feeling too tired and would instead go for a drink at the bar to relax. Wang-soo didn't stop him, advising him to call when he got there. Seun Hian nodded in agreement. They parted ways like that. Seun Hian wandered into the bar and unexpectedly encountered someone he didn't want to see, Kim Chong-gu. He was engrossed in reading something on his phone, unaware of his surroundings. To avoid running into him, Seun Hian moved to another spot but was drawn in by an unexpected conversation between two strangers. Chong-gu, have you recently looked up Sura online when you had free time? He froze and eavesdropped. Chong-gu calmly replied, if you search, it's amazing, her face shows up on the front page. Yes, I was a bit curious. The tall and muscular manager, Miho, stared at Chong-gu, not understanding what he was thinking. Chong-gu suddenly changed his tone, turning to Miho and shouting, do you think I'm tormenting her too much? Miho, used to this crazy guy's instability, gently asked, did you do something to her audition? Chong-gu seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, it's really because she dared to slap me. Miho sighed inwardly, thinking, so tiring. But his ability to keep quiet was impressive. He sipped his drink and advised, anyway, stop it. Just because you dumped her to marry Miyang, you should feel guilty. Chong-gu angrily retorted, are you drunk? Why bring this up now? Miho replied, because of sympathy. You know Sura's situation. Chong-gu, far from feeling remorseful, grew even more jealous. Sympathy? Anyway, the company dropped her. How did Sura get into MK? Actually, I know Seun Hian, when she sneaked into his room, it was just her face. Seeing Chong-gu talking more and more wrongly, Miho hurriedly intervened, stop it. What if someone hears? And indeed, every word that madman uttered had been infuriating Seung all this time. Seung slowly approached Chong-gu, while the madman, who liked to play the victim, was still unaware of the impending disaster and nonchalantly retorted, who's listening? It's just us here. And he was wrong. A large hand grabbed Chong-gu by the collar and lifted him, making him scream in panic. Seun Hian looked at the irritating figure in front of him and challenged, speak up. Miho, looking at the person standing before him, was surprised by his appearance. Chong-gu, still in a daze, was startled and stammered in fear when he was pulled up. Seun Hian threw a punch at Chong-gu's face, knocking him backward. Miho, standing nearby, couldn't react in time and just watched. In pain and slightly drunk, Chong-gu, with no more restraint, immediately cursed, hey, you madman. This statement only fueled the already raging anger in Seun Hian, who quickly pinned Chong-gu down and started punching him. Seeing his subordinate being beaten like that, Miho, with his burly physique, stood dumbfounded for a moment. After regaining his composure, he ran over to intervene. Kong, stop it. This commotion is bad for both sides. Seun Hian glared at the intruder and ordered, go away. At that moment, Wang Su appeared at the door with a bright smile. Seun Hian, you forgot your phone in your jacket. Then Wang Su's smile disappeared as he saw the classic bar fight scene in front of him. Terrified, Wang Su screamed, what are you doing, Seun Hian? After that, at the MK Company headquarters, Seun Hian calmly ordered, get it done. Don't forget to add a threat, or I'll resign. Director Gu was a very principled person, so when he heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. He sarcastically asked, are you going to slam the table again? Wang Su, with a twisted expression, replied, even though he's been beaten down, he's still not over it. Letting out a sigh of relief, the director burst into laughter. Seeing his satisfied expression, Sung couldn't help but ask, what's so funny? He laughed until tears came out, responding, this is too much. What could have made Seun Hian so furious, to this extent? Shouldn't we respect Kim Chong-gu's face? After saying this, he continued laughing as if the fight was very amusing. Sung sighed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Sung hesitantly apologized to Director Gu, the man with glasses, who immediately put on a serious and comforting expression. It's okay, Kim Chong-gu, you can use that kid, so I can't do anything to him. The director proposed, then let's switch. Seun Hian, surprised, right? He explained, anyway, Chong-gu isn't easy to move hastily, so it's time to be careful even with the smallest sound. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Wang Su hastily commented, I think it'll be difficult to sue them, because the presidential candidate Kim Chong-gu's father-in-law is close to Seun Hian's father, so he'll understand. In that case, Kim Chong-gu would be the one to feel. Sung turned to remind, oh, and don't let Sura know, including Jin Kyung. Wang Su agreed and looked out the window, contemplatively recalling Sura's acting scene, the tears falling on that beautiful face. Seun Hian wondered if it was because of Kim Chong-gu? In a tall building, the rooms still lit up. Seun Hian was sitting in the living room reading the script when suddenly the doorbell interrupted his focus. Hian walked towards the door and wondered who could be here at this hour. What caught his eye was the petite figure he always longed for, the Sura. She was only wearing a thin robe, her face slightly sad. Seun Hian felt worried seeing her and quickly asked why she was here at this hour. Sura only lifted her head to look at him, bursting into tears and falling into his arms. Seun Hian immediately embraced her tightly. Sura buried her face in that warm and safe embrace, softly speaking, I have something to say. She confessed that she claimed to know Moon Mi-yang, which was a lie. Of course, she wasn't invited to the wedding either. She remembered the day that wretched Kim Chong-gu met her to deliver the wedding invitation. That day, she was officially dumped by him. She brought her angry heart to his wedding, and their relationship ended badly, so she didn't know how to act in front of Seun Hian at that time. Hence, she lied about knowing the bride. Sura held onto him tighter with fear and remorse. Seun Hian gently stroked her head as Sura looked up at him, tears ready to fall. Sura sobbed, give me a chance to speak for myself, even though I'm thankful to you. Her gentle husband looked at her with a hint of surprise, then sighed softly. He gently wiped her tears away and suspected, it was Wang Su who spilled the beans, wasn't it? If so, I'll have to shut his mouth. Sura was still immersed in happiness, holding onto his warm hand pressed against her cheek, softly saying, I can't believe I've achieved what I have now. You don't know how much I cherish you. Seun Hian leaned into her, burying his face in her, replying, I also can't believe how much I adore this naive, innocent person, but I hope if I ever do anything wrong, you'll get angry or not as you are today. I feel really guilty. Sura hesitated, a little afraid of getting angry. Seun Hian comforted her, you don't need to get angry at all. She smiled with relief and stopped crying. Given the rare opportunity to be here at this hour, he pulled her inside. Sura immediately declined with embarrassment, saying she just came for a moment and because she couldn't meet him earlier. Seun Hian acted slightly annoyed and worried, are you planning to leave at this hour? Since you're drunk, I can't take you home. Then he suggested it was already late and dangerous, so she should stay. Surprised by the invitation, Sura froze, her face turning red. She was too embarrassed to refuse outright, while Seung stared at her, waiting for an answer. Understanding the girl's concern, Seung raised his hand to his chin, saying, "I'm not thinking that way." His words startled Sura, making her blurt out, "What do you mean?" Seun Hian burst into laughter, teasing her, "You're having dirty thoughts." Realizing her slightly over-the-top reaction, Sura stammered, explaining that she didn't mean it that way, but her body became more and more tense with shyness. Seeing her amusing expression, Seung teased her again, "Of course, you didn't think that way, did you?" Sura quickly straightened up, trying to maintain her composure. Hian looked at her with a gentle smile, then softly ran his hand through her shiny, long hair, asking, "Do you want me to think that way?" "You're so bold." His words made her officially explode, not just in her face, but also in her heart, feeling the heat rise. Angry and upset, Sura turned away, and Seung Hian had to constantly apologize to make amends, transformed into a mischievous child, begging her not to leave and help him rehearse the script. "Stay and help with the script, all right?" he pleaded. Sura reluctantly agreed to stay. Later, Seung Hian picked up the script and examined it carefully. "Hey, there's no sleeping scene in this script, Sura," he chuckled. His petite girlfriend was peacefully asleep on the cozy sofa, resembling a little kitten. She looked so lovely even while sleeping. Seung Hian smiled affectionately at this precious sight, unwilling to disturb her. He guessed she must have been exhausted today. He gently carried her to the large bed and laid her down. "Please don't rush to adult details yet, as the story hasn't reached its conclusion," he advised. Then, Hian gently covered her with a blanket, afraid to wake her up. But she wasn't deeply asleep like a child. Sura dreamily watched his warm gestures, overwhelmed with happiness. She couldn't believe she was loved so much, and he didn't know how much she cherished him in return. Seung Hian gazed at her, gently touching her hair, realizing that just being with her gave him so much strength, so he loved her too. Finally, he placed a tender kiss on her forehead, full of reluctance, but eventually stepped out of the room, gently closing the door. The spring night was so gentle and serene. Today is the first day of filming for the scene at Laba. Seung Hian shouted loudly, "Wait, are you just going to walk away like that, Han Hae-ju?" The beautiful woman who turned back was Song Jina. In this movie, she plays the female lead. The two of them stood there for a moment, looking at each other. Then the director called out, "Cut. All right, change the scene and let's do it again." Everyone on the set was talking about the two main actors, saying they really acted well. Sura, lost in the crowd, was also very surprised. She thought to herself, "What a difference." The voice of her assistant interrupted her thoughts. "Sura, let's go." "Yes, coming." The two sisters were walking down the street, Kyung talking to her, "The weather is so nice today." Sura also enjoyed the warm weather, looking forward to working more with Seung Hian, but it seemed that he was always on Team A while she was on Team B. So, each movie had different. In a place with luxurious golden lighting, Sura was wearing an outfit not quite suitable for the weather, making her exclaim, "This dress is beautiful, but wearing a winter outfit outside in such heat is..." She left the sentence unfinished. A short-haired girl looked at her, stammering, "Sister, is it too difficult? Let me fan you." Sura gave a polite smile and refused, "Thank you, Mina, but it would be harder for you since you'd have to fix my makeup from all the sweating." Mina, amused, smiled brightly, "That's my job. No matter what you wear, you still look beautiful. Working with you makes me happy." Hearing such sincere words, Sura couldn't help but feel touched, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the young girl in front of her. Sura jumped to hug Mina, exclaiming, "You adorable girl." The young girl hugged back, teasing, "The makeup is going to fall off now." Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "May I come in?" Sura called out, "Yes, come in." A young man appeared, dressed similarly in a winter outfit. He raised his hand in greeting, "Senior." Sura cheerfully greeted back, "Hello. It's hot today, isn't it?" Kong Lee, feeling like he'd found an ally, quickly took off his thick coat and complained, "I can't breathe in this. The outdoor shoot today is so hot," he said with frustration, expressing his determination. "Should we fight the author on this, sister?" Sura smiled helplessly, "All right." At that moment, a crew member from the film team arrived to announce, the scene with you and Junsu will start soon. Get ready. These are the names of the characters that the female lead and Kong Lee play in this film. Team B has been filming for a week already, and thanks to Kong Lee's friendliness, the shooting has been easy to integrate. The two also act very well together. For Sura, everything is going smoothly except for one thing. She texts Seun Hian but doesn't receive any response. Sura looks at her phone without any reply, showing obvious disappointment. Noticing her distress, Jin Kyung and Mina try to console her, making excuses for the situation. The scenes in Yamma are different, and, right, the release date has been postponed, so don't worry too much. Try this, it's delicious. They try to cheer Sura up, but she doesn't seem to pay much attention to them. She was utterly disappointed. No matter how busy we are, can't we meet for 5 minutes? If it's true love, those 5 minutes would be so precious, she thought. Thinking about it now only made her more frustrated, and she slammed her hand on the table in exasperation. Not even 5 minutes. Not even a single moment. The two people with her saw her frustration and didn't dare to bother her anymore, retreating to a corner to chat. Sura lay slumped over the table, feeling sad. Are we, Money Boy and I, gradually drifting apart? But on the other side, Seun Hian was also quite exhausted, lying back in the car, looking just as disheartened. His assistant, who was sitting behind him, reminded him to take a nap, saying, "You haven't slept for days." Seun Hian agreed. He opened his phone to read Sura's messages. Money Boy, I think I can go see Team A at work. Can I meet you for a bit? Money Boy, I'm at the filming site. Why don't you have any failed takes? I need to take pictures, keep it up. These words of encouragement, sent long ago, without any reply, made him feel guilty. Seun Hian started to type a message. Sorry, I've been filming non-stop. But before he could send it, a call came in from Wang Su. Seun Hian answered, hearing the concern in the voice on the other end. Hey Kong Seun Hian, are you managing all right? No time to even breathe? Hian responded helplessly, stop watching the drama, that's not my style at all. Wang Su comforted, all right, by the way, I have an announcement. Anyway, I want to talk about the contract. I've already informed them that you want to extend it for another 3 years. I hope you'll decide soon. But is it okay for you to agree without knowing anything about it? You haven't been in touch with anyone for a year or two. Seun Hian tiredly responded, yes, just go ahead. Wang Su continued to encourage, okay. I understand, just keep working hard. Do you know that Sura's birthday is coming up? This statement made Sung suddenly alert, and he quickly asked, it's coming up? Wang Su added, she hasn't been able to organize anything because she's busy filming. How about you send her a gift? You don't have time, so I'll buy it for you, okay? Seun Hian refused, saying that it wouldn't be sincere. Wang Su asked, so what do you plan to do? Seun Hian suddenly didn't know how to respond. His assistant quietly called him while holding the schedule book. After a long wait without an answer, the person on the other end asked anxiously, buy it online? Shouldn't you pick it out in person? Seun Hian stared at the schedule book, calculating his timeline, and with a slight smile, he replied, no, I'll do it myself. The next day, a crowd gathered in front of a shopping mall. Someone curiously asked, what's going on? Why are so many people gathered here? A girl who had been eavesdropping turned and replied, it seems they're filming a new movie, Kong Seun Hian and Song Jina. The director shouted, cut. Take a break and get ready to resume in an hour. Just that announcement made everyone happy. Song Jina cheerfully called out to Sung, eat with me, okay? Come on. Before she could finish her sentence, Sung hurriedly walked away. Seeing his rushed demeanor, she felt disappointed for a few minutes. Then, Gina went to find the manager and asked, where did Kong Seun Hian go in such a hurry? The young guy felt shy when the beautiful woman started a conversation with him. He confessed that he was shopping for his girlfriend. Gina was surprised, and the manager suddenly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly slapped his mouth a few times to punish himself for having a mouth faster than his brain. The curious Gina wanted to know who this girlfriend was. The polite sales clerk greeted the customer and asked what he was looking for, which made Seun Hian a bit embarrassed. He looked down and avoided eye contact, saying, "I'm not looking for anything special." The girls around also recognized this handsome guy as Seun Hian. Quite flustered, he had planned to shop during lunch, but now that he was there, he didn't know what to buy. He looked around and everything seemed to suit Sura perfectly. A woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. "This is so beautiful." Gina bent over to look at some jewelry, showering them with compliments. "Oh my, this one is beautiful too, looks so luxurious." "Hian, isn't it beautiful? Should I try it on?" She kept gushing, "But it's so expensive." Her words startled not only him but also the sales clerk. Realizing people were watching, Gina stopped and cheerfully explained, "Oh, it's our 5-year anniversary." The director asked if I wanted a gift, so I answered quickly. Seun Hian found himself in a tough spot, and before he could speak, she cut him off. "You know, right? Seun Hian is the director of our company." He reminded her, Gina. But she pretended not to hear, still fixated on the jewelry, moving closer as if they were very close. "Hey, this one is beautiful." "Oh, right," she whispered, "if you don't go along, I'll be so embarrassed, and not just me, what about you? And the film, before it airs, let's not let bad news spread, okay?" Seeing her point, Seun Hian said nothing more. Seeing that she had the upper hand, Gina continued with her game, excitedly telling the saleswoman, "Ma'am, let me see this one. I want this one too, the design is so cute." Seun Hian, distressed, ran his hands through his hair. "I'm going crazy." As soon as they returned to the film crew, Gina bowed her head apologetically with a very earnest attitude. "I went too far." Seeing the girl bowing before him, Seung didn't understand what had just happened. At this moment, at the film factory, Gina explained. "The manager told me that you went to buy a gift for your girlfriend. If you planned to buy it yourself, you should have told me. If your girlfriend's identity is exposed, it will be a big issue. Before the film is released, if rumors of dating spread, the work will be ruined. I also want to help you because I worry that you might feel uncomfortable with the gaze of others, so you couldn't buy it comfortably. I really wanted to help you. I'm sorry for not asking you first." Seun Hian pondered deeply. "I don't know if she's truly sincere. I can't get angry, I'm not sure." Gina suddenly put on a sorrowful face, which startled Seun Hian a bit. He asked, "Why are you crying?" Gina bowed her head, hiding her tearful eyes, and replied, "I'm really sorry." Seung couldn't hold back in the face of a girl's tears. He reached out, grabbed a tissue, and handed it to Gina, comforting her. All right, don't cry anymore." She took it immediately. After a while, seeing that she had stopped crying, Seung continued, "Anyway, I appreciate your help. But if something like this happens again, don't act like that. If it happens again, I won't be so forgiving." Gina hurriedly responded, Yes. With that, Seung Hian turned to leave, not forgetting to tell her to wipe her tears. Gina grabbed his sleeve, stopping him, her face beaming as she said, "Does that mean you forgive me, right?" Seung Hian, feeling helpless, had no words left to say. Without another word, he left, ignoring her joyous exclamation, "I knew you'd be like this. Thank you." At this moment, worry appeared on Seung's face. His intuition about this woman was not good, and he pondered how to handle the situation with Sura. Over at filming Team B, a large table of sweets was laid out, looking delicious and enticing. Sura excitedly exclaimed, "Is this from the fans?" "Your fans are amazing, Kong Lee." Kong smiled brightly, feeling very proud of his fans. "That's right, my fans are awesome." Sura took a bite and almost praised, "Wow, it's delicious." Kong replied, "You've already said it." They continued to compliment everything they could. Kyung, outside their conversation, also felt excited about their story. Kong Lee took out his phone to take photos and posted them on his social media profile. Sura supported this and took the opportunity to ask Kong Lee to thank the fans. Suddenly, Kong Lee stopped, looking surprised. Sura, unaware of what he had read, cheerfully asked, "What's up, Kong? Did you read some surprising news?" Kong was shocked because Team A's news had been leaked, involving Seun Hian and Gina. Sura's smile suddenly froze. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Jin Kyung hurriedly interrupted, "What are you talking about? Give me your phone." Seeing the unusual behavior, Kong Lee timidly handed it over. "Here it is, it's all over the internet now." Mina comforted Sura to calm her down. But what caught her eye was the headline of the news article, Seun Hian and Gina's romantic outing at the mall. Above it was a picture of the two in a jewelry store, and below were numerous positive comments. Is this to promote a movie? Are they dating? How admirable. Sister. Sura cried out, looking at the scene before her. She was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing, but she had no choice but to accept it. Kyung cheerfully announced, "Sura, I'm so happy. Finally, the script for my project with Seun Hian Kong is ready. Filming will start tomorrow. You know how quickly the script came together, right?" Contrary to the manager's joyful demeanor, Sura sat silently like a statue, her heart icy cold. Jin Kyung sat down beside her to console her. "Don't think too much. The headline is a gift for the 5th anniversary of Song Gina's debut. I've also heard that Seun Hian Kong was talking to the manager on the phone." Recalling the manager's words from earlier, she continued, "He mentioned he was filming, so if it's about the newspaper, you don't have to worry. Oh, the assistant director is waiting for me. I'll go now." Before Sura could react, the call was ended abruptly, leaving her feeling despondent. The call only added to her confusion. She thought he would explain, but the sudden hang-up made the situation even stranger. Jin Kyung quickly tried to defend the male lead. "You know this is the filming location for Team A at the mall, and startup companies can send gifts to the actors. Don't worry too much." Sura, still in her role as the actor's manager, questioned, "Is it normal for both of them to buy a necklace? Can they do that separately?" Sura's questioning made Jin Kyung break out in a cold sweat. She couldn't find any more excuses for Hian. Feeling trapped, Kyung swiftly changed the subject. "I don't know. Anyway, you'll see him tomorrow. Just ask him then. You've said enough. Let's go." She then led Mina out of the room, leaving Sura alone to contemplate. Jin Kyung quickly tried to defend the male lead. "You know this is the filming location for Team A at the mall, and startup companies can send gifts to the actors. Don't worry too much." Alone with her doubts and sadness, Sura opened her phone and looked at the article, unable to help but marvel at how beautiful the picture looked. Anger surged within her as she pointed at the handsome face in the image and muttered, "Useless." At the mall where the film crew was shooting, a woman's loud voice made the crowd turn to see who it was, causing annoyance and frustration. "How embarrassing. I boasted to my friends that I'd land the lead role in that series, and now I've been fired. What am I going to say?" The person who just spoke was Mi Yang, Cheong-goo's wife. She was walking and cursing because her husband lost his role in the film. Cheong-gu could only comfort her with a few words to get through the situation. "Mi Yang, I'm not fired." The director suddenly wanted to change the direction of the film, so he decided to drop that script. "I don't know what to do either, but I know you'll still be sad. And I'll be sad if you keep acting like this, won't I?" Mi Yang turned, her eyes sharp as she looked at her husband and exclaimed, "Cheong-gu." He stood there, watching his wife rambling endlessly. She said it was because she was just too long-winded and full of bitterness. In his exhaustion, for some reason, Cheong-gu's mind conjured up an image of Sura, who had once called out his name. But in his memory, Sura gently held his hand, placed her hand on his cheek, and encouraged him, "Cheong-gu, it's okay. It's just bad luck this time." Her smile brought warmth and light, urging him to try harder. Strangely, Cheong-gu's voice, in reality, felt heavy, jolting him out of the daydream, much like a mirage of a puddle of water in the desert suddenly dissipating. Seeing her husband standing still, his wife grew annoyed. "What are you doing, Cheong-gu?" she shouted. Cheong-gu quickly responded, let's go." Trying to dodge her questions, he wondered why today his mind was filled with random thoughts, almost making him lose his temper. In a luxurious designer store, the salesperson was enthusiastically praising how well the items suited the customer. The satisfied woman, feeling beautiful as she looked at herself in the mirror, decided to purchase the luxury item without hesitation. Cheong-gu, not paying much attention, casually tapped on his phone repeatedly. However, he suddenly noticed something odd in the newsfeed. He was momentarily surprised to see the dating news about Seun Hian and Song Jina. Reading the article in front of him left Cheong-gu bewildered. Wasn't he dating Wang Sura? There must be something that caused them to break up. Cheong-gu pondered and found it reasonable because Seun Hian could never be serious about Sura. He secretly rejoiced, feeling that this was another chance given to him by fate. Meanwhile, Sura was still stuck in her disappointment, evidenced by her plate filled only with fried gimbap. Kyung noticed the unbalanced meal and intervened. Wait a minute, Sura, what kind of food selection is that? Snapping back to reality, Sura lamented, what am I doing, taking only one type of food? Kyung, frustrated with her dazed state, scolded her, snap out of it. Thanks to Seun Hian's fans, we get to enjoy this free buffet at the hotel, and you're only eating fried gimbap? Why? Sitting at the table, Sura couldn't swallow her food. I'm so sad I don't know how to eat, she said, her slightly odd statement worrying Kyung. What? Is this about the necklace? Sung Hian has already sent a message to clarify. Remembering the long message from him, Sura felt helpless. How could she use it to explain? The message read, it's a bit hard to talk on the phone. You saw the article, right? Don't worry, it's nothing. There's nothing to misunderstand. We have a shoot tomorrow, see you then. Kyung was at a loss for words, unable to defend the male lead any longer, and offered some advice, anyway, you two should meet and talk. How can you work together with things like this? Reflecting on it, Sura realized that the shoot with her senior was a moment she had eagerly awaited for a long time, but she hadn't expected to face such emotions. Suddenly, something startled Sura, her pupils dilating as if something bad had happened. It was Song Jina approaching, holding a plate of food and excitedly heading towards Sura. Hi there. It's been a while, hasn't it? How are you? Song Jina greeted cheerfully, not noticing the uneasy expressions on both Sura and Kyung's faces. This is the first time we've met since the script reading, right? Song Jina placed her plate of food on the table and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. Sura felt extremely awkward watching her actions and wondered why she chose to sit right next to her. Feeling embarrassed, Sura responded, I guess so. Suddenly, Song Jina waved at someone. Curiously, Sura followed her gaze and recognized that it was Senior Sung Hian. She thought to herself, what kind of expression is he going to have now? Sung Hian smiled, seemingly contemplating something, which made Sura feel puzzled. He quickly approached her and said, when did you get here? Sura, not interested in engaging, replied coldly, just got here. Clearly annoyed, she focused on eating as much food as possible to avoid talking to him. In no time, she had stuffed herself with all the food on her plate. Noticing her unusual behavior, Sung Hian expressed concern, you'll have indigestion if you eat so quickly. Why are you eating so fast? She curtly responded, because I'm hungry. Jina then chimed in, it looks like Sura is really hungry, but reminded her, if you get indigestion, it will affect the shoot, so try to eat more slowly. Seeing Jina's sincere attitude, Sura was momentarily taken aback. That's right, she thought, I don't know what this situation is. Song Jina hasn't done anything wrong, so there's no need to dislike her. I shouldn't be so mean. Just as Sura began to think better of Jina, Jina moved closer to Sung Hian, try this, it's delicious. Although Sung Hian didn't seem to like it, he couldn't do much about it. As the server walked by with a tray, Jina gently asked, hey, do you think if I have a drink, it will disrupt the shoot later? And about scene C-17, don't you think it has too much dialogue? She continued to chatter away, even though Sung Hian didn't respond to any of her questions. Meanwhile, Sura just wanted to change seats and get away from the situation. At that moment, Kong Lee appeared with his usual cheerful demeanor, just in time to rescue her from the awkwardness. Jina. Long time no see, he greeted warmly. Long time no see. Jina responded, equally friendly. Kong Lee, however, didn't sit down. Instead, he hesitated, then turned and said, too bad, there's no room here. I'll eat over there. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Sura quickly called out, hey, Kong Lee, wait. She stood up abruptly and suggested, I'll go with you. Surprised by her senior's words, Kong Lee felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Sure. Sura coldly responded, of course, everyone here is from Team A, so I feel a bit out of place. Jin Kyung was shocked by her bluntness. Hearing this, Kong Lee was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Are you is the best." Sura smiled and added, "Who else but you can take care of Junsu so well?" The male lead, listening to their conversation, felt his irritation grow, though he said nothing. Kong Lee thanked Sura, then explained, "There's no more room at the Team B table, so I didn't know what to do." Hearing this made Sura feel a pang of sympathy. "Don't say that. Even if you don't know what to do, you still need to eat properly," she said. Kong Lee, with eyes full of gratitude, looked at his senior. His face was bright and cheerful, and he responded, "I'm truly touched." Sura felt guilty, knowing she had only used this situation to change seats, not expecting Kong Lee to be so grateful. The young man, flustered, apologized, "Sister, I'm sorry." He offered to get drinks, and Sura agreed, reminding him to return quickly. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the phone on the table. Sura glanced at it skeptically and guessed correctly, the message was from Seun Hian. She leaned forward, popped a piece of gimbap into her mouth, pretending not to notice the message. But human curiosity got the better of her, and she eventually picked up the phone and opened it. He had written, "What's wrong? Why aren't you sitting here?" Disappointed by his obliviousness, Sura felt her anger rising. She immediately started typing a furious reply, pressing the keys so hard that, if the phone could speak, it would cry out in pain. The content of Sura's reply was, "Kong Lee would be very confused if I left him sitting alone, but Gina is there, and you're more comfortable with Team A anyway." Seun Hian, bending over and secretly texting her back, "That's not it. It's been 10 days since we last met, but you didn't even look at me and changed seats?" Sura wanted to end the conversation, "All right, just eat." Seun Hian, worried, "Are you angry? Come back." This made Sura furious, "Are you trying to provoke me? If I go back, will there be a seat for Kong Lee?" Her anger peaked, and she muttered a curse under her breath. Just then, Kong Lee returned, hearing the unkind words from the angelic Sura, and he was shocked. "What's wrong, sister?" Sura, startled and embarrassed, quickly found an excuse to leave. "Sorry, my stomach isn't feeling well. I need to go to the bathroom." She bolted out of the restaurant, her face showing her simmering rage, ready to devour anyone who dared to upset her further. "But who should be angry here? I'm going crazy," she sighed. "Do you think I haven't come back for lunch yet?" Sung's loud call startled Sura. The waitresses at that moment were overwhelmed by Seun Hian's stunning handsomeness. Sura hesitated, then turned around and asked, "What's the matter, Senior Seun Hian?" This formal way of addressing made the male lead uneasy. Kong Seun Hian slowly approached, announcing that they had a scene to shoot together this afternoon. He leaned in close and whispered, "Shall we go to the rehearsal room for a bit?" In the rehearsal room, Seun Hian earnestly confronted and pleaded with Sura to tell him what had happened. Sura looked at him seriously, outwardly asking, "What do you mean?" but inwardly cursing, "You really don't know, huh?" Seun Hian got straight to the point, "You have a reason for avoiding me and changing your seat, don't you?" Sura looked down and denied it. "I already told you, Kong Lee doesn't know anyone in Team A, so he would be confused if he sat with them." He questioned irritably, "You mean you changed your seat because you were worried about him?" Sura couldn't hold back anymore. The frustrations of the past few weeks poured out, "But also because you gave gifts to others, why don't I have the right to take care of him?" Sung silently marveled at what she had just said. Although he was quite tired of this girl, being a true gentleman, he chose to endure. He meditated with great effort for a moment, then spoke up, "So you did it for that reason?" "I told you, don't pay attention to it. There's no misunderstanding." Sura sarcastically replied, "You didn't mean to?" She looked straight into his eyes, resolutely launching into a tirade of accusations about the scandal at the jewelry store, her voice full of bitterness. Seeing her attitude, Sung was stunned and frightened. He hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. Do you suspect me and Song Gina?" Sura calmly responded, "It's not about suspicion. I just don't understand why you bought an expensive necklace for an actress you've known for less than a month. Seeing the situation escalating, Seun Hian scratched his head, unsure how to resolve it. He hesitated to tell the truth, knowing it would be hard to believe. After pondering for a while, he came up with a convincing answer, it's because I have my own reasons. But such a meaningless explanation couldn't soothe Sura at this moment. She frankly said, then in the case. She intended to say more, but seeing his troubled face, she fell silent. Finally, Sura continued, then I am just like you, would you be bothered? Seun Hian looked at her, his eyes confused, not knowing what to say. He just stood up and walked toward the window, not brave enough to face her. Both carried a mix of emotions, one had been hurt and was therefore skeptical of everything, while the other couldn't vindicate himself. Sura sat quietly on the sofa, her head bowed, seemingly very disappointed with today's conversation. Seun Hian was no better off, hesitating for a long while. Finally, he turned around and said, you can't trust me? This critical question left her a bit confused. Sura raised her head and firmly replied, it's not that I don't trust you. A response that left Sung at a loss for words. Looking at his girl sitting motionless, the disappointment evident on her beautiful face, he couldn't bear to hide anything from her. After all, everything would be revealed on her birthday, and he thought it would be a small happiness for her. But did that hurt her so much? Moreover, he didn't know if he could be happy if this atmosphere continued until her birthday. All right, Seun Hian decided to tell her everything. But just as he was about to speak, Sura's phone suddenly rang incessantly. What perfect timing! Sura answered, yes, Kong. She answered hurriedly, oh, I forgot. What should I do? I'm sorry. Hearing the caller was Kong Lee, Sung felt displeased, swallowing his explanation. Meanwhile, Sura calmly continued her conversation with Kong Lee, oh no, I'm free. Let's meet and talk. I'll be there soon. They even exchanged phone numbers. Sura couldn't remember when she had given him her number. She politely stood up and excused herself, I forgot that I told him I would go to the restroom for a moment. So, I'm leaving now. Seun Hian was about to lose his mind and immediately stopped her from leaving. Sura reflexively stood still, full of anticipation, but the male lead seemed unsure of what to do next. They stood like that for about a minute before losing patience. Finally, he spoke up, we're not done yet, Sura. Standing still wasn't a solution, she wearily said her final words and walked away. Sung, bewildered, didn't understand what was happening as Sura opened the door to leave. Sung, confused, chased after her. He quickly walked towards her, grabbed her shoulder, and asked, did you hear me tell you to stop? Sura turned around, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sung, taken aback, hadn't expected this situation and was quite flustered. Sura brushed his hand away, I don't want to argue anymore. That's why I've been avoiding you. Let me go. With that, she left, leaving him alone in the large room with an empty heart. The battle ended with both sides losing. Seun Hian, feeling innocent yet guilty, pondered over what had just happened. Wow, it's been 10 days since we last met and now what am I doing? Suddenly, he noticed a script lying neatly on the chair where Sura had been sitting. Seun Hian mused, she said she wanted to rehearse, and even brought the script. He stood up, walked to the sofa, and picked up the script, the lines appearing before his eyes, people often do crazy things. Speaking of Sura, after leaving the room, she leaned wearily against the elevator wall. Looking at her sad face in the mirror and seeing her unwell appearance, Sura worried, what should I do? I can't let Kong see me like this. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message. She quickly checked her phone, and it was a message from Jin Kyung, I think you need to talk with Seun Hian longer. I told Kong that you're not feeling well, so he's waiting in the room. Don't worry, just talk with him. Receiving such sweet and caring words, Sura felt deeply touched and suddenly felt guilty towards Jin Kyung and Kong. I can't be embarrassed in front of everyone. The elevator reached the 9th floor, and Sura stepped out. As she walked, she thought about her situation with Sung, thinking to herself, it's not that I don't trust him. I know he probably doesn't want to talk much longer either. Sura wearily opened the door to her room and sat down on the chair, exhausted. Recalling what she had gone through, she silently lamented, he knows full well there's a reason I'm so sensitive, but he just stays silent. It's really sad, he's so thoughtless. At this point, Sura completely lost control, tears streaming down her small, pretty face. A few minutes later, a knock on the door startled her awake. She looked towards the door, surprised. Who could it be? Sura stood up abruptly, a flicker of hope igniting in her heart. Could it be him? She quickly ran to open the door, full of hope, but as soon as she saw the person outside, she felt a wave of disappointment. She stood still, greeting, "What's wrong, Kong?" Kong asked worriedly. Sura quickly denied, "I'm fine. I was planning to go to the buffet, but suddenly felt unwell." "I'm sorry." Kong quickly responded, "Why are you apologizing? You're sick." He paused, observing her closely, and noticed something unusual on her face. He asked, "Have you been crying?" Caught off guard, she tried to avoid the question, "Huh? No, I haven't been crying." Kong sensed something was wrong, his concern raising his voice a notch, "I know you were crying. If you're sick to the point of tears, it must be serious. Should we go to the hospital?" Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Sura quickly waved her hands to refuse, "Oh no. It's not that bad. Resting will make me feel better." Kong continued suggesting, "How about I give you a massage? I'm really good at it." He looked serious, but Sura turned pale with fear, "I'm fine." The young boy was determined to show off his massage skills to his senior, but Sura quickly refused, "It's not that I don't trust you, Kong." She couldn't think of a good reason to refuse, and stood there frozen, scared by Kang's words, feeling like she was about to be acupunctured. Helpless, she had no choice but to let Kong proceed. The boy cheerfully led her into the rest area, chattering away, "Come on, don't worry. When my family has indigestion, I give them massages too." The heroine's spirit was deeply depressed, but Kong still smiled brightly, "All right, I have some digestive medicine. I'll get it for you." Sura thanked him anxiously. As the door slowly closed, someone had been watching the entire conversation from outside. Seun Hian stood motionless, staring at that room. Jin Kyung and Mina were excited after eating their fill, so delicious. "This hotel's buffet is really something. I think I didn't have enough dessert." Suddenly, Jin Kyung noticed someone blocking their way and looked up to see who it was. She warmly greeted, "Seun Hian, did you talk to Sura? She hasn't eaten enough, I'm worried about her." He hesitated, unable to form a sentence, and handed the script to Jin Kyung, asking her to take it to Sura. Without any suspicion, Jin Kyung happily accepted. Before she could ask why he didn't deliver it directly, Seun Hian had already turned away. Seeing his state, Jin Kyung sensed something bad had happened. The elevator door closed with a bang, leaving the two girls standing bewildered. "The atmosphere is so strange, right?" "Seems like it, huh?" Seun Hian leaned against the elevator wall, deep in thought. "No doubt, no misunderstanding, not that I don't trust Sura, that's not right." He gave a bitter smile, the sadness apparent in the solitude. Some wondered, what kind of mood is this? Time passed, and the film crew continued their work. Seun Hian was getting a touch-up on his makeup, chatting happily with the makeup artist. Sura watched from afar, muttering, "Just as I thought, too perfect." She shook her head, "Feels like jealousy, right, perfect. Looks so natural, I don't mean anything by it." At this moment, Kong approached her, waving, "Hey, how's your stomach feeling?" Kong nodded, "Yeah, thanks to you." He pointed at himself with a proud expression and a pleased smile, "Believing in you was the right choice, huh? You said your skills were pretty good." Seeing Kong so happy, she nodded in encouragement. Sura quickly changed the subject, "Kong, are you heading to the next location now?" He responded eagerly, "Yes, but I still have some time, so I thought I'd stop by the filming location to greet our senior a bit." She was surprised, "How do you know when the filming is done?" Kong laughed, saying that Seun Hian was not an ordinary person, so if possible, he should go first. Interrupting himself, Kong suddenly noticed something on her face. He pointed out, your forehead is sweating. She startled, raising her hand to wipe the sweat, but Kong quickly grabbed a towel to help, comforting her, it's hot lately, and wearing warm clothes for the winter scenes doesn't help. Sura couldn't avoid it, trying to refuse the assistance as she was already in the middle of makeup. However, with a loud noise from Seun Hian's table, everyone's attention shifted. He slammed his hand on the table, startling both her and the makeup artist. Concerned, the makeup artist asked what happened, and Seun Hian calmly apologized, leaving Sura on the other side looking worried as she watched them leave. Kong just raised his voice, asking Seun Hian, Kong, seems like you're not feeling well because of that article, huh? Sura looked at him with a shy expression. Finally, it was time for the scene of the male lead and female lead. The director was giving instructions, all right, let me explain the movements. Both of you will hold hands and walk around the marked area, then start your lines, okay? Once the preparations were done, Sura and Seung took their positions. She held his hand, and when the director called action, Seung teasingly remarked on her tense posture, saying it was like a bride entering the wedding hall. His comment made her blush with embarrassment, and she angrily pulled him closer, retorting, I intended to hold your hand. Seems like you're in a hurry. Seeing her reaction, Seung chuckled mischievously, apparently enjoying teasing her. After the director's call of action, all their conflicts from earlier had to be set aside. Wasn't it ironic that after arguing, they had to perform an intimate scene? Sura worried she couldn't focus on acting, while the film crew was excited to see the performance. She watched Seun Hian attentively, not mentioning his excellent acting skills but acknowledging his ability to lead his co-stars into their roles better. Despite feeling a bit annoyed, she still respected him as an actor. Finally, when the director called cut, her mind returned to reality, all right. If we keep going like this, we'll finish early today. Let's take a break and then continue filming. Sura felt relieved, thinking she had performed well, but Seung spoke up, questioning, wait, director. I don't feel quite right. Can we redo our lines? His words caught her off guard. What's wrong? The director asked, puzzled. Everything seems perfect, doesn't it? While silently agreeing with Seung, Sura hadn't had time to rejoice before he added, sure, let's redo it if you want. Seung quickly achieved his goal, and Sura was left bewildered, wondering what he had noticed that others hadn't. Could it be they didn't look good together while walking side by side? She resolved to try harder and cooperate in reshooting the scene. But it was strange, Seung kept insisting on reshooting it, even after 5 times. Sura felt panicked, suspecting he wasn't satisfied with something. Everyone on set was bewildered. Kong, standing outside, started worrying about Sura. His manager nudged him, reminding him it was getting late. He seemed about to say something but stopped himself. Watching Kong leave in disappointment, Sura felt guilty. Meanwhile, Seun Hian called the director again, startling Sura. She glanced at him, guessing he wanted to reshoot, but now Seung was smiling brightly, suggesting they call it a day, saying something wasn't right, but it was okay, they should rest. Sura stared at him, unblinking. The director, having gotten his approval, joyfully announced a break to prepare for the next scene. Sura was still in shock, staring intently at the man who was now smiling contentedly. Internally, she screamed, why is he doing this? Why does he want to reshoot over and over again? Sura slammed her hand down on the table, interrogating Seun Hian aggressively, are you deliberately requesting multiple reshoots? Seun Hian looked at her expressionlessly and simply said, so? Angry, Sura pressed on, are you intentionally asking for multiple reshoots? Kong said you wanted to wait until the end of filming, so you deliberately delayed, right? Seun Hian took a sip of tea calmly before asking in return, why are you asking when you already know the reason? Surprised at how easily he admitted it, Sura's face contorted with anger. That's a bit too much, she snapped, her voice trembling with rage. You say I shouldn't doubt you, yet you're overreacting like this. Seung glanced at her and asked, are we similar? Sura immediately exploded, of course not. This time is completely unreasonable. Seun Hian calmly placed his glass of water on the table and countered, you say you don't want to argue, yet now you're looking for trouble? Sura sank into her chair and replied, because I don't know how to deal with you. I wasn't going anywhere with Kong, but you didn't believe me and prolonged the scene. He calmly stated, I believe you, but I don't like Kong Lee. What about him? She inquired. Just don't like him, his response was curt. Sura retorted, don't pretend that you're angry with me because of Kong. He's not at fault. At the buffet, I gave up my seat for him. Why did I have to do that? Kong isn't a 2-year-old child. His words shocked her to the core, and she chuckled. Angrily, she remarked, I didn't know you could be so despicable. While you're taking care of your co-star, you're also buying necklaces. Before she could finish, Sung interjected with a dignified tone, Miss Wang Sura, if you don't want to be embarrassed later, you shouldn't provoke me. Sura glanced at him, puzzled by his words. Just as the tension was escalating, an intruder appeared. Song Jina came out of nowhere and disrupted the emotionally charged atmosphere, saying, I found you, Seun Hian. Are you with Sura? They immediately separated, and Sura awkwardly laughed, we're rehearsing lines. Jina seemed excited. Oh, then I should join in. By the way, Seun Hian, here's a package from the CIA. You can't deny this one. Sura was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Seun Hian denied responsibility, stating, it's not related to me. We've already discussed with the company. Keep it. Jina hesitantly responded, is that so? Then I'll say Director Mun bought it. Ultimately, you're the troublemaker. I think we need to do this to clear up any misunderstandings. Sura stood outside, unable to understand their conversation, while Jina appeared concerned. She speculated, maybe his girlfriend misunderstood because of that article. That's why they were arguing, right? Seung Hian sighed and denied any misunderstanding, stating that she trusted him. This statement made Sura blush. Just then, their manager came in and reminded Seun Hian that the director was looking for him, prompting him to hurriedly follow. As Seun Hian disappeared, Sura still couldn't grasp what was happening. She racked her brain to piece everything together, evaluating the situation. It seemed that the necklace was bought by the company, not by Seun Hian personally. It was a simple gift to celebrate the 5th anniversary of their debut. So why all the fuss? Seeing Sura's discomfort, Jina inquired with concern, Sura, you don't look well. Are you tired? Sura quickly shook her head. I'm fine. Jina sat down beside her, looking serious. Sura, do you think you saw that article and assumed Seun Hian and I were playing together privately, right? Sura hesitated to respond, waving her hand. No way. Jina breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Yesterday's comments were all about how you love each other. They said that buying a 5th anniversary necklace means you've been together for a long time. They're not dating, but they still buy each other necklaces. It's strange, isn't it? Furthermore, the two of them get along so well. The comments from netizens left Jina perplexed. She explained to Sura, that's why I cried when I found out about the mess I caused. I was afraid his girlfriend would read it and misunderstand. Jina then remembered and confessed honestly, actually, the truth is. Our senior intended to buy a gift for his girlfriend, but I followed him because I was worried. I thought if he went to buy it alone, there would be rumors about him dating someone else, so I went to help, but in the end, I caused even more trouble. Hesitantly explained, it's quite silly, isn't it? Looking back, if I were you, I wouldn't believe it's an anniversary gift either. I just wanted to know and meet Seung Hian's girlfriend, but it turned out to be so foolish. Sura regained her composure as Jina added, he even said the necklace would be meaningless if he didn't choose it himself, so he gave it to me. Romantic, isn't it? Finally, Sura managed to piece together all the information. It turned out that everything happened because Seun Hian went to buy a birthday gift for her. Jina, being honest, admitted, I don't know who Sung's girlfriend is, but the way he disregarded everything to get that gift made her very jealous. Sura couldn't help but think back to their meaningless arguments. Was it because he wanted to surprise her for her birthday, so he kept it a secret? While she was lost in thought about possibly hurting her boyfriend, Jin Kyung became quite worried and asked, why aren't you picking up? Sura waved her hand dismissively, I can't. Kyung, now angry, exclaimed, you can't? Really? Sura firmly replied, I can't. while avoiding Jin Kyung's gaze. Her older sister persisted with her phone ringing incessantly, demanding, "Pick up when you're ready to face him." Wang Su chimed in, "That's right, pick up." Sura stubbornly refused, feeling at a loss for words. Angrily, she retorted, "You both know, but you won't tell me anything. Keeping everything a secret like this is a bit too much." Finding it difficult to handle, Jin Kyung awkwardly responded, "I'm sorry, Seun Hian is the one directly involved. It's a bit embarrassing, but if he wants it kept from you." Sura, feeling embarrassed, shouted out, "Then at least tell me a bit. Things wouldn't have turned out like this if you did." Annoyed, Kyung handed her the phone again. "Fine, go talk to Seun Hian." Wang Su further explained to soothe her, "I understand how you felt at that moment. It was a difficult situation, and I almost fainted when Seun Hian told me about the company's gift for you. Remembering that day, when Seung Hian informed me about it in such a calm tone, saying he had no reason to give Gina a gift." This made Wang Su furious, his face turning purple. "Are you insane? Why did you go and buy it then? The company's budget is already running low, and the reporters are throwing stones at us left and right." Wang Su was fuming with anger and disgust towards Gina and Kang Seung Hian. Jin Kyung, seeing the situation getting out of hand, hurriedly tried to calm Wang Su down. "Come on, calm down, calm down." In the end, it was Gina's decision to buy it again as a way to promote the film. Seeing the pitiful situation of director Mun, Sura didn't dare to argue. Wang Su regained his composure, taking a sip of beer and saying, "Anyway, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Go talk to Seun Hian." Jin Kyung agreed, avoiding it won't help. Sura, feeling contemplative, thought about how the misunderstanding had been resolved. She felt a mix of regret for not trusting him and embarrassment. With all these emotions piling up, she didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, Sura boldly raised her glass and emptied it in front of the skeptical eyes of Jin Kyung and Wang Su. It felt liberating. Inviting them to join, Sura exclaimed, "Let's have another round." The two faced each other, unaware of what had just happened to this girl. They decided to put everything aside and enjoyed their time, their emotions gradually returning to a cheerful state after a long while, the bar becoming more crowded as the night went on. Not knowing how long they had been drinking, Sura started rambling. However, as always, Seun Hian spoke only when necessary, so she missed a few words. She waved her hand incoherently, saying that she now understood the misunderstanding was only natural. Sura opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her, muttering to herself, "No. Why did you do that from the beginning to create a surprise?" She suddenly stiffened as the pupils dilated, realizing that the person sitting across from her was not Kyung and Wang Su, but instead a handsome and sophisticated man in a black suit, Seung Hian. He was looking at her intently with a serious expression. At that moment, the chatter in the bar started to rise as people passing by recognized Kang Seun Hian, right? "Isn't that him? What's going on?" The two main characters sat facing each other like statues. Sura laughed, thinking she was already drunk. She shook her head, murmuring to herself, "I thought my senior was here, or am I dreaming?" Seung Hian spoke up, assuring her that she wasn't dreaming or mistaken. Sura stopped moving, her face turning red from the alcohol, as she looked at the person opposite her. "How long are you planning to surprise me?" she asked. Seun Hian looked at her and exclaimed, "You're so brave, making me come here." Sura couldn't utter a word, just thinking to herself that she couldn't be caught like this. The sparkling lights in the restaurant illuminated the atmosphere, which gradually became lively. Everyone around couldn't help but gossip about the male lead, and Sura was no exception. She felt embarrassed as she glanced at the man in front of her, then quickly pursed her lips and scolded him for not wearing a hat. Seung Hian calmly responded, "Do you think wearing a suit and a hat would look good?" The female lead continued to scold him, "Would that be a problem? People have already recognized you." Seung Hian retorted, "Then who is the one avoiding phone calls? If there are any rumors, it's not my fault." Hearing these words, Sura paused for a moment. She became bewildered by the thought of rumors. At that moment, the male lead also pressed the button to call the staff over. The man rushed to Seung Hian and cheerfully said, "Oh my god, welcome, Seun Hian." The female lead beside him was taken from one surprise to another. She exclaimed, "Why did you press it so quickly?" The male lead, uninterested, turned to ask the staff, "Do you have any rooms on the second floor? About 15 more people will be coming." Of course, the staff member replied. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Oh, here, we came to the right place." A group of people swarmed in, chatting naturally with each other. Sura and the staff member were left gaping in surprise. The female lead hesitantly asked, "That? Yeah, so I am the one who suddenly showed up here without any planning?" Seung responded, taking a sip of water as he spoke. A woman suddenly burst out in anger. "Your planning was to call these people over?" The male lead calmly replied, "Yeah, why not?" He emphasized again, "Yeah, why not?" Hearing this, Sura stood frozen in place. From a state of agitation, she became shy. Finally, she slowly said, "You should have said." At this point, Seung softly asked, "You knew, right?" Moments later, under the glittering lights of the city streets, Sura and Seung got into the car to head back. At this moment, the female lead cautiously asked, "Is it okay for the host to leave the party early?" The male lead, while focusing on driving, simply replied, "I came to pick you up. Do you want to stay for the party?" I gave them the card, I've done everything I could. Why didn't you answer the phone? Sura felt a bit confused hearing this. She gently fiddled with her hands, then sincerely admitted, "I didn't know what to say. I've thought a lot, but I don't know what I want." Seun Hian gently asked, "What is it? Tell me, and you'll know." At that moment, they had to stop for a red light. The female lead mustered up all her courage and said, "So why didn't you tell me earlier so we wouldn't have to fight?" "If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have been hurt," she said hesitantly. Seun Hian gently asked, "What is it? Tell me, and you'll know." At that moment, they had to stop for a red light. The female lead mustered up all her courage and said, "So why didn't you tell me earlier so we wouldn't have to fight?" "If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have been hurt," she said hesitantly. "I'm not finished yet. You didn't listen to me and went off with Kong Lee." Sura immediately denied, "I really didn't think about it." Finally, she extended her hand forward and said, "Anyway, it's over now." "What's this?" the male lead gently asked. Sura replied, "A handshake for reconciliation. After all, it was both our faults, so let's make peace." Seung sighed with relief at her words. He remarked, "Really?" Seeing her usually cold boyfriend, Sura awkwardly justified, "Isn't it also your fault? Adults should at least extend their hand for a shake. If you pretend to hold." She hadn't finished her sentence when the hand next to hers gently touched her slender fingers. At first, their hands just made contact, but gradually their fingers intertwined. Seung Hian softly said, "I'm sorry for letting you misunderstand." At that moment, Sura was overwhelmed by emotions. The male lead also turned to gaze lovingly at the woman he adored. They held hands tightly, never letting go, while the car was filled with their cheerful laughter all the way home. Finally, the car stopped in front of the tall apartment building. Seung Hian carefully advised, "Take care going in." Sura sincerely replied, "Thank you for bringing me home." Just as she was about to step out of the car, she suddenly asked, "Would it be okay if you came inside for a bit?" In her heart, she thought it would be such a shame to let him leave like this. She added, "For a coffee or..." Seung, upon hearing this, looked at Sura in surprise. She eagerly awaited his response, while the main male lead's eyes were filled with admiration as he gazed intently at the woman before him. Then he leaned back in his seat, silent. Thinking he might want to decline, the girl said it was okay if he didn't want to. Seung Hian then sighed softly, "Do you know how to invite me into the house this time?" Hearing these words, the female lead suddenly became bewildered as she tried to reassess the situation. She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, not yet able to react, when Seung swiftly stepped out of the car, opening the door. Sura continued to explain, "No, I just felt regretful letting you go like that, so..." But she was interrupted by Seung Hian, who approached and opened the car door for her. At that moment, she asked him softly, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, the male lead politely urged her to get out of the car. At that moment, in another corner of the street, a man, casually smoking a cigarette, began to curse vehemently, "Damn that Wang Sura! Why hasn't she returned yet? She's probably drunk somewhere. And the whole affair with Seun Hian has fallen apart, and now this news article." Just then, a speeding car caught the attention of a curious passerby. "How come there's a BMW in this rundown neighborhood?" Chong-gu couldn't resist his curiosity and immediately stepped closer to get a better look at the car, which suddenly came to a stop, its door slowly opening. The man in front was astonished, wondering, Seun Hian? Why is Seun Hian here? Didn't he break up with Wang Sura? Oh, maybe he came to say a final goodbye. Anyway, with Sura's personality, she wouldn't date someone who was already engaged. Just as he finished speaking, Chong-gu was hit with the sight of Seun Hian gently helping Sura out of the car. The couple looked at each other lovingly, appearing perfectly matched. However, this scene left Chong-gu frozen. He quietly watched the two of them laughing and talking happily. At that moment, a voice echoed in his head, Chong-gu, Chong-gu. The clear voice made the young man pause a bit. Because of that, sweet memories came rushing into his mind, making him recall the moments when Sura was very happy being with him. At that moment, a phone rang at the drinking table. The man hurriedly stood up and said, "I'll go take this call." His two friends looked annoyed and said, "Why is it Kim Chong-gu again? Hey, don't answer it. Because of that stupid actor, it's been so long since we've hung out, hasn't it?" Minho ignored their advice and picked up the phone. "Yes, Chong-gu?" On the other end, Chong-gu, sitting in his car, snapped, "Where are you? Come drink with me." Minho politely refused, "Sorry, I'm out with friends right now, so I can't make it." Chong-gu suddenly got angry, "So you're saying your friends are more important than me?" The man patiently explained, "Give me a break today, okay? It's been a long time since we've seen each other since my friend's funeral. These friends have been with me since childhood." Before he could finish his sentence, Chong-gu interrupted, "You're talking too much. Who gives you money to buy alcohol, huh? What's wrong with you? Stop grumbling and come over right now." Even Minho was shocked that his beloved younger brother could say such things. Faced with this rude attitude, he didn't hold back and directly scolded, "You bastard, am I your servant?" Chong-gu, not believing his ears, asked again, "What did you say?" Minho finally vented all the pent-up feelings in his heart, "I work for someone like you just to make a living. You make me so ashamed that I can't even hold my head up." Chong-gu, surprised, shouted, "Are you crazy?" Minho calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm crazy. Otherwise, why would I bow down to a bastard like you to survive?" The other end of the line sighed. Minho continued, "And by the way, I know you're looking for Sura, right? Stop bullying the girl and treat your wife well, live a good life. Before you're called a bastard, being a useless person pretending to be hardworking." Chong-gu couldn't shake off his anger, only gritting his teeth as he spoke. At a luxurious mansion, Miyoung sat on the couch, calling her husband. After waiting for a moment, someone finally answered, and a voice on the other end said, "Hello?" Miyoung, worried, asked, "Chong-gu, where are you? I know you don't have any plans today. Why haven't you come home yet? And lately, what have you been doing? I don't understand what you're thinking." Suddenly, Chong-gu interrupted, "You're talking too much, what is it?" Miyoung quietly asked, "Chong-gu, why are you?" At this point, Chong-gu's frustration boiled over, "I told you, you're being annoyingly loud, damn it." At the same time, Sura was startled by the noise of the electric kettle. Seun Hian looked at the girl who had moved to the side and asked, "Why are you so surprised?" The heroine could only give a wry smile and said, "Because I was concentrating." "Why are you so serious?" "It's just making some coffee," the hero said. Sura immediately retorted, "Don't underestimate it, you have to make it correctly for it to be delicious." Seun Hian, hearing this, went along with her, "All right, I know. I'm waiting to drink it." The woman turned her back to Seun Hian, her heart now feeling like it would leap out of her chest, "I'm so happy I could die." She recalled the saying, "Do you know what a guy thinks when his girlfriend invites him up to her place?" Seun Hian admired the photo on the table and exclaimed, "You look like your mother." "Really?" the female lead asked in surprise. When she turned around, she saw the male lead holding a family photo. She laughed and said, when I was little, everyone said I looked like both, but as I grew up, I resembled my mother more. Are your parents in the countryside? Seun Hian suddenly asked. Sura calmly replied, no, they passed away when I was still in high school. The male lead froze upon hearing this, then softly said, I see. Sura, seeing Seung intently looking at her family photo, felt a strange emotion. She thought, in the past, no matter how long it had been, I would always feel sad when talking about my parents. But seeing that cold expression from him, strangely, made me feel more at ease. The female lead recalled the sweet words of her ex-boyfriend and thought, compared to those empty promises that never materialized, Seung Hian's gaze means much more than words. Now, he doesn't say the necessary words anymore, just mumbles. Thinking this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's going on? Sura simply replied, nothing. I just stopped worrying suddenly. The male lead, hearing this, gently asked, you were worried? The girl stammered, no, because you said some strange things, so I got like that. Said what? Seung Hian asked seriously. Sura turned away to pour water, shyly saying, the things you said in the car. Anyway, really. Suddenly, the male lead moved closer, leaning in and seductively whispering, so what were those words? The female lead turned to stare at him, then exclaimed, you're really naughty. Seung Hian gave a sly smile. Seeing him keep smiling made Sura flustered, and she softly said, well, Kong Seun Hian. Seeing that the male lead didn't quite hear her, she repeated, well, Kong Seun Hian. At that moment, Seung Hian gave her an unexpected kiss to seal the lips of his innocent girl. The love-struck man looked at his girlfriend who was staring wide-eyed. Just as Seung was about to repeat what he did, Sura suddenly interrupted. She quickly explained, we didn't come here because I wanted to do similar things with you, from the start. The male lead gently replied, really? I know, I came because I wanted to clarify things like this. Sura, subdued by his charm and elegance, surrendered to the moment, and the two shared a long, sweet kiss. They were lost in the lingering sweetness of love, clinging to each other endlessly. Their eyes were filled with happiness. Then, Seung gently kissed down the girl's neck, feeling a tropical wave gently sweeping through her body. Sura couldn't help but feel an unprecedented emotion, the girl's heart racing. Finally, unable to help herself, she let out a cry as their lips parted temporarily. The two looked at each other inseparably. At this time, Sura gently asked him if he needed to wait. She looked directly into the opponent's eyes as if looking for answers, and then she reached forward, gently buttoning Seung Hian's shirt. The boy looked at the girl in front of him in amazement. At this time, the heroine looked up at the man with the enchanting beauty who was still watching her. Just then the guy boldly pulled Sura into his arms. He leaned over and kissed the soft lips of the girl he loved. The two of them went on a sex show. Just as you imagine. Very intense. The next morning when the sun had come out, there was a sizzling sound of grease in the kitchen mixed with the aroma of freshly baked bread, and the sunlight by the window inadvertently cast on the shadow of Seun Hian preparing breakfast. The man realized something. He turned and smiled and said to Sura, wake up. The heroine in bed is still dreaming about what is happening. After reshaping, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable. Seun Hian quickly brought the tray of food in front of Sura, and he said softly, it's okay, I make it from ingredients available at home. The girl now gratefully said thank you. She silently exclaimed a sentence the first time I ate breakfast in the bed. She took the food and gently asked, Senior, aren't you eating? The guy replied that he had to leave immediately, as he had to return the car to Wangzhou first. I know, she replied. Her heart felt incredibly complicated at this moment. He's leaving again. This dreamy time doesn't last long. It's already great that he's been with me until now. She comforted herself silently. While eating, there was another letter. The girl held it up and asked, what letter is this? It's too much for just a birthday. Seung replied, and upon hearing it, Sura couldn't help but feel excited. However, the main guy, standing aside, coldly said, open it. The girl immediately opened the letter and was stunned by its contents. She hesitated for a moment before handing the plane ticket to Bangkok to Seun Hian, as if wanting him to confirm everything. The man, feeling excited, suggested, let's go out and have fun, just the two of us. Amid the sound of waves mingling with the fresh air in Bangkok, an elderly couple was lovingly embracing each other by the railing, looking incredibly sweet. Suddenly, someone approached and said to them, "Excuse me, you dropped this." Sura said as she handed the handkerchief to them. The woman took the handkerchief and repeatedly thanked her. "It's nothing," Sura replied softly. With that, she turned and walked away. The couple continued to praise the girl. "She's so beautiful." Exactly. Sura stood in another corner, gazing at the windy sky, then immersed herself in thought. Amazing. A few days ago, I could never have imagined going to the beach in Bangkok. She recalled Se-young's words, "Let's go on a trip, me and you." I flash back to a few days ago when I received the trip suggestion from Seun Hian. The female lead was extremely excited and said, "Going to Bangkok? It's like going to the supermarket next door." The young man calmly replied, "Yes, even if we go together, the trip has to be separate." "Do you know my team will be filming in Bangkok?" "Yes," Sura replied softly. The male lead continued, "I will go a day early, you can come find me. I'll be waiting." Back to the present, Sura was in Bangkok, admiring the peaceful sea. She regretfully said, "It's a bit rushed. If I had come earlier, could I have met you, senior? No one recognizes us on this remote island." In another corner of Bangkok, where the sun was gently shining and the waves were gently lapping, Seun Hian was intently building a sandcastle with a little girl. The two were playing very enthusiastically. At this moment, the male lead suddenly stood up and gently patted the girl's head. He walked forward, where his lover was waiting. Se-young's footprints were left on the sand. He approached Sura and softly said, "Hello, it must have been tough getting here." Seeing Se-young, the female lead's eyes lit up. She exclaimed, "Senior, I'm feeling very excited and nervous right now, you know." "Yes, I can see that," the male lead replied. Sura continued, "So, can I try something I've never done before?" The young man responded with a charming smile. Then he extended his hands forward and said, "Go ahead, try what you've never done before." Seeing this, Sura couldn't hide the joy deep in her eyes. She ran forward with increasingly quick steps. She threw herself into Seun Hian's arms, hugging and laughing with her man. The couple spun around a few times, filled with affection. They were so happy they burst out laughing. This scene was witnessed from start to finish by the little girl from earlier. Her heart seemed to shatter as she saw the older brother, who had just been playing with her, now happily with another girl. Watching the sunset over the sea, Sura couldn't help but remark, "It's so beautiful, the sun sets so quickly." "Indeed," the male lead quickly replied. At this moment, the girl turned to him and gently asked, "But who was the little girl with you earlier?" Kang Seung Hian immediately denied, "No, just a tourist." Curiously, no one here recognized him. He put on a handsome expression and said, "I need to get to Hollywood soon." Seeing Sura laugh like that, the young man was very curious. "Why are you laughing?" "So cute." The female lead softly responded. Se-young, looking puzzled, pointed to himself and asked, "Who, me?" At this, the girl couldn't help but burst out laughing. She gently stroked her boyfriend's chin and praised, "So cute, Kang Seung Hian." The male lead then retorted, "Do you realize you're speaking more casually with me every day? Why, am I not allowed to?" Sura teased. Seung Hian, 3 parts exasperated and 7 parts indulgent, hugged the girl and softly said, "It's just because today is your birthday, so I'll let it slide." The two gazed silently at the sunset over the sea. At this moment, Sura opened up about her feelings. "It really feels like a dream. Whether at home, the office, or the waiting room, I'm so happy to be close to you without having to hide. Just thinking about tomorrow already makes me feel regretful." Se-young gently replied, "I'm sorry." "For what?" the female lead asked, puzzled. Looking into his girlfriend's eyes, filled with love, he thought to himself, "Because I can't tell the world that I love you. I've blindly loved you, causing you to lose the happiness that a normal person would have when being with the one they love without having to hide." Despite Sura calling his name, Se-young was still lost in his thoughts about these everyday matters. "I give it to you as a birthday gift." I'm not good at expressing my feelings to let you know my heart, Seyoung said, and then added coldly, because I'm too handsome. Hearing this, Sura expressed her surprise. What? What are you suddenly confessing something so strange for? Do you also want to do something you've never done like me? The man could only tell himself, I'm sorry, I can't do anything else now. My love for you is too great to let you go. Seeing his girlfriend so happy, Seyoung insisted, so, I'm sure you feel the same as I do. Night began to fall. As night fell, inside the hotel, Sura's voice echoed, this is wonderful. The dinner was delicious, and the hotel is beautiful. How did you arrange all of this? Seun Hian quickly responded, of course, I had to ask Manager Kim for help. Really? Then we must thank Manager Kim next time, Sura said as she jumped up onto the hotel balcony. The young man was startled and kept urging, what are you doing? That's dangerous. Come down. It's fine, the balcony is wide. Come up here too, Sura replied cheerfully. The male lead held his girlfriend tightly and sighed, honestly. Just listen to me for once, my lady. Sura suddenly jumped onto the young man and softly said, I've figured out something I've never done before. What is it? The male lead asked. The girl hesitated and then said, can we kiss? Surprised by this request, Seyoung managed a shy smile and teased, where did you learn to ask such things? Sura gently kissed his soft lips. From his lips to his eyes, she lovingly caressed every part of his face, unable to let go. The couple guided each other into the bedroom, unable to part. Seyoung Hian laid her down on the bed and softly said, Happy birthday. Thank you, I love this gift, she replied. The man continued, the birthday gift isn't over yet. He then removed his shirt, revealing his tall, muscular physique. The atmosphere was incredibly charged. Seyoung Hian gently kissed Sura's lips. He gazed at her face and remarked, You're so beautiful. Then, they engaged in an intimate scene, but I won't go into detail here. At this moment, Seyoung softly said, It's still early, I haven't even started the second gift. Suddenly, he noticed that his girlfriend had tears in her eyes. Stroking her gently, he said, Shall we stop? The female lead quickly explained, No, it's not that. I'm just so happy. As soon as she finished speaking, Seyoung Hian kissed the corner of her eye and said, I'm even happier. They continued to debate who was happier. No, I'm the happier one, Sura said, her voice full of innocence and joy. Really? I think. I'm even happier, Seyoung Hian replied with a soft laugh, his eyes filled with love. I told you, it's me, Sura insisted. Finally, the male lead whispered, I love you. Hearing this, Sura froze for a few seconds, then she smiled contentedly. Seyoung Hian, seeing this, teased, Why are you smiling? Don't you have something to say? She laughed and said, Well, She paused and then continued, I'll save it for later. The hero, confused, asked, What? Sura explained, I'll tell you later. The man sighed with relief and said, All right, tonight you're mine. I won't let you go. Okay, Sura replied slowly. I love you too, senior. With that, they continued their passionate night together. The female lead thought to herself, I regret not keeping those words to myself. The next morning, the gentle sunlight woke her up. Seyoung Hian, lying beside her, asked, Are you awake? He stroked her head affectionately. Feeling his love, she smiled. The hero, in a doting tone, said, Sleep a bit more, it's still early. Why aren't you sleeping? You have filming later, Sura wondered. The man honestly replied, Because I wanted to watch you sleep. That's a lie, the female lead said stubbornly. It's true, Seyoung Hian responded sincerely. She leaned on his shoulder, making him worry, Aren't you going to sleep more? You haven't slept much. Time is too precious. I can sleep on the plane, Sura said with a smile. Seyoung looked at the girl he loved, unable to resist kissing her forehead. He suggested, Then let's go for a walk and watch the sunrise. Sure, the female lead eagerly replied. Outside, the sky was glowing with a brilliant pink hue, accompanied by the gentle sound of waves. The couple walked along the sandy beach, taking in the scenery around them. They couldn't help but marvel at how different it felt to walk at this time compared to the previous day. It really is, Sura said, looking at the man beside her, lost in thought. This reminds me so much of filming time. Back then, I thought my life and seniors would never intersect again, and I was heartbroken. Now, we're dating without any cameras around. I still can't believe these moments. Does he know I'm becoming greedier with each passing day? Se-young, absorbed in watching his girlfriend, finally spoke, I want to ask you something. Yes, what is it? Sura replied. The young man continued, do you want people to know about our relationship? Hearing this, the girl hesitated, and Se-young's gaze became deep and contemplative. Finally, Sura answered, yes. Actually, before, I absolutely didn't want that, but now I'm not so sure. If the public acknowledges me as your first love, then my nickname will probably become Kang Seung Hian's girlfriend rather than actress Wang Sura. I also worry that you might be hurt because of me. That's why, before becoming a successful actress, I told myself not to have such desires. People are truly deceitful. Their greed knows no bounds. Saying this, Sura smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. Seeing Se-young in a dazed state, the female lead explained further, even so, I know this isn't a simple issue to decide on a whim. My life is good enough as it is now, so don't worry about those problems anymore, okay? When the young man remained silent, Sura asked, why aren't you answering me? Don't worry, understand? Having such a considerate girlfriend like this, Se-young's heart warmed even more. He affectionately pulled her into his arms and said, all right, I understand. Let's endure a bit longer. When we do make our relationship public, I'll be known as Wang Sura's boyfriend. The female lead was taken aback and asked, really, will that day ever come? The man quickly reassured her, of course, it won't be long now, because you're an actress I truly admire. Sura wanted to savor this moment forever and agreed, yes, it won't be far off. She then placed her hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. Seung Hian looked at her and smiled unconsciously. They walked side by side under the evening sunset, sharing a sweet and priceless moment together. The next morning, at the airport, a woman cheerfully called out, Sura. The female lead, recognizing the familiar voice, exclaimed in surprise, big sis. The sisters hugged each other joyfully. Jin Kyung remarked, it's only been a day. How was the trip? Did you have fun? Sura happily replied, yes. The island was really beautiful. Next time, you must go with the CEO. The woman glanced around and then used her coat to shield the female lead, saying, all right, if you want to talk more, let's do it in the car before anyone notices the future big actress. The female lead blushed and said shyly, anyway. Before she could finish her sentence, Sura paused as she overheard some passers-by talking, hey, isn't that Kim Chong-gu? So all those sweet images were just an act? Gives me goosebumps. Unbelievable, someone saw them hugging in a fancy restaurant and on the car. But they still had to get off the car, how could they be hugging? Sura, curious, asked, sis, what are they talking about? Jin Kyung responded, oh, it's nothing. And while you're on this trip, you should avoid checking the internet. That's true, Kang Seung Hian is always right in front of me anyway, Sura remarked. His pictures are all over the internet, aren't they? Jin Kyung added. Hearing this, the female lead blushed, immediately responding, no way. But what exactly is going on with him? The woman hesitated before saying, well. A while later, in the car, after understanding the situation clearly, Sura was left in shock, her mouth agape, what? An exposé? Kyung quickly explained, yes, as soon as he arrived in South Korea, several anonymous articles were published widely. The articles were very detailed and provided convincing evidence. Former employees who worked with Kim Chong-gu continuously posted agreeing comments on SNS, without any intention of defending the male idol. Fans also turned their backs after reading the exposés about Chong-gu, and public opinion erupted in a wave of outrage at his terrible behavior. Kyung continued, Kim Chong-gu's agency quickly admitted everything before the evidence was even released. Anyway, the whole of South Korea was in chaos yesterday. After reading the articles about Chong-gu, Sura's mood sank. She thought to herself, I just got back to Korea, and this is what's happening. Kyung then added, by the way, it was Choi Min-ho who wrote those articles. Hearing this, Sura couldn't help but show her astonishment. Kyung calmly responded, yes, that's my guess, but Choi Min-ho is the only one who knows Kim Chong-gu that well. But honestly, the fact that that jerk was married and cheating would have come out eventually, even without Min-ho's intervention. That idiot Chong-gu probably still feels some guilt towards you, doesn't he? Sura, feeling disheartened, couldn't find the words to respond. Kyung reassured her, anyway, Kim Chong-gu's career is over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman coldly threw a pile of luggage out into the yard. Chong-gu, unable to believe his eyes, stammered, Mi Yang, what is this? The woman responded indifferently, what do you think? It's your luggage, Kim Chong-gu. Get out of here, and don't forget to answer your lawyer's calls. With that, she turned her back and walked inside. Desperate to grasp at his last hope, Chong-gu lowered his pride and pleaded, Mi Yang, wait. Please, give me one more chance. I know you love me. But Mi Yang was no longer the naive woman she once was. She immediately called for her bodyguards to protect her and coldly told Chong-gu, there's nothing left to say. She shook off his hand and sternly added, Chong-gu, in this situation, you should be honest. We got married for love, didn't we? He asked desperately. Love? No, Chong-gu. You needed my family's money and status. Why did I ever think you would be a romantic husband? At first, I believed it because you knew your place. You were like a puppy at my feet, easy to lead. If this were a film, you could reshoot the scenes, but your scandal is all over the internet. I will never forgive a dog that has dared to climb on top of me. Chong-gu, filled with deep regret, desperately tried to justify himself, Mi Yang, I was drunk at that time, so I acted recklessly. But before he could finish, Mi Yang slapped him hard across the face with a resounding smack. The woman spoke with a mocking tone, enjoy yourself, Chong-gu. Even with that face, I still like it. With that, she slammed the door shut. Listening to this, Kyung couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, all day I just want to laugh like crazy. While the girl was laughing contentedly, Sura glanced out the window, silently thinking, in the end, it turned out like this. He has made my heart so heavy, how did it come to this? I feel sorry for him, really sorry for his entire life. Suddenly, at this moment, the female lead's phone rang, and she looked at the screen, surprisedly asking herself, video call? Then, she quickly answered the call. The screen immediately showed Kang Seung Hian's face. Sura's attitude changed 180 degrees, and she greeted cheerfully, Senior. Do you see clearly? The man asked suddenly. The female lead smiled and replied, yes, have you finished filming? Se-young on the other side said, no, I'm taking a break. We'll continue filming in the evening. Jin Kyung, are you doing well? Kyung quickly responded, yes. But why did you call for a video call? Just thinking that we've never video called before, the guy said. Kyung changed the subject, Senior, you must have heard about Kim Chong-gu, right? However, Se-young didn't respond. Instead, he kindly asked the female lead, have you eaten yet? You must be very hungry, right? Oh, you probably had food on the plane, didn't you? At this moment, Sura suddenly called out to her senior, I'm fine, really. Upon hearing this, Se-young looked surprised. Finally, he just smiled faintly and replied, all right. Sura thought to herself, just all right. This short answer makes me feel much more comfortable. She had said that it's karma, self-inflicted consequences. She still didn't know if that was really true in this world because she had encountered some exceptions. But she still wanted to live and believe that no matter how arrogant they are, they will eventually come back to their senses. Hopefully, the world will become more beautiful. Amidst the bustling street full of people, in a certain salon, Sura pushed the door open and greeted. Hello, madam. The woman inside warmly welcomed her. Sura, right? Come on in. Today, I'm just doing a quick trim, right? The female lead replied. Yes, because I still have to take on the role for a while, so I can't change too much. The owner suddenly exclaimed. Really, speaking of which, today is the first broadcast of the show, isn't it? Sura confirmed. Yes, tonight we will sit down with the assistants to watch the first airing together. The woman excitedly said. I'm so thrilled. Definitely, me and the other members of the shop will all watch it. The female lead couldn't help but smile upon hearing these words. She thought to herself, after the dreamlike first trip with her senior, she was returning to continue the busy filming days where she couldn't even open her eyes. She didn't even realize when the first airing of the show was approaching. At the same time, elsewhere, a stack of documents was placed on the table. Seun Hian looked at the pile of documents in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked softly, "What are all these?" Wang-soo laughed and replied, "Oh come on, you already know, why are you asking? Of course, they are the scripts of the movies you've participated in. Director Young looks really cool in those scripts. The characters' settings are quite different from yours." However, it was just fitting with the thoughts running through his head, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, the male lead directly declined. "Anyway, I can't do it. After the live broadcast ends, I'll take about a year off." Wang-soo on the side continued to persuade. "Se-young, your words sound quite chilly. First of all, just finish reading the script. After reading it, who knows, your thoughts might change." Hearing a knock on the door, the man spoke up loudly, "Come in." Kong Lee opened the door to the room and greeted, "Good morning, representatives." "Oh, the senior is here too? So, about the contract." "Oh," the male lead responded coldly. At the same time, Wang-soo also stepped forward and said, "Kong, come in quickly." And the young man from earlier politely added, "Oh, yes. Please come in, senior, and the representative too." At this point, Wang-soo teased the male lead, "That's right, Kong Seung Hian. You should also care a bit about the artists in the company." Then, he took out a document folder and said, "Hey, Kong, try reading the script. Have you heard about Director Lee? Although I heard that Director Lee's paycheck isn't much, what do you think?" "Oh, well. I quite like this company. If the pay is decent, I'd like to take it," Kong replied. While the two of them were discussing work matters, Se-young quickly took out his phone. The screen showed a message from Wang Sura, roughly informing him of their work schedule. With many people around, it seemed they couldn't pretend to be intimate. Reading these lines, the male lead smiled happily. He began typing a reply, "About 5 minutes, no problem, I'll come to your office." The two people beside him were still enthusiastic about the contract. The company representative finalized the contract and said, "This time, I'm counting on you." Kong replied, "Of course, we'll need the advertising company's assistance." "That's right," the company agreed. "So, you go down to the conference room first. Will you also watch the first broadcast?" Kong Lee asked. "Yes, we'll go down early," Wang-soo replied. At this moment, Kong Lee suddenly exclaimed, "Exactly. What, is there still something bothering you about the contract?" the company representative asked. The young man hesitated and said, "Not about that. Our company is involved in dating matters, I'm sure there won't be any conflict, right?" I guess," the concerned man asked, "Who are you dating?" Kong replied cheerfully, "It's not that serious, but there's someone I want to date." The representative casually said, "Well, I don't mind who you date, but don't make it public. You know? It's almost time for the broadcast, absolutely no obstacles should be created for the film." Seung Hian, sitting next to them, also caught some of the conversation. He thought to himself, what's going on? Does he already have someone he likes? If that's the case, I don't need to keep an eye on that guy anymore, Kong Lee quickly said. If everything goes well, it might even help the movie become famous. Hearing this, Wang-soo was also surprised. Huh? What do you mean by that? The young man's heart was blooming with joy as he revealed, it's Sura, the one I like. As soon as he finished speaking, the company representative spat out the tea in his mouth. Kong still didn't understand what was happening, confusedly asking, "Representative, are you okay?" That looked just like a scene from a comic. "Ah, yes, I'm fine. But the more important thing is the person, it's Sura," the man replied softly. Kong Lee still innocently responded, "Yes, in the movie we're also lovers, so if it's revealed, it might be better for marketing, right? But I haven't confessed to her yet, so saying this might be too presumptuous, don't you think?" The young man began to open up. "Actually, from the moment I saw Sura's music video, I fell for her at first sight. So, when I heard I would be acting in the same movie with her and as a couple, I was extremely excited. Moreover, while working together, I found Sura's personality very good, which made me like her even more. Her work attitude is very professional, there's a lot I can learn from her, and she also takes great care of me. While Kong Lee was lost in love, a comment shattered his dreams. She already has a boyfriend, kid, Se-young said nonchalantly. Shocked, Kong Lee asked, really? Yes, she does, the leading man replied coldly. The young man's emotions were suddenly stirred. He exclaimed, I spent an entire day filming with her and didn't feel a thing. Director Moon, do you know who it is? Is it someone from the showbiz world? Wang Su, standing nearby, could only feign ignorance, huh? Really? Maybe not? Kong Lee lamented, oh my god. I planned to confess to her after today's first broadcast, and now this bombshell drops. Hearing this, Se-young thought smugly, look at him, ready to confess already. He'll surely give up now. His love is doomed before it even begins, leaving him utterly dejected and shocked. But immediately, Kong Lee regained his composure and decided to make a choice. Though shocked, he wasn't going to give up so easily, right? So what if the flower has an owner? I'll find a way to win her over. I'm very determined, no matter what it takes, he declared. Wang Su, hearing this, wished he could cover Kong Lee's mouth, fearing that Seun Hian might get angry and beat him up. Kong Lee, pleased with his new plan, didn't notice Se-young quietly simmering with resentment. Even Wang Su found it hard to read Seung Hian's expression, which made it even scarier. Finally, Kong Lee bid farewell and left. I'll go plan the timing for my confession now. Director Moon, see you inside later. Wang Su, upon hearing Kong Lee's plan, thought to himself, hurry up and go while you still can. The atmosphere around them gradually became tense. Unable to contain himself, Se-young coldly declared, indeed, making our relationship public to the media is the best option. I can't stand another guy getting close to my girlfriend anymore. Hearing this, Wang Su became agitated. He quickly stepped forward to dissuade the burly man, calm down, calm down. Even if you're an A-list star or whatever, getting involved in dating rumors can drag you down with just one article. Remember how the script for Chang Hoon-jo and Leo's movie was changed after they went public with their relationship? You don't want that, do you? Seeing the leading man on the verge of tears, Wang Su continued to lament, seriously, still not getting it. To restrain Se-young, he had to be blunt, if you and Sura go public, Sura will be the one facing more trouble. The media and public opinion won't spare her. They'll attack her so viciously that she won't be herself anymore. Someone with a fragile spirit like Sura will undoubtedly suffer greatly, becoming haunted and sleepless. Evidently, his words had the desired effect. Se-young, upon hearing this, immediately cut Wang Su off, preventing him from saying another word. I was joking, you should know when to stop. The company representative finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, mentioning Sura was the only way to make him obedient. Seung Hian, this guy, usually easygoing, but when it comes to Sura, he always comes up with these outlandish ideas, making it impossible to be at ease. After all, Seung Hian, Wang Sura, and Kong Lee are all the company's core, its star attractions. Thinking about this, he silently cried in his heart, oh, Jin Kyung, I miss you so much. Let's switch scenes. When the female lead, Sura, met Se-young at the office, she exclaimed after learning the whole story, so, Kong Lee said he likes me? Is that right? The man responded indifferently, yes, that's correct. Sura continued, what on earth is he talking about? I have no idea what to say, but that's how it is, the male lead replied. She paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered, Now that you mention it, from the first time we met, Kong said he became my fan after seeing my music video. Sung, upon hearing this, became jealous. He gently flicked the female lead's forehead and explained, not just a fan, he fell for you at first sight. That's what Kong Lee said. Really? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the male lead replied nonchalantly. Sura, stunned, asked, in front of the seniors and the company representative? That's right, Se-young confirmed. The female lead remained silent for a few minutes, then she broke into a smile. Sung, seeing this, teased, you're that happy, huh? Sura quickly denied, no. She laughed and said, I'm not smiling because I'm happy. I was just imagining your expression when you heard those words. That's why you look so gloomy, right? As if I'd be that childish, Seung retorted. The woman replied, yes, but your face is still drooping. The male lead stubbornly denied it. Sura continued to tease, really? So, lots of people like me, and I'm in such a good mood. Hearing a rising actor say he likes your girlfriend must make you proud and happy, right? Seun Hian put on a gloomy face and said, not happy at all. Sura cheerfully responded, why not? Why aren't you happy? Seeing her face, Se-young felt his mood lighten. He smiled slightly and said, you've caught me, haven't you? Sura poked the guy's cheek and playfully said, after a few days apart, how did you become so cute, huh? So cute. Only with me do you say things like that, the male lead replied. Hearing this, the girl suddenly burst into laughter. Seung, seeing his girlfriend's reaction, remarked, you're laughing like a fool, young lady. The two continued to tease each other. Tell me the truth, do you act this way because you know you're cute? Sura asked. A moment later, Seung suddenly stood up, extended his hand towards Sura, and said, come on, we need to get to the meeting room. The show is about to be broadcast. The female lead quickly replied, right, I've been looking forward to it all day. It's the first broadcast. Because of you. I almost lost track of time. But we have to go separately, Sura said. Well, no need to. Since we're inside the company, we can go together, the young man replied softly. The main characters opened the meeting room door and politely said, sorry for being late. Come in quickly, a voice echoed. The young man leading the meeting said, basically, everyone who needs to be here is already here. You've all worked hard until now. Although the filming isn't finished yet, it's precisely now that it truly begins. But today, let's pretend to be audience members to watch the outcome. Then let's begin, I'll turn off the lights. Enjoy the show, everyone. At this moment, Sura was extremely nervous, it was finally starting. The movie where she played the lead role. Wang Sura fixed her gaze on the screen, lost in thought. In the midst of the August summer, a blockbuster live TV series had begun. Later, it became one of my most iconic works. Amidst the sparkling street filled with countless stars, the main characters got into the car to head back. Sura couldn't help but feel joyful, saying, even now, my heart is still thumping. From fine arts to music, I never imagined I'd get to be part of such an amazing movie. It feels like I'm dreaming. If it's a dream, then what do you plan to do? Seung asked softly. Upon hearing this, the female lead replied, your acting is excellent. The male lead chuckled in response, you're also doing very well in acting. Hearing these words, Sura laughed gleefully like a child. She exclaimed, I'm so happy to receive praise from my seniors for my acting skills. Why is that? The young man asked gently. The female lead continued, yes, because I know it's not just empty praise. Right, in that running scene of yours. Suddenly, the sound of the phone ringing interrupted their conversation. Se-young glanced briefly and asked, who is it? Sura replied, flustered, it's Kong Lee. Should I answer it? With that, she turned to look at the male lead with a shy expression. The man lowered his voice and said, why hide it from me? Hearing this, the female lead thought to herself, indeed, if I don't answer with you here, you might misunderstand and feel even worse. Then, she promptly answered the call. All right, Kong, Sura answered. Have you arrived home yet? Kong asked. I'm on my way back. I had to stop by the restroom, so I couldn't greet you, she explained. The voice on the other end of the line continued, so, have you traveled far? Sura patiently replied, not too far. Why do you ask? After a moment of hesitation, Kong gathered his courage and said, there's something I need to tell you today. Something to tell me, the female lead wondered. The man softly responded, yes, and it has to be today. Sura casually replied, is that so? In her heart, she wondered what this could be about, but she had a feeling she could guess part of it. Knowing Kang's thoughts and continuing to postpone like this made her feel even more guilty. Perhaps it would be better for both of them if she spoke up a little sooner. Finally, she spoke up before Seun Hian's astonishment, let's meet up later. You know the place. Okay, about 15 minutes from now. See you later then. After the girl hung up, the male lead exclaimed in panic, "What are you thinking?" Sura replied candidly, "Continuing to prolong this without clarity will make both parties uncomfortable. Pretending not to know Kang's feelings while knowing them clearly is exhausting. So, wouldn't it be better to speak up clearly and rearrange our thoughts? We still have to film together tomorrow." These words struck Seun Hian's heart like a dagger, as they were too accurate. Seeing her boyfriend looking so dejected, the female lead reassured him, "To ease your mind, I'll be straightforward with him." The male lead gazed intently at the other's face, observing the sparkling eyes of the girl, and eventually had to surrender. He agreed to the female lead's request, saying, "Wherever it leads, so be it." A moment later, the car arrived in front of the cafe. Sura looked out the window and pondered, "He asked me to come straight up to the second floor of the cafe. It's getting late, so there probably won't be any other customers." Suddenly, Sung turned to instruct her, "You go ahead and I'll wait here." "All right, are you staying here then?" the girl asked, puzzled. The male lead replied, bewildered, "Could it be?" Upon hearing this, Sura reassured him, I know. I'll be as quick as possible." With that, she stepped out of the car and headed straight to the second floor of the cafe. As she walked, she waved goodbye to her boyfriend. Seun Hian, sitting in the car, couldn't help but marvel at the scene unfolding before him. "Look at that, she looks so happy. It's incredible. She's only just started as the lead, and yet the other party is already teasing her to this extent. Who knows how many more guys will silently wait in their cars for Sura in the future." 3 minutes passed, then 6. He sat in the car, growing more and more frustrated as time passed. By the 10th minute, there was still no sign of the female lead returning. Worried, he wondered, why hasn't she come out yet? Her demeanor was clearly not one of cold decisiveness. He imagined the scene of his girlfriend meeting her romantic rival. At that moment, Sura would say, "I'm sorry, Kong." Meanwhile, Kong would smugly think, "Will I still be able to cling on after this reaction?" Ultimately, he concluded that the romantic rival was the guy who claimed to have a girlfriend but still stubbornly wanted to compete. The man, who had been quietly waiting all this time, finally couldn't bear it any longer and went to find Sura himself. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, Sura was surprised by the scene around her. "Kong Lee, do you think I'm causing trouble for this place?" The young man explained, "No, this is a friend's cafe. Since it's almost closing time, we're just borrowing the space for a bit." "No worries, don't stress," Sura said, feeling the pressure inside. Kong continued, "Don't stand there, come over here and sit, please." "Okay, sure," the girl replied softly. In her mind, she thought, "Today, I made an effort to choose my outfit more carefully than usual. Honestly, I rarely dress so formally." The two of them sat down at the table, and Kong kindly asked, "Is the air conditioning too cold? Let me get a soft blanket for you." No, it's fine," Sura politely declined. The man then brought out some beautifully plated desserts and asked, "Do you like sweets? They have amazing desserts here. Please try some." Upon hearing this, the female lead replied softly, "Yes, thank you." She thought to herself, "Well, that's really considerate of him. I thought he was going to." Suddenly, the girl noticed Kang's hands trembling. She looked up at him, and he seemed incredibly scared and flustered. She thought to herself, a normal boy who's always playful and teasing, but now he's so nervous and awkward like this. When I heard about Kang's feelings for me from my senior, I was just too busy admiring my senior's cute demeanor to think much about Kong. Since when did this kid develop feelings for me? Finally, Sura decided to break the tense atmosphere. "It's awkward to stay silent like this, isn't it?" Kong gently asked, "Shall I play some music?" The female lead laughed and replied, "No, it's okay." Then she asked, "More importantly, what do you want to say?" At this point, she reminded herself that she shouldn't prolong the situation and should end it quickly. After hearing this, Kong hesitated and said, "Well." He continued to stutter, unable to find the right words. Eventually, the young man gathered all his courage and began to say, "Sister, actually." Before being interrupted by the sudden appearance of Seun Hian, which made both sides feel embarrassed. Sura turned to look at the male lead with a disdainful expression. The atmosphere here became even more gloomy than ever before. Both Kang and Sura showed clear surprise and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" The male lead replied sarcastically. "Do you want to compete for love?" At this point, the young man still didn't understand the situation and innocently answered, "Yes." Se-young chuckled lightly, stepping closer until his eyes met his rival's, emphasizing each word, "Let's see, I'll beat you to it." A while later, as the main couple was on their way back home, Se-young, like a timid little rabbit, could only say, "I know. I'm sorry, okay? I know I was wrong, so please don't glare at me anymore because I can't focus on driving." Sura, infuriated, exclaimed loudly, "I'm really going to," but the man cut her off, "Seriously, why am I like this? I'm such a scatterbrain." Upon hearing this, Se-young immediately rebutted, "Awkward? What's there to feel awkward about? A professional should be able to control themselves. It's none of your business, why would I dare to interfere?" the girl wondered. She then turned to look at the leading man, showing concern as she asked, "Filming is your main work, but are you okay, senior? If it's not okay, then what?" Se-young replied. The leading lady continued, "I didn't think such a thing would happen. But if Kong talks to someone about us, then what?" The woman felt her hands trembling with fear. Seeing this, the leading man gently placed a hand over hers and said, "I didn't think such a thing would happen. If Kong talks to someone about us, then, there won't be any of that, don't overthink it, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet." Observing the scene before her, Sura acknowledged that openly dating her senior wasn't an easy matter. No. Upon reflection, he had much more to lose than she did. If she added pressure on him, it wouldn't be right, it was best not to pressure him. So why did this man suddenly appear here? It was already late, the car parked in front of the apartment building. The girl, feeling embarrassed, said that. "Anyway, thank you for bringing me home, senior." Suddenly, the leading man reached out, holding on to Wang Sura's purse strap. "What's this?" the girl asked curiously. The man continued, "Why did you get out like this?" "What would if you didn't?" the naive leading lady asked. Se-young, composed, explained, "Only I know the feeling after 4 days of not seeing you, right?" The leading lady's intention suddenly became frozen. She wondered, is this man jealous today, or sulking, or just wanting me to spend more time with him? Then she sweetly pampered her boyfriend, "Yes, compared to you, I'm even happier after 4 days without seeing you, Seun Hian dear. Hurry home and rest a lot, okay?" The man paused for a few seconds after hearing that, then reacted, "So now you're punishing me, Sura?" Upon hearing this, she could only silently chuckle at the amusement. After that, she turned to grasp the car door handle and said to the young man, "How could that be logical? Now, please let me go." In the blink of an eye, a hand reached out to stop the girl. Seun Hian stepped closer and softly asked, "Where are you planning to run off to?" Saying so, the young man gently touched the girl's lips. Sura also didn't hesitate to respond to the other's kiss. Between them unfolded an intimate scene of passionate kissing right inside the car compartment. That night, they exchanged the sweetest of moments. Suddenly, at this moment, Seun Hian gently caressed the girl's body, then stopped before the first button of her shirt. Sura only realized it now. But who could have seen this? The male lead remained silent for a long while upon hearing that. Then, he carefully glanced around their lips, involuntarily smiling. Se-young both tenderly embraced the female lead and said, "Here's the thing, since a while ago, the street light has been broken." Saying so, the young man stepped closer again, and the two continued their intimate scene as before right inside the car amidst the city, unaware that someone seemed to be silently observing from behind. The next morning, the wheels of time kept turning, and the city was as bustling and crowded as usual. Everyone at MK Company was chatting lively with each other. Did you see it? Yesterday's viewership rating was 34%. They said that recently the viewership for an episode reached as high as 30%. In stark contrast to that energy, Kong Lee looked extremely lifeless in his room, and his mood was far from good. The more the young man thought about it, the sadder he became. Yesterday in the representative's office, hearing that she had a boyfriend, I was quite surprised. But to be honest, deep down, I was very confident. Why? Because up until now, I have always been liked by everyone. From the moment I was born until now, I have lived a life admired by those around me. Recently, I also became the hottest male actor, the dream of many women named Kong Lee. I was confident I could win the heart of any girl, even if she already had a boyfriend, but... The young man felt disheartened and said, I never expected that this time the one possessing that flower is the boss pro level S. If the two of them were to play soccer together, even if that person stood still, it would be like a defensive wall made of iron. This situation is truly beyond my capability. Then suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. The young man turned to look and exclaimed, Sura! I didn't expect you to show up here. She softly said, Kong Lee, is it alright if I come in? I still haven't prepared myself mentally, Kong screamed internally, but he warmly said to the female lead, of course, come in. Sura began, have you heard about the viewership ratings? 30.4%. Oh yes, everyone on set was talking about it. It just aired and already got 30.4%, truly the power of senior Seun Hian, Kong Lee replied politely. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered the image of the male lead warning him yesterday to stay away from Sura. The young man became involuntarily sad, and the female lead noticed Kang's heavy-hearted expression and said, you must have been very surprised yesterday, right? The young man hesitated for a long time before answering, to be honest, extremely, I was really very surprised. Sura was taken aback by his response. Yes, it must have been quite a shock, she explained. Senior Seung has a straightforward nature, so he probably struggled a lot having to sit and wait. Because he speaks bluntly and abruptly, he was afraid that if he didn't show up, you'd go too far with your jokes. You like to tease and enjoy making others flustered. Even so, it doesn't mean you're a weirdo or mentally unstable. After hearing this, Kong Lee suddenly became humble. The young man could only manage a wry smile. Sura awkwardly said, what did I just say? Anyway, it's not that Senior has anything against you, that's why he did it. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. All her words were just excuses for the Senior, and hearing them, the young man began to blame himself. He felt utterly humiliated. Kong thought about the long scenes still ahead. It's all because of my selfishness, wanting to quickly express my feelings to her, which made her uncomfortable. Yet, she always considers my feelings like this. I shouldn't make a fool of myself any further. Finally, he decided to end it all and softly said, Sister, I'm fine. So, you don't need to worry too much. Then he continued, I'm the one who should ask Senior Kong Seung Hian for forgiveness for such a grave mistake. Thinking back, I was lucky to be safely thrown out after confessing to someone's girlfriend in the representative's office. It was truly miraculous. And yesterday was the first time I saw Senior's face up close. Even a guy like me was moved by that beauty, just a slight glance, that expression. She took the opportunity to vent her anger, bad-mouthing her poor boyfriend. Trust? What trust? He couldn't even wait a moment before rushing over. Is that what you call trust? Kong, with his exceptional communication skills, defended, that action shouldn't be seen as a lack of trust in you. Perhaps he was just afraid of losing you because his opponent was me. Then he seemed embarrassed by his own boastful words, am I being too delusional? Besides, Senior Seung didn't know the cafe was just the two of us, but he still dared to come. He did it, even knowing that if someone saw, it would be me. I would never do that. Kang's casual remark made Sura reflect on him. Sometimes she couldn't understand if he acted on impulse, was confident they wouldn't be caught, or neither. Maybe he didn't care if their relationship was made public. She was still deep in thought when Kang's question interrupted her. Oh, right, about you and Senior dating, I absolutely won't say a word. So, tell him not to worry. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets. Seeing Sura's lack of reaction made him nervous, and he said, does my rambling seem untrustworthy? A second later, Kong was wide-eyed with amazement at Sura's convincing response, I trust you. Thank you, Kong, truly. He froze for a moment, then replied awkwardly, no need to thank me. I should apologize for making things so chaotic. That's what I meant, sis. I know this might be awkward, but please continue to treat me comfortably like a younger brother. As a colleague, I really like you too. Faced with Kang's sincere enthusiasm, Sura didn't hesitate and happily accepted his affection, of course. After she opened the door to leave, his manager came in and reminded him, "Kong, why are you still here? You need to move to the filming location." Before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked to notice, "Are you crying?" Kong, wiping away his tears, awkwardly replied, "I'm just really moved by the viewership hitting 30%. But his manager quickly realized that look was a clear lie. He was probably in shock because his manager already knew about Kang's confession yesterday. He affectionately patted Kang's head and said, "It's okay, kid. First love is always like this. Everyone has to taste failure at some point. A life filled only with success isn't good either." These comforting words hit the spot, and Kong couldn't help but agree, that's true. On the contrary, it was a fortunate late first love, but that person was wonderful. Thinking of this, Kong made a suggestion, "Hey. Even so, in the end, I'm still pretty cool, right? Like a mature person." His manager continued to encourage him, "Yes, even though I can't see it, I'm sure you are." Everywhere, on every street and in every alley, the topic of conversation for the past few days has been about The Line. Did you watch The Line yesterday? Yeah, it was amazing. Recently, my hobby has been watching The Line. Yeah, because it's really good. The show has even reached young students still in school, who can't stop praising it. Hey, I even subscribed to the YouTube channel just to watch The Line. At first, I watched it because of Seun Hian, but then I really started liking the actress Sura. Oh right, when Sura auditioned with the star-studded cast, I thought the director was just mixing in a newbie, but she acted so well and was so beautiful. I even saved her pictures. She has become a trendsetter among women. This is the lipstick Sura used when she appeared in The Line. Oh right. It's very popular these days, haven't you watched it yet? You should, it's really interesting. The two girls continued chatting. Today, while walking, I must have heard the theme song from The Line about 10 times. My sister has been quite influential lately. Is that show really that captivating? You're the only one who hasn't seen it. I want to buy everything Sura wears in The Line. I do too, everything looks so good. Oh, and I heard Sura has been in the industry for 7 years. It's amazing that this was kept hidden until now, isn't it? Really? I thought you had seen her debut MV from 14 years ago. The two girls, engrossed in their conversation, bumped into a man on the street and quickly apologized. They boldly made predictions. These days, every time I meet someone, they mention The Line at least once. I bet it will sweep all the awards by the end of the year. Sura is definitely going to be at the top. Meanwhile, at the entertainment company's headquarters, there was cheerful chatter. This is really tricky. Media outlets are constantly requesting interviews with our actors. Deciding who to send is quite the dilemma, one staff member remarked. Seun Hian also smiled happily. Someone asked, "You look very happy, representative?" He didn't hesitate to admit, "Of course I'm happy. The show is being so well received. Especially, the audience's response to Sura has been phenomenal. Interviews and advertisements are pouring in daily. If things continue like this, it will be a major turning point in Sura's career." Hearing this, Seun Hian suddenly remembered, "Then we need to quickly schedule a fan meeting for her." As he glanced at Sura's picture published in the newspaper, he couldn't help but smile. Wang Su, sensing an opportunity to probe, remarked, "Now that you mention it, Seun Hian, you must be a bit concerned about Sura surpassing you and leading the search rankings, right?" Despite asking this, Wang Su already had his suspicions. When he carefully observed, he noticed that Seun Hian's face looked even happier than when his own film was successful. He recalled the incident in the hallway a few days ago and immediately questioned, "By the way, it seems like you and Kong have been getting along well recently. How did you manage to sort that out?" The male lead remembered the image of Kong pleading at the last company party, saying, "Senior, please forgive me. I didn't know she was your girlfriend, so I committed an unforgivable mistake." This memory made Seun Hian smile involuntarily. At that moment, everyone was surprised and gathered around to eavesdrop. "What's going on?" "I was standing behind, so I couldn't see." After responding calmly, "Is that so?" Kong and everyone had a fun, boisterous night together. Thinking about this, Seun Hian stammered a reply, well, if it weren't for Sura, there wouldn't be any personal reason. Seun Hian concluded with, Kong is adorable, and he's fun to hang out with, leaving Wang-soo speechless with his mouth agape. What? Although Kang's reaction is adorable, don't overplay it. After Seung bid farewell, he quickly reminded, wait a moment, Kong also needs to be at the filming location. What are you doing? The decisive statement to help out, coupled with Seung Hian's friendly demeanor, elicited a smile from Wang-soo that couldn't be more pleased. At the film set, the director's instructions resounded, cut, cut. How many times do we need to repeat this line, stumbling like stuffing words into someone's mouth? What attempt is this? Despite the supporting actor's sincere apologies, bowing deeply, it failed to quell the director's anger as he shouted, concentrate a bit, focus. Kong pondered, with the director shouting like that, how can anyone concentrate? Suddenly, he heard Seung Hian calling his name. Kong was startled by the surprise and nervously asked, Senior, when did you arrive? Seung Hian teased relentlessly, what's with these clothes, are you playing a prince? Kong still appeared quite flustered in front of his senior, These clothes have received good feedback from the audience. After Seung Hian's casual remark, well, I didn't say they were bad, he stared directly at Kong, reinforcing his belief. What she said is true, he's someone who likes to joke around and then stop, enjoying startling others. Seung Hian voiced his curiosity, but why does the atmosphere on set seem odd? Kong, standing beside him, quickly responded, oh, it's because a supporting actor keeps messing up, causing delays in filming, so the director is reprimanding them. This caught Seung Hian's attention, prompting him to urgently call out to the director, hey. The director, upon seeing him, smiled, Seung Hian, why are you here at Group B set? He immediately replied cheerfully, I just passed by to support everyone. Also, I've ordered a coffee truck outside, so everyone can take a break. The director, feeling uplifted and relieved from the tension, exclaimed, thank you, Seung Hian. Then he quickly announced to the crew, everyone, Seung Hian has ordered a coffee truck, so let's take a break for a while. Kang's eyes began to sparkle with admiration, indeed, Senior is truly at the peak. Seung Hian scanned the area for Sura and found her diligently instructing her co-star, offering them a handkerchief and continuous encouragement. This sight made Seung Hian involuntarily smile softly. As the afternoon wore on, thanks to the coffee truck Seung Hian ordered, the atmosphere on set became less tense. In Sura's office, she could be heard sighing, seriously, how did you know to come at the perfect time? Anyway, it was getting quite tiring, I was about to ask for a break. Seun Hian chuckled and spoke first, to stop you, right? You're going to blame it on your Sunday again, aren't you? Sura candidly shared, she reminds me a lot of my past self. The look in her eyes was filled with sadness as she remembered those times. Receiving comfort back then was a great strength for me, so I want to comfort others in the same way I was comforted. You must be surprised to hear this. Seun Hian looked at Sura with deep compassion, then quickly changed the subject, speaking of which, I didn't see Jin Kyung today. Sura quickly replied, she's back home for her mom's birthday celebration. Sunbae, try this, it's homemade and delicious. Seeing him feign annoyance, who gave it to you, made Sura almost laugh, not a man, just a female student fan, so don't look at me with those dagger eyes. Seun Hian's expression changed, alright, I'll enjoy it then. She bashfully took a bite, then widened her eyes, urging, Sunbae, aren't you going to eat? It's really good. He gave a secret hand signal, making Sura feel confused, then shyly refused, no, we can't. What if someone comes in and sees us sitting together? Seun Hian grinned mischievously, if you're worried about that, shouldn't we just lock the door? She grew even more anxious, if they come in and see the door locked, it'll be even more suspicious. Anyway. She inched closer to Seun Hian, her mind racing with thoughts. Sometimes Sunbae acts as if he doesn't care whether things get exposed or not. Today, he didn't mention whether the filming location was Gangwon or anywhere else, so why did he suddenly appear here? I wish I had checked myself in the mirror before meeting him. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly shouted, wait a minute, this is too close. He even leaned in and whispered in Sura's ear, before going to Kongwon, I wanted to look at you a bit more. Flustered, she responded, like this? You can see me already? Laughter from the office ahead startled her, and she held her breath until the sound faded, then let out a sigh of relief. Contrary to her, Seun Hian showed no fear and continued, you're trembling, and your heart is pounding. Mine had already exploded before, then gently kissed Sura's hair, making her extremely embarrassed. He had always been straightforward, but lately, he seemed to be losing his sense of embarrassment more and more. At this rate, I won't be able to keep my heart in check, Sura thought to herself. After sharing a sweet kiss, fearing what might happen next in the office, Sura quickly pushed Seun Hian away and whispered, no, we can't. Why here? Seun Hian, always a cunning fox with many sly tricks, pleaded earnestly, if I go to Kongwon, I won't see you for 3 more days. Sura's resolve was quickly weakening. Normally, people have to keep their rationality, but no matter how hard she tried to resist, it didn't work with him. Please, let's just eat some cake. Her feeble resistance only strengthened Seun Hian's determination. Holding Sura in his arms, he whispered, I am eating, then continued to approach her fervently. The feeling of being apart for days made them cling to each other tightly. Sura's fears gradually faded in the face of Seun Hian's difficult-to-refuse advances. His bold expressions made her incredibly embarrassed. Despite this, resistance at that moment was impossible. Sura naturally went along with Seung, even though their actions in that situation could easily be discovered. Let's switch scenes and think about something else aside from romantic imaginings, everyone. Transitioning. At this moment, Sura was anxiously calling Seung Hian. Senior, you arrived in Kongwon safely, right? He cheerfully replied, yes, I just took a shower and now I'm in bed. I guess you're still on set? Yes, it will probably wrap up late. Her answer made Seung Hian worry and ask, where's Jin Kyung today? Did she go to work? How will you get home if it's late? After hesitating for a moment, Sura responded frankly, I'm planning to catch a ride with Kong, is that okay? Seung Hian, who had been tense, suddenly sighed in relief at her answer, of course, and the manager and Mina are coming along too, right? He quickly added, why would you worry about my opinion on something like this? As long as you get home safely, that's what matters. His words reassured her. Then, Sura reminded him, you start filming at 5 a.m. tomorrow, right? You should get some sleep. The male lead laughed and then concluded, I'm serious. I'm going to sleep now. Seung Hian quickly made a suggestion, I know. Call me when you get home. But she quickly protested, who knows when we'll finish shooting, you should just go to sleep. He suddenly came up with an idea, how about this, I'll turn off my phone ringer and won't take any more calls. This idea left her very confused, what? Seung Hian insisted, just remember to call, ignoring her objections. I won't wake you, I'll just send a text, she replied, but his determined insistence on a call made Sura reluctantly agree. You're so stubborn, seriously. Fine, just turn off your phone, okay? Before ending the call, they didn't forget to say goodbye. All right, I'll definitely put it on silent, so remember that and hang in there. I know, get some rest. Seung Hian smiled happily, then set his PH1 to vibrate and turned up the volume. Feeling somewhat reassured, he began to drift off to sleep. Despite being quite tired, he still clung to his phone. As expected, the shoot wrapped up around midnight. Before heading to her room, Sura didn't forget to say goodbye, thank you for bringing me home. Thanks to you and everyone else, I got home safely. He kept urging her, it's nothing, today must have been really tiring. Go inside and rest. Hearing this, she happily nodded, yes, you take care on your way back too, Kong. Get home safely. After they left, she started to complain, I'm home, but I feel completely exhausted and too lazy to remove my makeup. Oh right, Senior told me to call him when I got home, but I really don't want to wake him when he's tired. But that man, if I don't call him, he will almost certainly get upset. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly popped into Sura's head, that's it. I'll pretend to call, but hang up right away, leaving a missed call. That way, if he asks, I have a reason, I called, but you didn't answer, Senior. As she walked up the stairs, Sura focused on her phone screen and dialed Seun Hian. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Unbeknownst to her, her worried boyfriend had already answered with a concerned tone, "Are you done? Hello?" But Sura didn't respond. Seun Hian, now more worried, sat up abruptly. "Sura, can you hear me?" he called out, but all he could hear was faint background noise. He overheard a voice saying, "Is that right? It's Seun Hian, that bastard again." Realizing she might be in danger, his worry intensified. He kept calling out to her but received no response. In a moment of clarity, he knew he needed help. At the Wangsu residence, the phone rang incessantly. Wangsu, groggy from sleep, answered, "Yeah, Seun Hian. What's going on at this hour?" On the other end, Seun Hian's voice was urgent, "Brother, I'm sorry for waking you, but please go to Sura's place right away. I need your help. I have a bad feeling." Wangsu asked, "What's happening? Is Sura in trouble?" He quickly got an answer that stunned him. "It seems like Kim Chong-gu has shown up." "What the hell, that psychopath?" Wangsu exclaimed, now fully alert. Seun Hian, still desperate on the phone, pleaded, "I can't reach Sura's phone anymore, so please get there immediately. Help her for me." Wangsu hastily got out of bed while trying to reassure him, "I got it. I'm heading there now. Listen, Seun Hian, no matter what happens, I'll keep Sura safe, so don't worry and stay put for updates. You only have 3 hours left of filming, right? By the time you're done, the situation should be resolved. Don't escalate things. Do you understand?" Despite Wangsu's efforts to calm him down, Seun Hian couldn't be stopped and was already rushing back. Wangsu could only helplessly yell, "Why aren't you answering? Don't tell me you're already on your way, Seun Hian." At this point, Seun Hian was speeding down the road at a breakneck pace. On the stairs, the accusatory voice echoed, "You and that bastard turned me into this. That bastard is so good at keeping you away from me. Now look, it's just the two of us. This should be fun." Sura could smell the strong stench of alcohol on him, and she didn't hesitate to shout, "What now? Shut your mouth full of nonsense and get lost before I scream." Chong-gu, shameless as ever, brazenly challenged, "Go ahead. Try screaming. Unlike you, I'm already here, so there's nowhere else to fall. Rolling down alone is quite lonely now. This is fun," he said with a sinister tone. Seeing the disgust in her eyes, he feigned innocence. "Can't do it, huh? Too bad, you just started enjoying a bit of fame. How could you let it all go to waste now, right?" Hearing this, Sura's voice grew harsh, "So why are you here? Do you have more to say?" Chong-gu suddenly lost his composure, trembling as he continued, "Wang Sura, you and that guy." His whimpering state made her truly frightened. Chong-gu stepped closer, stammering, "You." He then bowed his head, suddenly furious, and shouted, "Did you sleep with that bastard Seun Hian? Did you really sleep with him? Answer me, I asked if you slept with that bastard." Every word he spat out, uttering her senior's name, dripped with vile contempt, making it all the more despicable. He then let out a disgusting smile and continued, "It's true, you must have slept together. That bastard, with Seun Hian's top-tier status, he wouldn't miss a chance with you." He hadn't finished his sentence when he was stunned by Sura's fierce resistance. "If you keep threatening me, I will call the police. Even if my reputation takes a hit, I will make sure you end up in jail," she declared, her voice unwavering. He continued to stare at her, then burst into laughter. "Wang Sura has grown up a lot, hasn't she? With a steadfast boyfriend, you seem so imposing. You've always hated a piece of trash like me, haven't you? So this act of nobility is just for you. In the end, you're no different from me." Faced with Chong-gu's taunts, Sura could only sigh in exasperation before offering a contemptuous smile. "Is that so? Senior Seung gave me a chance, didn't he? But the one who created that opportunity, the one who seized it and improved my own abilities, is me. I don't know why you haven't achieved anything." Her words struck a nerve, and he shook Sura violently, shouting, "Damn it. Say that again, what do you know?" His aggression terrified her, and she screamed, "Let go of me. I said, let go of me." Changgu, undeterred, continued his taunts. Why regret it now? Should have asked Seun Hian for help, huh? Let's see how long you can run. Yeah, it'll be perfect. Where's your phone? Call that bastard here so I can tear off his mask. As he grabbed her phone, he exclaimed, got it. Here it is. Why won't this thing open? Realizing she had a chance to escape, Sura ran, but Changgu quickly pursued her. Where do you think you're going? Her eyes were wide with fear as he caught her again. She screamed, let go, and struggled to free herself from his grip. In the chaos, she lost her balance as his grip slipped, and she tumbled down the stairs with a loud crash. Changgu, now panicking, watched in horror as Sura lay at the bottom of the stairs. Her eyes fluttered open slightly at the sound of frantic calls, Miss Sura, are you okay? At that moment, two men were chatting quietly on the sidewalk. When Sura saw them, she exclaimed joyfully, Mr. Wang-Su, how did you get here? His voice was still panicked. The important thing is, are you hurt? Changgu stood by, patiently observing their exchange. I'm fine, she replied. Damn it, where are you hurt? Are you in pain anywhere? Wang-Su asked urgently. My ankle hurts, she admitted. Don't move for now, Wang-Su reassured her, glancing at Changgu. I'll handle the situation here and then take you to the emergency room. As he began shouting, he noticed Changgu trying to escape. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Changgu quickly got into his car and sped off, mumbling frantically to himself, if I get caught, it's over. This time, if I'm caught, it's really the end. In his panic, he imagined hearing Sura's voice. Changgu Appa. He could almost see her sitting beside him, smiling seductively and calling out, Changgu Appa. Distracted, he glanced over to the passenger seat and whispered to himself, Wang Sura. The speed of his driving disrupted the quietness of the midnight air. Almost home, want to drink a bit more? One of the men suggested. Sure, the other replied. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sight of a car speeding past. Both of them turned their heads, looking bewildered. What was that? Do you think that car is all right? Probably a drunk guy who likes speed. But just a second later, their expressions changed to shock. This isn't good, we need to call the police right away. Changgu's car had crashed into a large tree. The next morning, at the headquarters of the media company, voices could be heard echoing through the halls. Hey, you over there. Wang-Su continued his reminders. Stop just sitting there and get moving. Thanks to you, I'm facing a major issue at work. He grumbled, what kind of person, in this state, taking just a 2-hour break? Seeing that Seun Hian still had no intention of responding, Wang-Su resigned himself to monologue. No, something's not right. It's probably because of Sura's injury. Of course, it's thanks to that, but still. In any case, everyone's focus is over there, so it's wise to temporarily withdraw the filming location and rest. Wang-Su quickly went to the film crew to request a schedule change, much to everyone's concern. Before that, Wang-Su had taken Sura for a checkup and was relieved when the doctor informed them, she isn't seriously injured, so there's no need to worry too much. With proper rest, she'll recover soon. Wang-Su kept reassuring Seun Hian, the film we shot earlier was excellent, so there won't be any obstacles to broadcasting. As for Kim Changgu, the madman fled recklessly and ultimately crashed his car into public property. He refused to take a breathalyzer test and assaulted the police, which led to his imprisonment. At the police station, there was a buzz of conversation. There are so many reporters lined up outside, hoping to cause a stir and write their stories. The son-in-law of Congressman Mun, right? But he's divorced now, just recently. One of the officers sneered at Changgu, this guy sobered up fast, didn't he? Isn't he supposed to be some noble genius? Well, that's life, you never know what to expect. Wang-Su quickly interjected, you've got a hotel, right? Sura's phone is broken, so first, get in touch with Jin Kyung. Unexpectedly, a cold remark escaped Seun Hian's lips, forget about him, that lunatic. At the hospital, Jin Kyung brought a spoonful of food close to Sura, teasingly, come on, Sura, say ah. Sura could only smile at the gesture. Uni, my condition isn't so bad that I need to be fed in bed. I just have a bandaged ankle. Despite this, Sura couldn't resist her manager's enthusiasm. Stop talking and just eat. Ah. Jin Kyung encouraged her, that's right, good job. Sura's cheerful expression faded slightly, but I'm sorry, you know. It's so unfortunate that this happened and caused you trouble. She didn't expect the manager's indignation in return. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one apologizing for not being there with you yesterday. That damn lunatic, if I had known, I would have killed him myself. Jin Kyung's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Wait, hold on, it's not too late now. Sura, alarmed by Kyung's outburst, quickly intervened. Calm down, Uni. Don't waste your energy on someone like him. Finally, the manager began to cool down. You're right. Mentioning him at all is too much, a waste of energy. Despite her cheerful facade, Sura couldn't help but think, every time I remember the name Kim Chong-gu, I feel disgusted and nauseous. I never want to have anything to do with him again. Jin Kyung suddenly looked at her and asked, speaking of which, why haven't we heard from Seun Hian yet? I already informed him. Sura replied to her manager dismissively, yes, he'll probably call soon. She thought to herself, perhaps he's struggling to control his anger. Even though he's trying to act like everything's fine, he might be afraid to show his uncontrollable rage when he hears my voice or sees my bandaged leg. So maybe he's somewhere alone, trying to calm down, right, Sunbae? After finishing her thoughts, she began to speak playfully to her manager, so, I can't go to the bathroom by myself? Jin Kyung responded firmly, of course not. Until your injury is fully healed, don't even think about getting out of bed. I'll take care of everything for you. At the police station in the late afternoon, after coming out of the bathroom, Chong-gu looked around nervously and muttered, damn it, even the cops follow me to the bathroom. They should at least take off these handcuffs. This is insane. I can't remember anything from last night, and now I'm in a detention center. How did this happen? And I think I vaguely saw Wang Sura. How could that be? He was still deep in thought when he suddenly heard a voice, you're clever, aren't you? The voice made Chong-gu jump in shock. What the hell? Why is it that bastard? Another voice echoed, you know it well, don't you? Chong-gu was startled and turned around, yelling, what? He saw Seun Hian standing behind him, who continued, your situation speaks for itself, doesn't it? Chong-gu's face turned pale with fear, what? How did you know I was here? You try laying a hand on me. Seung's anger flared as he responded, I told you to behave, didn't I? He then slapped Chong-gu hard across the face. Meanwhile, Sura, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up with a start. Did I fall asleep? She gently asked her manager, what time is it now? The answer, 8 o'clock, made her eyes widen in surprise. She then noticed that Seun Hian was lying next to her, having arrived unnoticed. Feeling flustered, Sura asked hesitantly, Sunbae, when did you get here? Before he could answer, he pulled her back down to the bed, gently holding her and whispering, go back to sleep. But her curiosity made her persist, when did you get here? And where is Jin Kyung? He looked at her with affectionate eyes and replied, about an hour ago. Jin Kyung has already left. Hearing this, Sura felt reassured and teased, Sunbae, you always show up out of nowhere, no matter where it is. Do you know some kind of teleportation magic? Seun Hian smiled softly without answering. She pouted and said, if that's the case, then you're just teasing me, right? This made Seun Hian feel a pang of guilt, if only it were true. I'm sorry for not being able to be there with you in those crucial moments. In her heart, Sura understood subtly that he knew not to ask about what happened. This only made her more grateful and moved by the feeling Sunbae had for her. She stared intently at Seun Hian, making him feel overly confident. What is it? Am I too handsome? He then hugged his beloved tightly and affectionately called out, my lady. After a moment of silence, Sura whispered, actually, you're the one who worries me. Because of me, your schedule got disrupted. Seun Hian looked at her and reassured her, it's not your fault, don't think like that anymore. Still teary-eyed with emotion, she heard Seun Hian whisper, Sura, until you find a new place, would you like to stay at my house? His proposal left her stunned, unable to stop her thoughts. Living in that house, would I be living with Sunbae? Afraid that Sura would refuse, he hurriedly explained further, lately, since you've been staying at the hotel, Jin Kyung has had to take you back every time. And compared to the hotel, my house is much safer. Realizing she had misunderstood, she felt a pang of embarrassment. I thought he meant living together. Seriously, don't be so vague next time. Coming back to her senses, Sura straightforwardly refused. No, it would inconvenience Jin Kyung. Besides, I wouldn't dare go to Sunbi's house, it's not appropriate. Plus, the press knows my face clearly now. She then snuggled closer to Seun Hian comfortably. His next words were like honey to her ears, but I can't rest easy, I can't leave you alone. Knowing that Seun Hian was truly worried for her, she hastily reassured him once more, how could I be alone? I have both Jin Kyung and you, such a reliable Sunbae. After that, Sura took the initiative to place a deep kiss on her lover's lips, accompanied by the affirmation, thanks to that, I don't feel scared at all. Seun Hian had no other choice but to smile gently. Of course, it has to be that way. In her heart, Sura was still grateful. I'm really lucky to have my senior by my side. Being able to be with him, I'm truly happy with that. At this moment, the filming set was also being recorded. Hello, everyone, I am Kim Jina from Entertainment News. Today, I am present at the filming set of Group B, shooting the final episode of the drama The Line. This is the most popular drama at the moment. Here, the show has gathered actors Wang Sura as Juwon and Kong Lee as Cheon, the standout couple in The Line. Surely, the two actors here have felt the whirlwind of excitement, haven't they? Sura cheerfully responded to the host, I've been living on set all this time, so I haven't felt it yet. Maybe I'll feel it when I return home tomorrow. An unexpected question from Gina, oh my, I wonder if the fans have noticed, but it seems the actors will have to go with bodyguards? Sura quickly responded, to that extent? Really? This made her silently happy, great. Although the unexpected question wasn't on the prepared list, I managed to answer very briefly. A big step for me, Wang Sura. The host then turned the question to the other actor, Actor Kong. Since today is the last day of filming, you must have mixed feelings, right? While he confidently replied, maybe it's because Group A hasn't finished yet. Until a film wraps up, that's when I'll feel sad. But for now, I'm still happy. Sura was focused on recalling her prepared response. In the future, I promise to continue doing my best to complete all my assigned roles with a variety of expressions. It's starting to get cold now, so I hope our dear viewers dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. She was so focused on memorizing her response that she didn't pay attention to the next question Kim Jina asked. Oh, that reminds me, not long ago we conducted a survey about the couple in the drama that fans want to see become a real-life couple. You two were the most voted, did you know that, Sura? Upon hearing this, she exclaimed loudly, really? In her mind, Sura was filled with confused thoughts. This question is completely unexpected. How should I respond? It's an honor, thank you for the audience's support. The result is of course not, what should I do? If I just respond lightly, really, it would be awkward and waste time. Just when she thought the situation was hopeless, Kong unexpectedly came to her rescue. Really? It's truly an honor. What do you think? How about we try dating once? His seemingly innocent remark, how about we try dating once, truly made Sura extremely grateful for his timely save. Sura managed to regain her composure and replied, oh my, Kang's words, I almost thought it was real. Although he was just joking, Kang's serious remark, yes, really, made her pale as she thought, Kong has gone a bit too far. She quickly covered it up, I will need some time to think about that. Even the host enthusiastically played along, it feels like you two are becoming a real couple. If you start dating, you must let the entertainment news know first. Kong quickly laughed, that's up to the company's decision. Kim Jina cheerfully responded, that's right, your company's representative is Kong Seun Hian, right? So, I should ask for his permission on this matter? Sura could only force a smile to get through the situation, feeling worried inside, please, he can't find out about this interview. The incident of Kim Chong-gu drunk driving and causing an accident had spread everywhere, and a month and a half had passed without notice. As the chilly season arrived, Sura and her sister Kyung suddenly moved to a new house that the company had found for them. Upon arrival, Kyung exclaimed in amazement, "The house is beautiful, isn't it, Wang Sura?" In contrast, Sura felt a bit disappointed. "Although I thought we would move in a short time, I didn't expect it to be this fast," she thought to herself. News about Kim Chong-gu, who had been causing controversy for many days, spread across the newspapers with headlines like, "How much will Kim Chong-gu be fined? Kim Chong-gu caught red-handed vandalizing public property." According to reports, actor Kim Chong-gu was so drunk that he couldn't remember what he had done. Sura had anticipated that he would have a day like this, but those pieces of news eventually faded into oblivion. In fact, with her non-stop work schedule and constant involvement in new projects, Sura had no energy left to pay attention to such news. After the wrap-up party for the line, more schedules kept coming, leaving Sura with very little time to rest. Posters featuring her image were placed in various large and small centers. And then an unexpected message came from Seun Hian, "What time are you coming tonight?" She read the message, feeling elated. Finally, she could see her senior again after 2 weeks apart. Radiant and full of energy, Sura ran over joyfully, calling out, "Senior." Seun Hian opened his arms wide and urged, "Come here quickly." Meeting was difficult, but in that precious moment, she thought to herself that seeing him again felt like it relieved all the accumulated fatigue of the past days. What would it feel like if every day after work I could return to be greeted by his smile? Although it was just a misunderstanding, that image passed through her memory, brief but clear and warm. That thought kept recurring, and Sura gazed lovingly at her beloved, closely observing Seun Hian's face, which radiated a captivating glow. The two began sharing a passionate kiss after days of being apart. Then, what was bound to happen, happened. They moved towards moments of ecstasy in their love. In that instant, she couldn't stop thinking, does he think about this too? Probably. They embraced each other fiercely, filling the void of days spent apart. It was already late at night, and Seun Hian was comfortably stepping out of the bathroom, ready to proceed with his next skincare steps when he suddenly heard someone calling, "Senior." He chuckled when he heard Sura's naive question, "How do I look?" The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is that my shirt?" She replied without hesitation, "Yes, I heard that if a woman wears a man's shirt, the man will find her more attractive." Seun Hian also smiled and responded, "Aren't they usually white shirts?" This made her nervously explain, "That's why I wore a white shirt at first, but it didn't seem to cover much." Seun's teasing gaze and words made her panic, hurriedly trying to cover herself. "No. You pervert." Despite his earnest explanations, "I'm not like that, it's just usually like that." Then, Seung could only laugh at her adorable gestures, and gently opened his arms to her. "Come here, you need to change into a white shirt quickly. I told you to come here already." After that, he laughed triumphantly when he managed to pull Sura into his arms, while she pretended to resist but not seriously. In that moment, Sura wondered once again, if Senior ever thought about a future with me, even just once, I would be very happy. In the kitchen at this moment, Sura's voice was chirping, "Senior, I want my egg yolks fully cooked, and don't make the noodles too hard." "Got it?" "Got it, I'll make it just like the ones sold in stores, so go to the living room and watch TV while you wait," Seung replied. She happily agreed to his suggestion. "I'll leave it all to you then." After Sura left, Seung suddenly realized it had been a really long time since he last cooked noodles like this. He didn't even remember when he last had noodles in the house. Suddenly, he recalled Sura's constant request, "Senior, I'm hungry. Can you cook noodles for me?" Her cute gestures made him smile happily. The image of her running around so familiarly made him feel she was very beautiful in this place. Thinking of this, he glanced softly towards Sura. She was there, watching TV in a very natural manner. Why was she so adorable? Even Sura's action of intently watching the screen puzzled Seun. Why is she staring at the screen so intently? The truth was, Sura was captivated by news about her colleagues. Finally, their love had been made public, and they were together forever. Two entertainment stars had come together as a couple. From now on, let's wish the happy couple a long, happy life together. Seung Hian heard all of this and stood there, stunned, looking at the one he loved. Finally, the bowl of noodles cooked as Sura's request was ready, and she couldn't stop praising it. It's delicious, number one. You shouldn't be eating instant noodles at this hour. Seun Hian's reminder made Sura a bit surprised. You sound just like my brother. To top it off, Seun Hian jokingly added, if you think so, just call me that. On my birthday, you called me that, so why did you come back and take back the gift you gave me? Hearing this, she immediately showed her annoyance. I already told you, who gets birthday presents every day of the year? And the number of people who call you Appa, including your fans, is countless. Do you really want to hear me call you Appa that much? Seung curiously asked back, how are this Appa and that Appa the same that you don't necessarily need to call me Appa? I'm completely different from those people. A program aired next that caught both of their attention. Hello, viewers, I am Kim Gina from Entertainment News. Today, I am at the set of the drama Line by Group B. Recently, the drama has been loved by a large audience. I have gathered here actor Wang Sura playing Juong and actor Kong Lee playing Chio An. While Sura's face darkened, how could that? Seun, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Did you film this show? Worrying thoughts flashed through her mind. No, could they have edited me and Kong Lee into a couple and investigated the most popular on-screen couples too? I had hoped that Senior wouldn't see this program. I never expected it would appear while we are watching together like this. Suddenly startled by Seung Hian's voice, now you can be interviewed without getting nervous, right? The host's voice echoed in her ears. By the way, we conducted a survey on which on-screen couple viewers want to see become a real-life couple, and you two were voted number one. Ms. Sura, did you know about this? Kang's cheerful demeanor and his words, really? I'm truly grateful to the audience. What do you think, would you like to date me? Also was aired. Seung Hian's expression changed as he heard the conversation between the two. I'm serious. It's something for you to think about. Along with Gina's enthusiastic encouragement, following this atmosphere, who knows, the two of you might become a real couple, right? Seung stared at her urgently, so have you thought it through? His forced smile only added to her anxiety. His smiling face seemed too terrifying. Sura immediately explained, that was just a joke to entertain the audience. Seung Hian suddenly growled, entertaining, then quickly complimented her, that's an outstanding improvisational skill. Despite this, Sura couldn't shake off her worries. Will I be safe tonight? The next day, a cheerful gathering took place. It's been a while since the three of them gathered like this, hasn't it? Director Min Seon continued excitedly. Since Kang Seung Hian started dating Sura, it's been difficult to intrude on this door. If Seung Hian, Sura, and Jisoo didn't have time today, when would they meet us, right? Faced with Seung Hian's indifferent attitude, he continued to complain, at the very least, you should deny it. Upon hearing this, Chang Hoonjo hurriedly replied, that's right, Sura has been quite popular lately. Now, Seung Hian, you must understand my feelings, right? You guys have to appreciate me. After winning a major award in last year's film, because Jisoo was bothered by the media so much, I had to cry out, didn't I? Suddenly, he remembered an old story and recalled, at that time, Kang Seung Hian's response was like this, no matter who interferes in this relationship, Jisoo always looks very affectionate when she's with you. What are you worried about? If you don't trust each other like this, then why date? That's right, Chang Hoonjo took advantage of this opportunity to inquire, so? Do you understand that feeling now? Seung Hian didn't hesitate and immediately admitted, yes, I am deeply aware of it. Adding to the warnings from his close friend, just wait, this is just the beginning, made Seung Hian even more concerned. Of course, dealing with various temptations around is an issue, but when Sura feels the most difficult and there's no one beside her, that's when she becomes the weakest. During busy times like recently, I want to provide her with nourishing food. Understanding his worries, Min Seon immediately offered a suggestion. Well, if you're worried, you could publicly announce your relationship like Chang Hoonjo did with Jisoo. Chang Hoonjo also expressed his agreement. As someone with experience, I can tell you it's not a small matter. First, you need to come to an agreement with Sura. Min Seon also immediately added with wisdom, if Sura wants to go public, but hesitates to say it outright, would she say go public if she didn't mean it? Although she's involved, to avoid awkward situations for Seun Hian, she may not be able to express it. So, go public. Instead, you've been by her side all this time, you understand her mindset, there must have been some hints or suggestions. Seun Hian suddenly remembered the second time they discussed this issue. Should we go public? At that time, Sura replied hesitantly, as an actress, I don't want to have such a scandal before establishing myself. People seem quite clever and greed knows no bounds. After hearing the news, he silently affirmed that his lover was considering the idea of going public. Seun Hian was about to continue when Chang Hoon and Min Seon suddenly jerked their heads towards the main door. Is someone else coming? Then, they quickly received the answer from him, oh, it's me calling. This caused both of them to pause for a moment. The person appearing before them was none other than Kong Lee. Feeling awkward, Kong greeted, Senpai. I'm here. Seun Hian warmly welcomed him, come in quickly. We really enjoyed that interview program. Kong Lee's face immediately became flustered at those words, hastily explaining, that was just improvisation, really. Seun Hian then changed his expression to a serious one, do you really realize your mistake? Kong Lee became extremely scared, only managing to mutter, yes, his eyes pleading for forgiveness. Seun Hian almost burst into laughter seeing that. This kid's charm almost saved his life, huh? Then, he immediately made a suggestion, if you really feel sorry, then from now on, just call me Big Brother. Kong was surprised for a moment before hastily replying, yes, sir. Seun Hian's icy gaze as he turned back made Kong Lee flinch, what? Don't like it, startling Kong Lee once again, trembling as he said, Big Brother, then continued nervously, I'll absolutely be loyal to Big Brother in the future. If Big Brother doesn't allow it, I absolutely won't dare to do it. Both Chang Hoon and Min Seon also chimed in, if that's the case, you can call me Big Brother too, and me too, making Kong Lee exclaim excitedly, I'm so happy. Oh, you big brothers! At the women's side, Sura was still silently lamenting, so tired, which made Jin Kyung feel sympathetic, just one more day, hang in there. Tomorrow is Sunday, with no schedule, we can go to the hospital to replenish our nutrition. At the fan signing event and the awards ceremony, you need to be in the best health. Hearing this, Sura happily responded, yes, of course. She also kept reminding herself, because it's the fan signing event and the awards ceremony, this is the most special experience in my schedule. Mina suddenly remembered, come to think of it, this advertising sponsor is going to spend a lot of money, right? How did they come up with the idea to invite all four main characters from the alley? Jin Kyung enthusiastically explained, I heard it's because the chairman is a huge fan of the alley. Since there was still some time before the program started filming, Jin Kyung added, Sura, close your eyes for a moment, sister and I will go out for a bit and come back. Yes, thank you both, she smiled, bidding farewell until the two of them left the room. In a daze, Sura suddenly realized, how can I put it, the warm and soft feeling of the ring makes me feel comfortable like the hands of my senior. Sura couldn't believe she woke up to see Seun Hian, who was gently checking on her, are you awake? She immediately smiled happily, when did you come here? So it's been 20 days since we last parted, right? Seun Hian nodded softly, that's right, lately, your schedule must have been very busy, Wang Sura? Her voice suddenly became tender, I went out so I do have a bit of stomach ache, which made Seun Hian feel sorry, that's right. From now on, I'll tell Wang Su not to schedule anything for you, even if I have to threaten him, if it's about your stomach ache. Sura chuckled as she sat up, if you don't do that, I won't accept any schedule. From tomorrow until the award ceremony, on that day, I also have a fan signing event. Seun Hian didn't forget to remind her, then take advantage of the rest time, eat a lot, I don't like seeing you skinny. She became teary-eyed with emotion, nodding in agreement, then made a suggestion, that's why I said I wanted instant noodles that you cooked. Quickly, Seun Hian brushed it off, you have to eat nutritious food, not instant noodles. Faced with Sura's strong resistance, he insisted, I want instant noodles, instant noodles. Seun Hian maintained his firm attitude, no. You have to eat ginseng chicken soup, he said. I'll eat both. Sura declared. This girl, that's so. Seun Hian's affectionate tone made her very happy. It's been so long since I've been called like that, I'm extremely happy. Do it again, just once, that's so, this girl. Like that. Come on, call me that again. Seun Hian pretended to be annoyed, I hate it, I'm not going to do it. But he felt powerless against Sura's pleading, why not? Come on, do it quickly. Just once more. Finally, he couldn't resist any longer and quickly broke into a bright smile, stepping closer towards her. Very quickly, the day of the event at the main hall of a large center arrived. The audience was eagerly present at Wang Sura's fan signing event. Meanwhile, she was in a panic, calling Seun Hian, Senior, what should I do? I feel like I'm going to throw up. This made him anxiously ask, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sura's voice immediately dropped, no, it's because I'm so nervous. There are so many people outside, it's packed. According to the organizers, people have been lining up since early morning, so the tickets sold out in no time. They will issue additional tickets, right? He reassured her, that's right. This allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief, that's good, but I'm still so nervous. Where are you right now? Seun Hian hurriedly replied, there was an issue with the clothes for the awards ceremony, so I'm trying on the outfit again. Very quickly, Jin Kyung rushed into the room urging Sura. Before hanging up, Sura didn't forget to say, see you tonight at the awards ceremony square. I have to go out now. The host's voice began to resonate, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Now, the signing event will begin. Actress Wang Sura, please come to the stage. She appeared radiant alongside the security team, waving to everyone. Her eyes widened with astonishment at the enthusiastic support from so many fans. This made her eyes well up with tears, a mix of emotion and nervousness. After the host signaled, now, I officially announce the start of the fan signing event. Starting with ticket number 1, please come up to the stage one by one. Sura was very gracious as she received gifts from fans, continuously signing and smiling radiantly and happily. She didn't forget to interact with young fans and was delighted to receive cute little gifts. To her, being able to sign her name so many times was a source of happiness and pride in her journey. Finally, the host joyfully announced, yes, finally, the entire large auditorium has received their signatures. Ms. Wang Sura has worked hard. So, may we invite Ms. Wang Sura to give the closing remarks for the event? She hesitated but agreed, yes, to be honest, the fan signing event today had so many fans, I was extremely nervous. Even though I stood on stage, I was very shaky. This is my first time signing for fans like this, so I may have made some mistakes, and I sincerely apologize. Everyone stood in line on such a cold winter day, it must have been very tough. Without any complaints and with such joy, I am very thankful. Today, thanks to you all, I have received an immense amount of strength. I hope you all continue to. Sura's eyes suddenly widened in shock, her face turning pale as she saw someone approaching the stage. She stammered, unable to speak. Unbelievably, Seun Hian himself spoke up, I came to ask for an autograph. I am a huge fan of Ms. Wang Sura. Everyone at the event suddenly fell silent, then started buzzing with murmurs, what? Isn't that Kang Seun Hian? So there are 2 celebrities here? Why is Kang Seun Hian here? What on earth is happening? This is incredible. He emphasized, an autograph, aren't you going to sign? This made Sura suddenly panic, as she quickly signed while mumbling, an autograph, of course I'll sign. After scribbling for a moment, she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment upon realizing she had just signed a marriage registration form. This made her even more confused. Seun Hian, seeing her reaction, quickly explained, I know you're surprised, but I've prepared everything else. All you need to do is come. Let's live together, Sura. Let's get married. Finally, the reporters had the opportunity to publish hot news. Actor Seun Hian publicly proposes to Wang Sura to live together. Thousands of female fans present at the scene erupted. The top Asian movie star Seun Hian, 33, made a surprise appearance at the fan signing event of actress Wang Sura, 27, at 8 p.m. today. Then, towards the end of the signing event, Seun Hian's public proposal left thousands of attendees in shock. Actress Wang Sura was so moved by the unexpected proposal that she burst into tears, unable to speak. Then, the two held hands and left the scene, with speculation that they would attend the SBC Film Awards ceremony together at 9 p.m. This shocking news created a wave of public reaction. What? Seun Hian and Wang Sura? What's going on? When did they start dating without any news? According to information from their management company, they have been dating since the beginning of the year when they worked together. Really? The management company has already confirmed it. After such a public proposal, who could deny it? Pictures of them holding hands and running off have been posted everywhere. This isn't some fabricated story by reporters. Seun Hian proposed in such a way? Yes, they will walk the stage together to receive awards today, right? Will they give an answer there? As the event unfolded, the viewership of the awards ceremony skyrocketed. Television networks scrambled to cover the story. Hello everyone, I'm Kim Gina from Entertainment News. I'm currently at the red carpet of the SBC Film Awards. Right now, this place feels like a larger artificial volcano than any previous year. Why is that? If you are a citizen of South Korea, I think everyone already knows, right? On the way to the awards ceremony, Sura appeared extremely nervous. Senior, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Seun Hian smiled gently in response. What's wrong? You've already forgotten what I just said? She emphasized again. No, I haven't forgotten. You said I just need to trust you. That's right, just trust me. Seun Hian looked at his beloved with an infatuated gaze. You're beautiful, Sura. As they stopped the car in front of the red carpet, they heard cheers. Everyone, they've arrived. Kim Gina seized the opportunity to continue reporting. The couple who publicly announced their engagement, causing a sensation in South Korea, are none other than Wang Sura and Seun Hian. Seun Hian whispered to her, just walk confidently, because you're the main character. Sura's eyes sparkled with thoughts intertwined, like a star? Since childhood, I've always wanted to become a shining star. Even though there were times I missed home terribly, I wanted them to know that I'm here, I'm right here. The event officially began with the announcement. Tonight is the grandest star-studded event of the year. The SBC Film Awards ceremony may now commence. The main winner was The Path, praised by critics and beloved by the audience. The first award was for Best Director, followed by Best Picture of the Year, and then Best On-Screen Couple. Surprisingly, both the male and female leads won the Favorite Actor and Actress awards. All four main actors received numerous accolades, and the most unexpected moment was when Seun Hian and Sura took the stage together to speak. This wasn't surprising to the attendees. Indeed, the station arranged for them to speak together. The audience was thrilled. The station's intention to create a media frenzy made Sura anxious. But why is everyone's gaze fixed on us, even though there are four of us here? Earlier, when receiving the Favorite Couple award with my senior, the camera also focused on the two of us. The host continued the announcement. Yes, next, I would like to announce the award for Outstanding New Actress. She has truly dedicated herself to her role. Sura sat nervously, waiting. Finally, it was time for the New Actress Award. Although everyone had been informed in advance about the winner, reassuring her not to worry, but the moment of announcement had arrived. The 30th SBC Award for the Most Outstanding New Actress goes to Wang Sura for The Path. She erupted with happiness, slowly making her way to the stage amidst the host's praises. The winner, Wang Sura, has portrayed the lively and intelligent character Juan in the film The Path naturally. She has done a wonderful job in a supporting role. Congratulations to Wang Sura. The entire room fell silent, following her speech. Firstly, I want to thank all the audience for your support. This year marks my 7th year in the industry. It took 7 long years for me to receive the award for Outstanding New Actress. Receiving such a prestigious award, I never even dreamed of it. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. First of all, I want to extend my sincerest thanks to my sister, who has supported me for 7 years, quietly caring and encouraging me every day. She has always warmly greeted every department of the film crew. At this point, she felt her eyes sting, trying to regain composure to continue. My dear sister, I am incredibly grateful to you. Also, to Wangsu representatives who have supported us both materially and spiritually so that we can stand here today. Sister Mina, all the members of the company, friends who have worked hard together like Jel and Kong Lee, the director, the screenwriter, and many other members. Thank you all. Everyone has worked so hard, and I am so happy that all the efforts have paid off. I have received so much love. To repay the love of everyone, I will strive to become an even more diligent and skilled Wang Sura. The audience in the hall was immediately disappointed to see the speech come to an end. The host quickly inquired, Ms. Wang Sura, is that it? Is the speech really over? She glanced towards the audience and suddenly noticed their cheering. Seun Hian was also taken aback. The audience remained anxious, the current atmosphere causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The MC's urging words, combined with the anticipation of everyone, made the situation even more uncomfortable for Sura, who nervously looked towards Seun Hian. He responded with a worried smile, mirroring the anxious anticipation. In that moment, she involuntarily delved deep into a chain of memories, from the moment they first met, to exchanging information, to officially dating, and experiencing a relationship full of ups and downs and challenges. Se-young had always been by her side, offering unwavering support, and even now, he continued to embrace her with tight, affectionate hugs. Everything was initiated by you, so this time. She trailed off in thought, then boldly lifted the mic again, causing Se-young Hian to feel both nervous and surprised, eagerly listening to Sura's heartfelt words. I don't even know how to say this, I was so shocked and surprised that I didn't know what to say at that moment, her voice suddenly softened. Oh Se-young Hian held his breath, hanging on to every word she said. I just want you to take me away, can you do that? Every guest present was filled with awe and admiration, along with the astonishment of the audience. Se-young himself was delighted, but perhaps the most moved was Sister Kyung. The host quickly said blessings to conclude the emotionally charged speech. Watching his beloved shining on stage, Se-young Hian couldn't help but smile, feeling both embarrassed and ecstatic. You're driving me crazy, Wang Sura. Before ending her speech, she flashed a radiant smile. As the event came to a close late in the evening, Se-young Hian opened his mouth slightly while still holding Sura's hand tightly. Both of them suddenly felt awkward in that moment, stealing glances at each other before quickly speaking up. It feels strange to be going home together like this. Absolutely, it's magical, she replied. Despite having visited this house countless times, for Sura, each time felt like the first. After taking the hot coffee mug, she quickly responded, thank you, then took a hurried sip before letting out a sigh. Now there's some breathing room. From the first fan signing event to winning the first award, and then the public proposal, so many events happened in one day. Sura couldn't help but feel curious. Why did Kang Se-young Hian act so fast? Seeing his puzzled expression, she immediately pressed on, you know, the words he said at the end when expressing his feelings upon receiving the award. Sung Hian was also nervous with those words. Finally, I would like to dedicate this award to my beloved wife, Wang Sura. At that moment, everyone was so excited, saying, the couple of the century has appeared. Do you know how embarrassed I was at that moment, wanting to bury myself underground? Listening to her, Se-young Hian couldn't resist teasing her further. I just want you to take me away, can you do that? That moment just stood out. He teased, making her blush and fumble for words. I wasn't thinking clearly then. Let's not talk about it anymore. His tone suddenly became serious. Not thinking clearly? So if you were thinking clearly, you wouldn't have agreed, right? Sura also became playful. You know I didn't mean that. Why do you keep teasing me like this? Se-young Hian quickly reassured her, because when I see you, that's how I am. Because you're too adorable. She immediately leaned on his shoulder and whispered, seriously, you're so annoying. Then she sighed and asked again, why did you propose at that moment? Why didn't we announce our relationship before? Seung quickly explained, because if we did, you would have faced more pressure in making a choice. In Sura's heart, she felt deeply grateful. Thank you for understanding what I hoped for understanding the words my heart wanted to say but couldn't. Thank you for easing my anxious heart, for helping me overcome all difficulties to be by your side. The sea was calm, without a single wave. Footsteps danced on the golden sand. Sura ran ahead, glancing back and urgently calling out, "Come on, hurry up." Seun Hian asked as he walked over, "What's making you so anxious?" Sura replied, her voice playful, "I told you to hurry up. Over there, right? Where you and that little girl built sandcastles together." Though Seun Hian tried to evade, saying, "That? I don't remember much," Sura insisted, "Yes, that's right. It's the spot where you can see the resort gate from afar. When I saw you there, for some reason, my heart started racing. Seeing you and the little girl building sandcastles together made me feel like I was in a movie. It's a pity that moment wasn't captured in a photo. But why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Seun Hian smiled softly and replied, "No, it's because you're beautiful," leaving Sura feeling suddenly flustered. What? Is that supposed to make me feel awkward? Thus, their sweet, affectionate words blended into the sound of the waves. You only need to witness their happiness at this moment. The gentleness of Seun Hian, the stunning beauty of the two young idols walking side by side, is truly wonderful. This time, they can comfortably express their love in public. It has been 3 months since last year's awards ceremony. Although we've announced our engagement, we still can't date freely in our home country. So, we've arranged a several-month-long vacation here, the place of our first trip together. Sura exclaimed in surprise, "Look at the stars." Seun Hian also appeared astonished, "Stars at this hour?" It must be because the sky is so clear. Stars always shine brightly. In that moment, Sura had a sudden idea and called out, "Appa, I'm going to do something I've never done before." Curious, Seun Hian asked, "What?" Before he could finish asking, he was unexpectedly kissed by her. Both of them smiled happily and embraced each other. As the afternoon turned to evening under the sweet light of the sunset, the two of them gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Sura softly whispered, "I love you, Appa." She followed this with a few more sweet, sentimental words. Hearing this, Seun Hian lifted her up in pure joy, not forgetting to give a playful warning, "Tonight you're in trouble with me." And winter has arrived in Korea, with everyone embracing the joyful atmosphere of Christmas. At a certain stage, the voice of the host echoed, "Hello to all our viewers. I am Kim Jina, a reporter from Entertainment News. Today, I am on set where a commercial is being filmed. The star of this commercial is an artist whose work always shines and never fades. She has truly become a top actress in South Korea, actress Wang Sura." Hearing such a grand introduction, the main actress bashfully responded, "Hello to all the viewers." Sitting across from each other in front of the cameras, the reporter spoke, "Sura, first, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations on winning the Daesang Award at this year's award ceremony." Sura replied, "Thank you." Kim Jina, filled with enthusiasm, continued, "What are you filming today?" Sura answered, "Today, I am shooting a commercial for a new phone model, as the brand's ambassador." Hearing this, Kim Jina looked slightly admiring and commented, "I've been sitting and observing for a while, and you never forget to keep a smile on your face, even though the filming time is quite long. Before coming to the shoot, your fiancé must have given you a lot of encouragement, right?" Sura smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, he called me many times to cheer me up." Slightly surprised by Sura's answer, Kim Jina asked, "Really, just phone calls?" She thought to herself, noticing how radiant Sura looked. Sura calmly explained, "He has a filming schedule, so he's busy in Busan." A bit disappointed, Kim Jina said, "It's a pity that you two just got married and are already so busy." Hearing this, Sura could only force a smile, but behind that smile, tears began to fall. She thought to herself, "That's just how it is." And so, that conversation passed. In a luxurious high-rise building, the elevator stopped at the 37th floor. At that moment, the elegant figure of the female lead appeared. While she was on her phone, she thought, it's 9:10 already, a bit later than I expected. But since he isn't home early, it doesn't matter if I come home late, right? Speaking of which, tomorrow is the last day of the year. It's been a year since I received that award. With a happy smile, she thought, it's been 3 months since our wedding. The photo on her phone showed a wedding picture of the two of them, smiling happily. She reminisced, not long ago, I was still tangled up in film shoots. Despite being married, he's been busy with his film project, so he had to go to Busan. Even daily phone calls have been difficult. Feeling bored, she wondered, does this mean our early year trip should count as our honeymoon? However, unlike the anxiety and overwhelming happiness of last year's chaos, she felt grateful to be able to work as an actress beloved by the audience. She was even a candidate for Best Actress. I shouldn't have too high expectations, right? She thought shyly. After these random thoughts, she arrived at her front door and punched in the code to unlock it. To her surprise, she noticed something unusual. Upon entering, she saw a pair of neatly arranged dress shoes. She was certain her husband was home. Excitedly, she hurried into the house and called out, but before she could finish her sentence, her eyes fell upon a familiar figure. He was leisurely sleeping on the sofa, looking incredibly handsome with his perfect features. The soft, twinkling light shining on him only made his allure more irresistible. At this moment, the heroine moved closer and observed him carefully. She wondered, is this man really my husband? Like a little kitten, she intently admired the beautiful scene before her, thinking, should I wake him up by pinching him, kissing him, or just calling him normally? Then, an idea suddenly popped into her head. Seun Hian, who was asleep, suddenly felt something slightly heavy pressing on his body. He slowly opened his eyes to see his beloved lying on top of him. You're awake, Sura said with a bright smile. The atmosphere was incredibly sweet. He looked at her and smiled, a victorious smile at her somewhat adorable prank, and pulled her into an embrace. You're home late, he said. Blushing slightly, she replied, it's your fault. If you were already home, you should have told me, so I would have known to come home earlier. Seun Hian replied, because I know you love surprises, and smiled happily. She indeed smiled happily and said, you really understand me, gently stroking his face. Worried, she added, filming must have been tough. You look so thin. He also raised his hand to gently touch hers and said, you look the same. Surprised, she asked, do I look that haggard? That's so hurtful. I need to go take care of my skin. As he heard his wife speak, he kissed her smooth white hand and said, even so, you are still very beautiful. Sura beamed at her husband's compliment. She responded, I know. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. You change your tune quickly, don't you? Suddenly, she moved closer and gently kissed him, catching the protagonist off guard. She delicately swept her hair to one side, revealing her incredibly beautiful face, and said, yes, I already know that. She then placed her lips on his again. Something seemed to happen, but the male protagonist appeared to be in ecstasy. He gently held her tighter, the kiss deepened, his legs started trembling, and his lips were now tightly bitten. After a long moment, they parted their lips, having treated the audience to some delightful images. Their breaths had grown heavy, and their faces and eyes were flushed with passion. Sura walked away with a triumphant smile, while Seun Hian, a bit bewildered, asked, how are you so good at kissing? Did you secretly take classes or something? Opening her eyes wide in surprise, she wondered, is there even a class for kissing? With that surprise, he said, but you're not like your usual self, suddenly sounding so thrilled, he said. The last movie you filmed had quite a few kissing scenes, and you've leveled up since then. Hearing those words, his expression turned blank, he slowly stood up and held her hand, saying, so what? It's too heavy. Seeing his expression, she burst into laughter. Why is that? Are you sulking? You're the cutest when you sulk, she said while pinching his cheek. Hearing this, he also found himself helpless with her. This little madam, he muttered. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on her hand and pinned her down. Now, the situation had changed, with him being the one taking the initiative. Feeling a bit guilty, the female lead said, I'll probably get scolded for being too naughty, right? He laughed and replied, you know it already. He slowly leaned in towards her face. Their eyes met in a moment of profound connection. With their souls in sync, they paused their playful battle, gazing at each other with happy smiles on their lips. He helped her up, saying, come on, get up. Even if there's scolding, it can wait until after we've eaten. I've prepared dinner. She looked a bit worried and replied, really? You cooked dinner? What if I had already eaten before coming back? Why didn't you tell me? How did you manage to cook so many dishes? She was surprised to see the table filled with food. With a satisfied smile, he said, mostly with what was already in the fridge, plus some ingredients I bought from Busan. She quickly took a bite, put it in her mouth, and happily said, but as long as it's something you cooked, I really want to eat it. After chewing for a moment, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, looking surprised. Seeing this, Seun Hian asked, what's wrong? Is it not tasty? Sura looked at him with a worried expression and said, no, it's delicious. But tomorrow I have to wear a dress to attend the Daesang award ceremony, so maybe I shouldn't eat too much. I'm really sorry. Seun Hian replied, eat as much as you want, it's okay. Sura still looked a bit worried and continued, oh, that's right, tomorrow you're the one giving the speech at the Daesang award ceremony, right? Last year was the same, Seun Hian replied, looking at her with a smile. That's right, but I might have to attend the awards separately because in the afternoon, I have a meeting with Kim Min-gu, so it might take a while. Surprised by the information she received, Sura said, you have a meeting with Min-gu? Seun Hian slowly replied, yes, only tomorrow is possible. It's a pity we can't walk the red carpet together. She quickly reassured him, I'll be fine going alone, it's just part of the contract. Hang in there. They continued to eat and chat. He asked about the filming process, knowing that director Gu could be quite eccentric. She looked at him and smiled, you're exaggerating. Then, she put on a slightly sad expression again, but after a few minutes, Sura's eyes lit up with something. At the apartment, Jin Kyung called out, Wang-soo. Do you want a strawberry jam sandwich? Wang-soo replied as he vacuumed, sure, that would be great if you make it. She laughed and said, then bring me a cup of coffee, please. Yes, madam, he happily responded. The scene shifted to their dining table. Jin Kyung spread jam on the bread and said, today is the last day of the year, isn't it? Wang-soo replied, that's right, time flies by so fast. She eagerly continued, indeed, the first year was as sweet as a dream. If our Sura wins the Daesang award tonight, it will be the perfect ending. Wang-soo chuckled. She's definitely going to win. Every year you have a good intuition about the winner. Last year, you correctly predicted that Seun Hian would win. Surprised, her phone rang. Astonished, she exclaimed, just mentioned and it appears. Wang-soo, curious, asked, what about Sura? Yes, Jin Kyung replied. Then the conversation between the wives ensued, its length I'm sure you can guess, and its content went something like this. Yeah. Sura, of course, is awake. Yes, are you having coffee with Wang-soo? That, you should ask the store about. Not sure if it will be needed on the award day. Why suddenly ask about flat shoes to pair with that dress? Well, only a pair of high heels would match. Suddenly Jin Kyung stood up, shouting in surprise, what's going on? Her sister's loud declaration startled Wang-soo, who was sitting across, causing him to spill his coffee in surprise. He asked, bewildered, what's going on? Ignoring him, Jin Kyung asked Sura, is it true? Has Seun Hian been informed? On the other end of the line, Sura held up the pregnancy test stick with 2 lines and replied, not yet, I haven't told him. He had an early schedule and left. Plus, I plan to keep it a secret from him for now. A happy smile spread across Sura's lips. He always surprises me every day. So, this time, I want to surprise him, she said. What should we do on the last day of the year? She eagerly asked. Jin Kyung responded, of course, we should attend the SBCA Artist of the Year award ceremony. Just a few minutes ago at this square, the melodious voice of the host echoed throughout the arena, the stars that have illuminated the Korea have arrived one by one, including experienced veterans and promising newcomers. From outside the Grand Hall, a graceful figure stepped out of a car under the sparkling lights, the female lead in a stunning dress. Additionally, as introduced by the host, here is actress Wang Sura, who won last year's Outstanding New Actress Award and has made remarkable strides this year. Despite the freezing cold weather, she makes us feel like a spring goddess, doesn't she? Oh look, but Kang Se-young-hyun isn't accompanying her. Today, they're not attending together. This will disappoint many fans hoping to capture photos of the two together. Well, Ms. Wang Sura, please come up, a reporter called out. Responding with a bright smile, the female lead said, yes, because Mr. Kang Sung-hyun has an important schedule. Due to my impatience, I couldn't wait, so I came early. It's just a matter of schedule, so please don't worry, Sura said, raising her hand to show off her wedding ring. After Sura finished speaking, the host continued, yes, everyone, rest assured, the top star couple of the century is still very much in love. As for her, she turned away, thinking to herself, it seems like my reaction time has improved significantly. Perhaps it's because of participating in various events, big and small, over the past year, gaining more experience. It feels like I've become more comfortable compared to last year. While attending the awards ceremony, sitting in the audience seat, she glanced over at Kang Se-young-hyun's seat beside her, all the while thinking to herself. But her senior arrived really late, the program had already moved on to the second part. Could there be an issue with contract negotiations? Then the host's words snapped her out of her reverie. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Next up is the second part of the program. But first, let's enjoy the congratulatory performance by the Nick band. The band's voices gradually rose, capturing everyone's attention. Faced with those sounds, Sura was filled with excitement. She never expected to be in this position, witnessing Nick's performance. Memories flooded Sura's mind. Would you want to be more famous? A happy smile appeared on Sura's lips as she recalled that question. It was the first opportunity her senior had given her to direct a music video for Nick. It was also considered her first time playing the lead female role. Everything was so new and awkward, but 2 years had passed by quickly. Suddenly, there was Se-young-hyun's voice speaking softly beside her, no matter how it looks, you seem quite satisfied, aren't you? Hearing his voice, she seemed frozen for a few seconds, startled, and exclaimed, Senior. You're coming in so unexpectedly, like a ghost, Se-young-hyun calmly replied, how are you? Or are you thinking of quitting acting and becoming a pharmacist to help children grow? This is not very well. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Sura said, is that so? What are you talking about? And most importantly, why are you so late? How did the contract go? Se-young-hyun looked at her confidently and replied, successful. Hearing this, she exclaimed with joy, congratulations. At this point, the people in the technical room also approached, both saying, Mr. Kang Se-young-hyun is about to present the Daesang Award. Please follow me backstage. Looking up at him, Se-young-hyun replied, yes. Then Se-young-hyun looked at Sura and said, if not, then I'll call your name. Hearing this, the female lead appeared excited. Goodbye, she thought silently. What should I do? The closer we get to announcing the award winner, the faster my heart beats. It's not good to be too tense. Holding her stomach, she pondered. On the stage above, the two hosts were enthusiastically carrying out their duties. The male host said, yes, SBC Entertainment is currently broadcasting live. We're now down to announcing the prestigious Daesang Award. The female host continued, and the honor of announcing the award recipient will be entrusted to Mr. Kang Se-young-hyun, who won the Daesang Award last year. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am Kang Se-young-hyun. It's a great honor for me to announce the award recipient, so you won't have to wait any longer. I'll announce it right away. Se-young-hyun stood at the podium and began, the recipient of this year's Daesang Award from SBC is. He smiled contentedly, glancing towards his wife. Catching her gaze, Sura was taken aback. Then Se-young-hyun's voice rang out, Ms. Wang Sura. Congratulations! In the astonishment of the female lead, she hurriedly stepped forward to receive the award. Meanwhile, Seun Hian's voice continued to echo, actress Wang Sura, she has shown exceptionally captivating acting abilities in the live film, receiving high praise from the audience. Congratulations, Sura! As she ascended the stage, she thought, this is a position I never thought I could reach in my lifetime, but... Seun Hian, holding a bouquet of flowers, looked at her with pride, his eyes glistening with happiness. She also looked at him, thinking, finally, I've made it. Grasping the microphone firmly, Sura began her speech. Firstly, I truly want to express my gratitude to all of you. I really don't know how much gratitude is enough. Thank you all for continuously supporting the film, the director for giving me such an amazing work, the writers, and all the hardworking staff. Thanks to my representatives who have always supported me, Mr. Manwha, Ms. Jinkyung, and my managers. She continued, I promise to always be diligent, to never lose sight of my goals, and to strive to become a true actress, always looking forward. Finally, as her eyes welled up with emotion, she thought, I've always been curious. Why does this man always enjoy such surprising gestures? Preparing such difficult words for someone, yet always leaving them stunned and overwhelmed with emotion. But now, I understand the reason. Surely, it is. She smiled gently and said, and lastly, I want to dedicate this award to my esteemed husband Kang Seung-Hian, and the little one in my belly. Upon hearing this, Seung appeared extremely surprised. After she finished speaking, the entire room fell into silence. Someone from below suddenly exclaimed, wow! It was like a switch had been flipped, causing the entire room to erupt into cheers. Everyone took out their phones to capture this unexpected moment. Female fans couldn't contain their emotions, saying, did Wang Sura just say she's pregnant? So if the baby is born, its father is Kang Seung-Hian, and its mother is Wang Sura? How amazing! It's been debuting since birth. Other actors were also excited about this shocking news, each saying, from last year to this year, I've been really looking forward to next year now. I feel the same way. The baby must be adorable to watch. Jin Kyung helplessly remarked, our Wang Sura has a habit of surprising people, doesn't she? Kim Jina added, I wonder if our moon representative is fainting right now? Wang Su, overwhelmed with happiness, wiped away tears and said, all right, I give up now. You two just do as you please, as long as you're happy. Our main character is still reeling, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. Seung Hian, bewildered, stutters, what did you just say? Turning towards Seung Hian, Sura breaks into a triumphant smile. Seung Hian looks at her with immense happiness, pushing himself towards Sura, his face on the verge of tears, he tightly embraces her, tenderly saying, thank you, my wife. She, too, looks at him in surprise, thinking, this is a moment I could never have imagined, a moment where my heart feels overwhelmed with all the happiness in the world. And so, the two embrace each other tearfully amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the entire audience. Shortly after, the award ceremony came to a joyful conclusion. So, what kind of people do you think about Kang Seung-Hian, Ms. Wang? The interviewer asked. The female lead smiled with happiness. She said, although this is a question from the organizers, it's quite difficult to give a satisfactory answer, isn't it? After pondering for a moment, she calmly continued, Kang Seung-Hian and I had a favorite travel destination before, at that place. Even though the sun hadn't set yet, the stars were already out. That's a moment I could never have imagined, and Kang Seung-Hian is like that. I see him as similar to those stars because, even though we can't see them during the day, they are actually rising. For me, Kang Seung-Hian is like that, always looking towards me, even when he's not physically present. I never feel alone wherever I am because of him. He gives me that feeling. Sometimes, the love I receive from him is so overwhelming that I don't have the courage to reciprocate. I'm always grateful to Kang Seung-Hian. I also want to become a star like that for him, she smiled and added, of course, for our children too, she concluded with a happy expression. Then came the image of a very happy family of 3. A few years later, the family was still very happy. Darling, wait. Am I looked really okay? Indeed, this tight dress seems quite troublesome. Sura asked her husband anxiously. He looked at her and replied, it's okay, the heels are not too high, your hair looks beautiful, and the makeup isn't too heavy, very nice. Seun Hian leaned closer to Sura's face and whispered, "It seems like I've praised you several times already. If you want, I can praise you even more," he said eagerly. Sura smiled and looked at Seun Hian, saying, "It's not about praising more than enough. Just trust the eyes of this senior. Though it was a bit sudden, I came to greet my partner's parents. Because 3 days ago, after the most famous couple in Korean cinema proposed to each other during a fan signing event, the whole world went crazy that night. Then the people on the other end of the phone spoke to Seun Hian, 'Hey, you're really thoughtless. How come we weren't the first to know about the person our son proposed to on TV? Your father is really upset. Bring her home this week.' Wang Sura asked anxiously, 'What's wrong? What did your family say?' And with that reason, this couple came today." Contrary to Sura's worry, there was quite a warm welcome. "Come on in," Seun Hian's mother exclaimed joyfully. Seun Hian's father followed up, "Are you tired from the journey?" Seun Hian asked his parents, while Sura nervously bowed her head and said, "Hello, sir and ma'am. My name is Wang Sura." Seeing this, Seun Hian's mother smiled warmly and said, "Oh my, such a polite little girl. Why are you staring at Sura like that?" Seun Hian looked at his parents with a hint of helplessness. Seun Hian's father looked at him and said, "It's delightful when we get to meet celebrities in real life." The warmth of Seun Hian's family made Sura admire them. She was born into an imperfect family, and then that imperfect family ceased to exist. Sura watched with interest as her boyfriend's family conversed with each other. "Is Dad still upset because I didn't tell him beforehand? You didn't want two of us to live long anyway, so why bother saying useless things?" Seun Hian's mother chuckled and said, "With such a spread of food on the table, I'm sure you're all starving, aren't you? Please, have a seat first and enjoy the food in front of you," Sura exclaimed in surprise. "Did you prepare all of this, Mom?" Seun Hian's mother chuckled and replied, "It's been a while since I've showcased that talent. Whenever you go back, feel free to take some with you." Seun Hian looked at his mother and promptly responded, "Yes, ma'am." Seeing this scene, Sura wished, "It's strange, compared to that, what I have seemed so insignificant in this perfect picture. Can I step into it?" Suddenly, Seun Hian's mother spoke up, "How can Sura look so lovely?" "Yes," Sura said, surprised, "even on the screen, she already looks beautiful. Seeing her in person today, she's even more stunning." Seun Hian's mother looked at Sura and complimented her. Hearing that, Sura also said, "Wow, Mom looks like a beauty herself. I'm not lying, I really mean it." Seun Hian's mother laughed heartily and said, "Of course you mean it, because that little guy looks like his mom, that's why he's so handsome." Seeing her so cheerful, Sura thought to herself, Mom must be really happy. Not only is she genuine, of course, Dad is also exceptionally handsome. But Mom is so beautiful that if I didn't know Seun Hian's family, I would think she's his sister. Watching Seun Hian's parents lovingly interact with each other, Sura admired them even more, focusing intently on their every move. It was wonderful, of course she thought so. Seun Hian's parents were engaging in some meaningless banter that seemed adorable, keeping Sura captivated. Unexpectedly, Seun Hian scooped up a piece of meat onto Sura's plate and said, "It's okay. My parents are just expressing their affection for each other, so you don't need to worry about it." Enjoying the food, she happily soaked in the warmth of his family atmosphere. Sura stifled a laugh, thinking, after all, Seun Hian's appearance comes from his mother, while his playful nature is inherited from his father. The atmosphere in this house, everything seems to exude love. Thinking like this makes me want to immerse myself in this place even more. Later, outside the house, Seun Hian's father was getting into his golf stance, saying, "Right, so have you two decided on a wedding date yet?" Seun Hian responded promptly, "No, not yet. We still want to focus on our careers this year." His father agreed, saying, "The boy has been in the entertainment industry for a long time without caring much about his parents. These actions must have a reason." As he spoke, he swung the golf club, sending the ball flying before thinking, "Regardless, I must offer my input on my eldest son's decision." The ball rolled slowly on the fairway and dropped into the hole. At this moment, Seun Hian's father solemnly remarked, "The girl seems like a good one. Seun Hian looked at his father pensively and said, seems like Dad has nothing to say. Mom used to boast about Dad's romantic endeavors when she was young, it was quite impressive. Hearing his son's words, the father hugged his face, overcome with emotion. Is everything okay, Dad? Seun Hian comforted him. Trong Na, two women were chatting. Seun Hian's mother spoke with a bit of concern. Despite having fewer members, it's quite noisy here, isn't it? Sura replied shyly, not at all. It looks very cheerful and friendly. Looking out into the yard, Seun Hian's mother happily remarked, Seun Hian, that kid seems worried that I'm going to devour him. He's been peeking in here the whole time, probably feeling anxious. A bit embarrassed, Sura said, he's probably afraid I'll make a mistake, that's why he's like that. I tend to be a bit impulsive. Seun Hian's mother laughed and replied, oh, come on. Do you think I don't understand my own son? Deep down, Sura silently pleaded, please come back soon, sweetheart. Seun Hian's mother continued, but I really appreciate your efforts to keep me entertained. Come on, put this piece of orange down and have some grapes. As she spoke, she pushed the fork towards Sura. Sura hurriedly declined, it's okay, really. Please go ahead and eat first, let me prepare. Reaching out to grasp Sura's trembling arm, Seun Hian's mother said, no, don't refuse. Just consider yourself a guest. When I first got married, I was treated like a guest at my husband's house. Sura was caught off guard, yes, she said hesitantly. Seun Hian's mother reassured her with a blink, no, it's not like that. Is this kind of mother-in-law behavior trending nowadays? I'm not the type to force my daughter-in-law like my own daughter. Sura looked at Seun Hian's mother in astonishment, stammering, overwhelmed with happiness, I still have many shortcomings. My parents, who died in the accident, would also smile kindly. Seun Hian's mother replied modestly, nevertheless, you have grown up to be beautiful and make people proud like this. Although we only know each other after living together, I believe in my son's judgment. She smiled gently and said, because you have a wounded heart, that's not a flaw, Sura. Sura couldn't hold back anymore, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, there was a cry, Mom. Both of them turned to see Seun Hian rushing in, wiping tears. Sura asked, are you worried? Seun Hian inquired, why are you crying? What did Mom say to you? Hearing that, Sura quickly explained, it's nothing, really. I just got too emotional all of a sudden. Seun Hian's mother looked helplessly at him, oh my. She led her husband out, whispering to him, raising a son only makes him useless. Even if he's a bit naughty, the only one on my side is Song Gang. Let's leave them alone. In the afternoon, when they returned to Seun Hian's own home, he cheerfully said, actually, I knew you would please them. Sura puzzled, oh, why is that? Seun Hian replied, because my parents are easily charmed by beautiful people. Hearing that, Sura chuckled shyly and said, what are you saying? With a confident smile, Seun Hian replied, it's true. Don't you see how they couldn't take their eyes off you because you're so beautiful? Feeling happy to receive so much praise from her husband, Sura smiled blissfully. Then Seun Hian spoke up, but when are you planning to introduce me? Sura, taken aback, said, what? Don't I have to go and greet my in-laws? Seun Hian chuckled. Sura looked at her husband in surprise before breaking into a happy smile. On a beautiful day at the memorial site in the cemetery, a couple walked hand in hand. They were the main characters. Sura suddenly said, my parents will be very surprised. Seun Hian looked at her, surprised? Then the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Confidently, Sura said, because their son-in-law is too handsome. The two continued to walk inside. Do you have any wishes for the wedding, Sura? Seun Hian looked at his wife and asked with a smile. A bit surprised by Seun Hian's unexpected question, Sura simply replied, yes. Seeing his wife's hesitation, Seun Hian continued, our wedding, I want it to be the way you like the most. Hearing her husband say that, Sura still felt a bit hesitant and responded, a wedding where everyone bears witness to each other's lifelong commitment. When I was young and saw my parents happy together, I also dreamed of a day like that. But because of some things, that dream seemed distant to me. Maybe that's why I sometimes think about living together with you, but I've never thought about the specifics, like how I would want the wedding to be. Sura spoke shyly. Sura felt a bit shy as she thought, but my fiancé is looking into everything needed, and I don't want to interfere, so I just answered roughly that everything is fine. I can sense the joy in his words, and I also want him to be as enthusiastic. She thought, just wait for me, fiancé. I will find my dream wedding, even though I don't know what it is. That's what I've been thinking. She sighed in disappointment, because I haven't found what I want yet. There are too many options. I like everything I see. Because what I want is not clear, it's hard to navigate. Suddenly, she felt something surprising about the wedding. On the screen, she remarked how wonderful this outdoor wedding was, under the clear blue sky and with the vibrant flowers. Her fiancé, dressed in pure white attire, stood solemnly against the breathtaking backdrop she had imagined. Suddenly, Sura realized and silently exclaimed in her mind, "This is getting interesting." "Sura! I'm back," Seun Hian called out to his wife. But the response he received was a silent atmosphere. Sensing something amiss because usually when he returned, Sura always said, "Welcome home, dear," but Seun Hian shrugged it off and approached, thinking she was engrossed in something cute. He called her again, "Hey, sweetheart, over there." Suddenly, Sura exclaimed, "Dear," making Seun Hian startle. With an excited face, she boasted, "Honey, I've made my choice." At this point, Seun Hian still didn't understand what was happening. What? Then he smiled brightly. Sura said, "I've chosen the wedding I want." Just like that, the outdoor wedding finally took place. Everyone applauded to congratulate this lovely couple. Now, Sura was wearing a beautiful white wedding dress, walking towards Seun Hian in his handsome white suit. She closed her eyes silently, feeling the most beautiful moment of her life amidst the enthusiastic cheers. She exchanged loving glances with her husband. Seun Hian also responded with an affectionate smile. Perhaps at this moment, only the two of them could truly feel this happiness, and there would be no words to describe this emotion. Seun Hian held the bride's hand in his, expressing his blessings. They held hands tightly, symbolizing their steadfastness, never to be separated no matter what happens in the future. Seun Hian looked at Sura and asked, "Has your dream wedding become a reality?" Sura replied with a bright smile, "Yes, it's perfect." "And you?" "I still have one thing," he whispered, leaning down to gently touch Sura's face. Their gaze narrowed, focusing only on each other. Their lips were about to touch amidst the cheering. Their lips met, marking the end of the wedding ceremony beautifully. 3 months have passed. "Sura, once again congratulations." "You're pregnant," Jin Kyung said with joy, handing over gifts to her. Sura, surprised and grateful, replied, "Thank you so much. Why are there so many?" Jin Kyung cheerfully explained, "Oh, these are gift vouchers, supplements, cosmetics, nausea relief candies, and a few other things." Sura happily thanked her, saying, "I really appreciate it, thank you." However, she felt guilty about Moon Entertainment Company. "Anyway, I feel guilty about Director Moon, from the time I got married until now." Jin Kyung quickly comforted her, "What are you saying? You finished your filming on time, and you might even receive an award at the end of the year. Besides, Wang Su has thought about it, so don't worry too much." Hearing this, Sura hastily exclaimed, "I'm really sorry." Jin Kyung replied cheerfully, "Anyway, how's Seun Hian? Is he treating you well?" At this point, Sura was a bit hesitant. "Well, that's..." Jin Kyung eagerly asked again, "That's..." Sura said, "That's quite helpless." Jin Kyung, surprised, continued, "Quite helpless?" Sura recalled, "I said I could go by myself, didn't need anyone to take me to the bathroom. Why did he insist on taking me? I could walk a bit, it wouldn't have been a problem." Hearing this, Jin Kyung also felt helpless about this situation and said, "If it's just going to the bathroom, he would probably wait outside, right?" Covering her face, Sura replied, "But all day, we stick to each other like chewing gum. What else do you want to eat? I'm good for now, thank you. But when I need something, he's nowhere to be found." Sura hurried to find her husband and found him standing in the room doing something. She silently wondered, what is he doing in here? Sneaking in, Sura overheard Seun Hian mumbling to himself, the bed should be on this side, toys should go on the other side. No, maybe it's better to move it a bit. Feeling helpless, she told Jin Kyung, that's how it is. He's been standing there for a long time imagining our child's room. Isn't it funny? With a nonchalant expression, Jin Kyung replied, yeah, it's quite amusing. Sura added shyly, every time we plan something, he gets all chaotic. It's still early in the morning, honey. Sura gently stroked Seung Hian's head as she spoke, you won't hear anything like that, it'll take a while. But Seung Hian just nestled on her lap, I know, I just want to be close to you. Sura chuckled nervously, the manager is waiting downstairs, you need to go down quickly. Silently, Seung Hian looked at her and then buried his head in Sura's lap again, ignoring her call, honey. Then he said something that made Sura freeze, I don't want anything else, I just want to lie on your lap and be close to our child like this all day. Hearing such sweet words, Sura's face flushed, thinking, at that moment, my husband was really adorable. Seeing her dreamy expression, Jin Kyung remarked, all right, I get it, no need to say more, I understand. But ever since the wedding, you've been seeing Seung Hian's face every day, haven't you? Surprised by the question, Sura replied, yes, why do you ask? Looking at Sura teasingly, Jin Kyung said, well, what else could it be? You have a baby now. Sura shyly responded, well, that's true, your prediction was spot on. About a month before Chang Hoonjo and Jin Seo's wedding day, they announced, we're getting married too. After their wedding reception, we organized a small congratulatory party. Despite being busy, Seung Hian and Sura still attended. We really appreciate it, Jin Seo said, holding a glass of wine. Sura laughed and replied, of course we had to come. Your wedding was beautiful. Jin Seo smiled at that and said, thank you for saying that, I'm sure it was. Oh, by the way, when are you two going to show us the beautiful next generation? I'll make our son marry your daughter. Chang Hoonjo awkwardly intervened, Jin Seo. Watching the couple, Sura thought to herself, if it were anyone else, I'd be confused about how to react. Chang Hoonjo explained, sorry, Sura, she's just a bit drunk. I'm not drunk, Jin Seo protested. On a good day like this, and drinking with two close friends, I'm just relaxed. Let it be. Sura chuckled brightly, then added, she's a bit tipsy now. Jin Seo turned to someone else to chat. Seeing her, Sura remarked, if it's Chang Hoonjo and Jin Seo's child, they're bound to be very beautiful. Seung Hian, feeling helpless, said, all right, no more drinking for you. But if they were both the same gender, then what? Sura asked her husband. Hearing that, Seung Hian replied, well, if they like each other, there's no other way, right? It is what it is. He spoke as if everything in the world were that simple. Seung Hian chuckled at his wife's reaction, placing his wine glass on the table. If not, then we'll just have one boy and one girl, he said. Sura looked at him in bewilderment, sighing. Here we go again, you make it sound so easy. It's never that simple, is it? Yeah, well. Seung Hian gently touched Sura's cheek, saying, first of all, even if it means death, we have to try. That night, a soft moan escaped. Seung Hian was passionately kissing Sura, both emitting sounds not suitable for children. Seung Hian slowly undressed them both. Seung Hian eagerly executed his future plans with all his energy and joy. Breathless from Seung's speed, Sura exclaimed, wait. While panting heavily, she continued, wait, please. Urgently, it seemed that Seung Hian's survival instinct had kicked in. He asked, what's wrong? Sura gently replied, we have to take a shower first. Seung Hian lifted her up, looking at her with tenderness. Are you still in the mood to think about that now? Sura's face was now sweaty. Her husband gently lifted her legs and started exercising. Seung Hian held Sura's body gently and laid her down on the bed. In this passage, we respectfully choose to let silence replace the sweet words they might say in their drunkenness. Simply observing these tender moments is enough to melt the audience's hearts. As fervent as Sura wishes, he is trying to create a new product that carries his perfect genome. Looking back on that day, I earnestly prayed to the universe, please, let me have a child just like this man. Perhaps the universe was moved and agreed. He will be just like him. Seun Hian said, come here, Sura, you've had a hard day today. Their child called out mommy with a voice as angelic as can be. Seeing the father and son, Sura burst with emotion. Seun Hian asked, Sura, why are you just standing there? 10 months later, our child was born. It's truly miraculous how much he resembles his father. Kong Sin Nam, about 6 months old. Seun Hian's parents also confirmed, their grandson looks just like Seun Hian did when he was young. He looks just like our son. Gently placing Kong Sin into the crib, Seun Hian showed his skill. Looking at the sleeping face of their child, Sura thought, just like an angel, for sure. Sura placed a kiss on the baby's forehead, hoping that when he grows up, he'll be as loving as his father. Seun Hian looked surprised, you seem sleepy, dear. Sura replied, yes, dear, you've had a hard day too, haven't you? He smiled, well, the little one isn't too much trouble, but you've been working hard outside. Hearing this, Sura worried, thinking, was I really possessed just now? He had just said, well, yes, lying down next to his husband. Sura said, but are you really okay? Seun Hian was surprised by her question. What do you mean? Sura explained about Director Lim's script he had introduced so well. Even so, hearing you say that now, Seun Hian gently placed the book on the table, saying, I've been acting to my heart's content until now, so taking a break is fine, not because of the child. Sura looked at her husband with affectionate eyes and suddenly kissed his cheek. I always appreciate you, my dear husband, Sura whispered softly in his ear. Seun Hian blushed and hugged Sura tightly. He said, you have the day off tomorrow, right? Sura replied softly, yes, and immediately the two prepared for a passionate night. Sura thought to herself, indeed, happiness is like this, with no external obstacles anymore. Time flew by, and now the shelf was filled with the trophies they both achieved on the wall of their house, along with the family portraits drawn by Kong Sin. Asleep on the bed was a 6-year-old Kong Sin. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, Sin Kong Sin. The boy groggily woke up, as if he were still trying to doze off. The man gently smiled, son, wake up. Today we must play together. He tickled Kong Sin until the boy laughed tiredly. Kong Sin pleaded with his father to stop, saying, Dad, stop it, it tickles. Seun Hian said, are you getting up, little one? Kong Sin quickly replied, yes, I'll get up. The boy beamed a bright smile and asked his father, did you sleep well, Dad? Yeah, Dad's Kong Sin slept well too, the two hugged each other and said. Then they went to the bathroom to wash their faces. Seun Hian helped Kong Sin brush his teeth, and they laughed together, after which he helped Kong Sin change into fresh clothes and have breakfast together. After finishing everything in the morning, Kong Sin grabbed some scripts and headed back to his room. Seun Hian handed them to his father. Surprised, Seun Hian exclaimed, are these all Sin's scripts? Our Sin is really famous. Hearing his father's praise, Kong Sin replied, yes, what's the next script, Dad? You pick. Seun Hian said, is this one good? While playing with Kong Sin, he still carefully examined each script from white to red. Meanwhile, the little one kept playing with his father, climbing on him and then on his neck, but eventually, he chose the ocean blue one, saying, Dad likes this one. Hearing this, Kong Sin excitedly said, Mom and Uncle Wangsu also suggested I do this, so I chose it too. Seun Hian exclaimed, what? Kong Sin clearly already decided. And yet you still ask Dad to choose? Kong Sin looked at his father and replied, Mom said if both you and I chose, then Dad would be upset, so she told me to show you again. Seemingly realizing he spoke too much, the boy quickly shut his mouth, whispering that Mom told him not to talk about it. But he forgot completely. Hearing this, Seun Hian felt a bit annoyed, what's this? Just keeping it from Dad alone? This time, Dad was really mad, so Kong Sin quickly apologized, come on, Dad, forgive me. How about I sing for you? Putting on a pitiful face, Shin asked, can't you resist this face? Seun Hian turned to his son and said, do you know Dad loves you, so you did that, right? But not today. Looking at his father, Kong Sin replied, "Why? What should I do, Seun Hian?" Looking at his son, he smiled gently and said, "Today, just follow Dad's request." In the kitchen, a pot of soup was boiling. A woman scooped up some soup with a spoon to taste. It was the beautiful Sura in her housewife attire. Suddenly, there were hands embracing her from behind. It was a very handsome man. The two looked at each other with affectionate eyes and were about to kiss when a loud noise interrupted the moment. The director noticed the sudden silence and scolded the film crew. "The atmosphere was perfect. We need to be careful while shooting. Why is everyone so confused?" "Who did that, director?" It sounded like children screaming, and hearing that, the director hesitantly said in fear, "Children? There shouldn't be any children on the set. Don't say such scary things." At the same time, in a corner of the set, "Dad, did I do well?" Sin chuckled softly, looking at the stage. Seun Hian praised, "Very good, excellent, my dear." Kong Sin replied happily, sneakily glancing at his wife acting. Seun Hian thought to himself, "Now is the time. If we keep looking at each other like this, even after many years, it won't get boring." Sura awkwardly said to her co-star, "We might have to redo it." The other person replied, "Fine." Sura thought to herself, that scream sounded familiar. Maybe I misheard. The director urgently said, "Let's redo it. Although it's regrettable, let's continue acting. We failed the second time because of that noise. The third time was the same. The fourth time was even worse. It disrupted the climax, and everyone was still puzzled. Finally, where did that sound come from?" At this moment, as if realizing, whose voice was that? Sura silently fumed, "Are you going to cause trouble like this, apart from that man?" The director was still puzzled, wondering if it was really the ghost of a child. Sura loosened her hair, preparing to interrogate the person who caused the incident, and reassuring the director, "Don't worry, director, it's probably not a demon." In another corner, the father and son still hadn't realized the impending disaster, but Kong Sin eagerly asked, "Dad, what will we do after that?" Meanwhile, Seun Hian was still patting his head, continuing with the menu. 1. Clap twice. 3. Stamp your feet. 4. Hit the wall. Suddenly, the voice of a woman made them freeze. "So you're here?" Sura angrily said, "You're teaching our son to be too mischievous, Kong Seun Hian?" Looking triumphant, Seun Hian replied, "Isn't Sua good?" Of course, Kong Sin kept calling, "Mom." Hearing her husband's self-satisfied words, Sura retorted, "Are you still joking at a time like this?" Suddenly, before the father and son could finish their sentences, the girls in the room approached. "What's going on, Kong Seun Hian?" Sura quickly turned back and said, "I'm really sorry, everyone." A girl said, "Is it really Kong Seun Hian who's here?" The girl next to her exclaimed, "Really?" Everyone was surprised. Sura went to call him? Flustered, Sura stammered, Suddenly, a tall figure stepped out of the shadows. Seun Hian grabbed Sura's shoulder, pulling her closer, saying, "Hello, everyone." Even Kong Sin mimicked his father, "Hello, everyone." Seun Hian continued, "You've been working hard on the film, so I've prepared coffee and snacks outside for everyone to take a break." Seeing her husband like this, Sura was extremely astonished. She felt powerless thinking about manipulating others with bribes and beauty. Meanwhile, "Sin, do you want an apple?" Seun Hian said to his son, "You have to say thank you, okay?" Kong Sin obediently replied, "Thank you, sir." Surprised, Seun Hian turned back to look at his wife Sura, who appeared puzzled by his gaze. Then he teasingly stuck out his tongue at her. Seeing this scene, Sura felt both angry and embarrassed. Thinking about her husband, she thought, "Really? Kong Seun Hian, when we get home, I won't let you off easy." Taking a deep breath, she calmed down. In reality, upon closer examination, the biggest issue was his jealousy, which hadn't changed over time. But she didn't mind this at all. She smiled happily. She thought to herself, "I definitely won't let him know." She scolded him angrily, "When we get home, I'll give you a piece of my mind." Seun Hian asked, "How are you planning to scold me?" Meanwhile, Kong Sin kept calling, "Mom." Late at night, Sura finished her work on the film set. The elevator was on the 37th floor. Sura dialed her phone while thinking, "It's already 11:30, Sin must be asleep by now. It's because of him and Sin that I feel guilty, so I scolded them. I'm really sorry, Sura said. It's okay, we found it quite amusing, didn't we? Yes, indeed, she replied. Actually, I had already forgiven them earlier, but I still need to uphold discipline. I'm home now. Sura pushed the door and entered the house. Surprisingly, she heard Kong Sin's voice calling, and the boy hugged her tightly. Kong Sin excitedly said, "Welcome home, Mom." Sura was surprised. "Sin, you're still awake?" From a distance, Seun Hian said, "Come here quickly." Sin said he had something to show his mom, so he stayed awake until now. Sura looked at her son in surprise. "What do you want to show me?" Curious, Sura asked, leading her into the house. Kong Sin proudly showed Sura what he and his father had done on Christmas Eve. "It's so beautiful." "Did you and your dad decorate?" she asked happily. In response, Kong Sin showed her something, saying, "Yes, we did." Seeing her son's excitement, Sura couldn't help but smile. In front of her, Kong Sin presented a golden star, eagerly awaiting her reaction. He said to her, "This is the final decoration I want us all to hang together." Seeing her son like this, Sura couldn't help but smile happily. The three hands of the family placed on the small star in delight. They had completed decorating the Christmas tree, but Sura worriedly asked Kong Sin, "Oh right, have you decided what gift you want from Santa Claus?" Kong Sin innocently replied, "Yes, really? What is it? Can you tell Mom?" She remembered that last year, Kong Sin had replied, "It's a secret." He raised his finger to his mouth, pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "A younger sibling." Both Sura and her husband froze, feeling worried. She said to her son, "Sin, didn't you say before that you didn't need a sibling?" Kong Sin replied, "But if it's a younger sibling like Ji-sung or other friends, then we don't have to say goodbye and can play together forever." Moon Ji-sung was the eldest son of Jin Kyung and Wang Su, 1 year younger than Kong Sin. She raised her hand to her forehead, saying, "Sin, wouldn't it be very difficult for Santa Claus to bring a sibling?" Kong Sin replied, "I know, Mom. Because Santa Claus has to come from a very far away place, so it's okay even if it takes 10 months to arrive." The boy giggled innocently. However, the most awkward ones were Sura and her husband. In the bedroom, Sura still felt helpless, saying, "Where did the boy learn about that?" Seun Hian hurriedly reassured her, "Don't worry about that. He's been educated at daycare." Sura looked at him, saying, "You know, don't you?" Seun Hian chuckled, "Parents are informed in detail." "Oh, I see." Sura seemed to understand, but she fell silent, intertwining her hands in worry. "When I think about it, I'm still working hard while the kids are in their developmental stage. But it seems like I still don't understand my own child as a mother. Maybe I don't have any good points." Seun Hian looked at his wife with such worry, and he sighed softly. "No way the kids would love their mother so much," he said sincerely. "In the future, the boy will think, so the best mother we have is a top famous actress in Korea." Hearing her husband's words, Sura couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. She stood up gently, and as she undressed, she said, "Actually, today I intended to have a proper conversation." Sura climbed onto the bed and sat on her husband's body, "But you gave such good advice, you deserve a reward." Looking at her, Seun Hian replied, "I feel more like I'm being punished than rewarded." Sura softly said, "Yes, how did you know I would punish you?" Then the two kissed intimately. Smiling gently, he softly said, "I love everything you do for me, really." Sura thought to herself, "I really can't resist this man for a lifetime." The scene shifts to a beautiful beach, where Kong Sin, with his tiny feet, runs on the sand. "Wait up, don't run too far by yourself." Seun Hian holds the hand of their second child, their daughter, with a cheerful tone. "I won't go far, Dad." Seun Hian hands the daughter over to his wife while looking at Kong Sin, saying, "Dad's coming to catch you right away." Sura holds onto Suwa while looking at her son and responds, "Yes." She is satisfied, thinking, "No matter what, I think the energy of these two father and son is still wonderful as usual." She strokes her daughter's face and says, "Dad and brother are working hard, aren't they, Suwa?" As if understanding her mother's words, Suwa also giggles. "Many years have passed since we came to this beach together. Back then, it was just the two of us, but now it's the four of us. A long journey has been made from when I wanted to be recognized as an actress to becoming a member of the family. These days, I think this is the pinnacle of happiness. If this is the peak, then I'm afraid I might fall right now. Suddenly, a familiar hand is placed on Sura's shoulder, which makes her no longer afraid. Looking at Seun Hian, she thinks, but in this moment with my family, I understand that the meaning of happiness can be even greater. Gently letting the breeze brush over her face, Sura gazes towards the sea. Now, that star will come to me, both as a senior and a star among us. The star shining brightly is closely tied to the children, just like when we decorate a Christmas tree and... Seun Hian suddenly speaks up. Sura. Yes, she responds. He looks at his wife with tender eyes and says, we will be happy like this for the rest of our lives. Here, in the future, the meaning of happiness will continue to increase, Sura beams with a radiant smile. Of course, if I'm with someone like him. In the cozy space of the family, the image of Sura on the screen blurred, then returned to normal. But the voice from the past resurfaced, yes, Wang Sura then Kong Seun Hian. She laughed and continued, it's a question that's not new, but I don't know how to answer. She thought for a moment, then replied, there's a travel destination that Kong Seun Hian and I both like. There's a place that we find delightful, actually. Su-ah, their daughter, joyfully echoed her mother's words, in that place, when the sun hadn't set yet, we saw the stars. We both looked at each other with the same eyes when we saw those stars. I feel like me and Kong Seun Hian are really alike, don't you think? The little girl asked eagerly, and Kong Sin answered, that's right, at that time, I was just a little boy too. Mom back then and now are still miraculously alike. Yeah, he gently poked her cheek, the boy said, and our Su-ah looks just like Mom too. And hearing her own voice on television, Sura felt extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, a wake-up call interrupted this awkward feeling. Mom, Kong Sin looked at her, saying, to me, you're already like a star. Hearing her son say that, Sura choked up. Seun Hian added, it's truly miraculous. To me, Dad is also like that. Su-ah feels the same too, the beautiful little girl said as she hugged them both, everyone seems to be stars. At this moment, Sura felt utterly embarrassed to be embraced by her entire family, and she choked up. Why? Kong Sin awkwardly asked, why are you crying? Seun Hian quickly responded, this little rascal made Mom cry? And Su-ah is trying her best to comfort Mom, don't cry, Mom. Dad cries more than Mom. It's just because Mom is so happy that she cries, Sura replied with a smile. Perhaps at that moment, she also remembered standing alone, tears streaming down her face, having to continue filming. She had to reassure herself. Suddenly, someone handed her a handkerchief. She looked up in surprise, it was Seun Hian. From that moment on, the harmony of the universe began to bring me happiness. So their love story has come to a beautiful conclusion, filled with sweet melodies. Farewell, everyone, and until we meet again.